Қымбатты қонақтар, қымбатты ханымдар и мырзалар, біз 10 минуттан кейін бүгінгі ауқымды шарамызды бастаймыз. Через 10 минут начинаем, дорогие дамы и господа. Central Asia Fintech Summit. Қош келдіңіздер. Қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, біз 10 минуттан кейін бүгінгі Central Asia Fintech Summit'ін бастаймыз. Сондықтан да қош келдіңіздер дейміз.
Уважаемые гости, мы через 10 минут стартуем нашу конференцию.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Қымбатты ханымдар мырзалар, баршаларыңызды залға өтіп, өздеріңіздің орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. 10 минуттан кейін бүгінгі саммит ресми түрде басталады.
Уважаемые гости, еще раз просим занять места в зале. Скоро мы начнем.
Доброе утро, дорогие дамы и господа. Просим занять свои почетные места. Через 3 минут мы начинаем Central Asia Fintech Summit.
Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. 3 минуттан кейін біз бүгінгі мерекелік шарамызды бастаймыз.
Good morning, welcome to ladies and gentlemen. Қайырлы таң, қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар. 3 минуттан кейін бүгінгі саммит ресми түрде басталады. Орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. қайырлы таң қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, біз сіздерді инновацияларды талқылау үшін
Good morning, good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. Today we have gathered here to discuss the innovations in the financial sector, and this is one of the largest events in Central Asia. And we're glad to greet you here. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to greet you at Central Fintech Summit to discuss innovations in financial sector. Therefore, for participation, we would like to thank all our guests. This day will not be full of information, but we'll also have a chance for exchange. Thank you for participation, and hopefully today the summit will be inspiring and very productive for you. So the floor, let us invite the Deputy Chairman of the National Bank, Mr. Baymohammed Fasil Khan. Dear colleagues, dear guests, welcome to our summit, Central Asian Fintech Summit. Actually, Mr. Chairman was supposed to open the summit, and Mr. Sullivan, he was hoping to be present here to exchange insights. However, because of some health condition, he was not able, so he dedicated and delegated to conduct this greeting to me, and therefore I would like to greet you at the first Central Asia Fintech Summit, gathering all main stakeholders and participants of the financial market of our Asian market. In a couple of days ahead of us, we'll discuss all the innovations, digital assets, application of artificial intelligence. Considering that this platform have gathered a lot of participants with innovations, therefore we expect a lot of interesting discussion and plan for steps ahead to digitalize our economy. The head of state have indicated the priority to digitalize, and therefore today, currently, the financial sector is in the avant-garde of its development, therefore, and in development of digital assets and combination of state services and interpenetration. Therefore, recently we have grown 10 times, and the overall exchange have increased. The National Bank is processing a majority of all the transactions in the country, so we have exceeded 1 quadrillion tenge of overall turnover for the 9 months of previous year. All the basic services, onboarding of the client, the account opening, loans, transactions, and all other services available in digital format on remote access. Therefore, we have a service so-called biometrical identifications, and as a result, 2.5 million applications are processed on a monthly basis. The digitalizations have shown the very positive multiplicative effect and provided options for electronic commerce. Also, we have noticed that there is a landscape for cyber risks and fraud, financial fraud. Therefore, starting from the beginning of the year, together with all the participants, we have launched the Anti-Fraud National Center, which allowed us to prevent fraud for the amount over 500 million tenge, and continues to increase. We consider this as a good example of a successful transition in order to provide financial services digitally. Our task is to keep our positions in the regions and continue improvement. So together with all the participants, we are developing a strategy for development of the market for the 5 years ahead, combining it into one united national bank and create pro-innovational kind of medium and environment. Transition to a new stage of digitalization, it's not possible without proper infrastructure, which combines all the financial institutions and big-scale penetration of online financial services to the customers. So this needs to be provided as equal access to all participants and equal opportunities, clear and comprehensive for where the basis is for ego-centric human model. In this case, we can conduct an analogy like a similarity where the state is a systematic operator, equally remote for everyone, and participants of the market, they participate on the last mile condition. This will allow us to keep up the good environment in the industry and the long-term capability. We believe that the full access of needs to be in the hands of the users, so there needs to be no limit to the digital services and open to all. So the national payment system, the tenge payment system and OpenPI, the mechanism of open agreements and anti-fraud national center. Some of these solutions are already in force, and some of them, like Digital Tenge, like Open AI platform, and the center which was launched last year as a pilot project, is still accumulating its services. Until the end of this year, we are hoping to complete forming a full range of services. And in our main objective is to develop the service and main solutions, provide services to citizens and business. Our main task is to improve security, provide competitive conditions in the market. Highly technological market is possible only in case we have a very highly technological regulator. Especially this is related to the National Bank and the services of National Bank based on administrative and other data. We have data. So the access to the widespread database will allow us to So the main accent is planned to conduct in the main technology with a national system, national monetary system. This is not just a direction for risk management and regulatory compliance, but also very important transformation of the current financial system. Also, the priority is to introduce the financial intellectual capacity, artificial intelligence. Currently, it's not something new, but also a compulsory part of the landscape. And the algorithms of computer science and computer technology will determine the competitive status, let's say. This concerns also the financial sector and other areas of economy. In more details about these initiatives and our colleagues will tell you more in our presentation stands and during the reports. To underline, the cooperation on the state level will provide a sustainable and very safe financial system. We are at the threshold of very serious and big-scale challenges, and only together in the synergy we will achieve the social progress and the state, the well-being of every citizen of Kazakhstan. We believe that Kazakhstan needs to be updated and on top of every new innovation in the financial sector. And I wish you all very productive discussions and innovational ideas. And additionally, on my personal behalf, I would like to point out the following. We know that about the digital bank there is a certain skepsis. This is digitalization, and this is a part of a complex plan of changes in our activities. Traditionally, we understand the national bank is a large financial regulator responsible for the full sector of monetary policy, and this is like the largest body of the financial system. But usually, it's an institute which sets the rules and usually creates environment of limiting the opportunity. Therefore, we understand, and the actual chairman of the National Bank and the team is dedicated to become flexible and balanced institute, which can hear all the issues and notices the issues of the financial growth. In our understanding, digitalization is supposed to become the driver to growth, and therefore we understand that transformation is available only in cooperation with the market in wide picture, in a big picture. And we are prepared to implement and introduce and review your suggestions. Under the framework of this approach, we decided to allocate the role of CDO. I'm sure that you are all introduced to him. This is the young man who is willing to carry this message of the National Bank. Binur will tell you more about our approach to its digital national bank. We expect that very active digitalization of the National Bank will provide a strong push to all of us build and create a safe and open and flexible financial system of the country. Once again, I would like to reiterate, I hope to and I wish you open and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Akhojan Malikovich. And we continue to the main section, main part of our summit, where we are planning to discuss key issues about the future of financial technology. And the moderator, Elena Mahmudova, she is the chairman of Financial Society of Kazakhstan, and her partners will present the key items. Deputy National Bank, Deputy Chairman of National Bank, Abulkasinov Timur Bukikhanovich, Deputy Chairman of the Regulation Agency of ROK and Development of Financial Center, Salvador Perez Galindo, Lead Vice President of Visa and of Government Relations, Mike Jones, Lead and or Head Vice President for State Sector in Eastern Europe and African regions for MasterCard. Thank you very much. The floor is provided to the moderator. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let's start. We will start our first plenary speech at a wonderful Fintech Summit conference. The main subject of our discussion is how to arrange, how to organize the regulations in order to provide and ensure, let's say, the comfort of the client and the financial system. Our country, traditionally, in the financial sector, usually evaluates quicker the perspective, the future of the financial technology, and since then has experienced significant transformation in all sectors for clients and for the actual system. However, it becomes more obvious that some companies, that not non-regulated companies, are entering the market, entering the field. And in that concern, we believe that we need some kind of transfer in order to regulate the services to the society and services to the business, and basically to mitigate risks, especially the risks which are faced by the clients, by the end users. And this is a very significant challenge for the classical financial system or classical regulation system and oversight of financial sector. In many cases, we can notice that people say the Fintech is a company, but this word is widely used recently. However, in our legislation, we don't have this definition, so-called Fintech. In order to define, we have applied to the international agency, and now on site, on the slides, you can see several definitions of what it means in the world. The most applicable, let's say, it comes from Oxford Dictionary. Fintech is a computer program and other technology used to support or enable banking or financial services. There is more definitions from McKinsey, from CFA Institute. However, I prefer to stick to the definitions which is provided by the regulatory authority. It's Committee on Banking Supervision, and it's the following. Please, if you could think about it, it's technologically financial innovations which could lead to creation of new applications, new model processes or products, and which are affecting, kind of influencing the financial sector and the financial services. As you can see, it's a long definition. Therefore, I believe right now our regulatory authorities need to stick to definitions such as this one and be more flexible to be adaptive to the changes. Therefore, the first question is to our Deputy National Bank, Mr. Berik Shopakulovic, and on the behalf of the main regulatory authority, and I would like to ask how your agency can influence the changes, the innovations, and you probably know that starting from the beginning of the year, and in the International Astana Center, the provider of financial services was asked to conduct tests of the new products like margin P2P exchange and other digital services in financial. So what do you think? Is it the right time to expand the geography of such services to our local market in order to avoid sanctioning two parallel banks and potentially regulatory limits? Therefore. Well, thank you very much for the question, Yelena. Of course, development of digital assets are obviously developing in a very high pace, and as you mentioned correctly, the so-called created opportunity and the right under the International Financial Center Astana, we have created the opportunities for the banks, the second-level banks, in order they're capable to acquire these digital assets under the Astana Financial Center. However, the integration of the crypto market, the cryptocurrency market, and the current available basic old-school financial system creates lots of challenges and raises lots of issues for us to regulate, to resolve. If we talk about the International Financial Center of Astana, we are conducting a very deep review, how effective and how we can conduct a very high interest, considering that it's the market that is currently expanding and developing, and for us to provide better channels for interaction, interface. So additionally, we are currently developing additional legislatory corrections, and we will discuss them in the near future in order for us to create, first of all, the main objective is to create the opportunity to use digital assets in a transparent way and on a household kind of means. our additional tasks is to create a very transparent system for every participant, for users, for business investors, and most importantly for the crypto assets, to limit the fraud and to eliminate fraud with the application of crypto. Therefore, we are currently studying and reviewing experience from other countries where they have made decisions how to apply digital assets. Let's say, for instance, in China, they have prohibited application of digital assets. Therefore, I believe in most cases the penetration happens as a source of interest of some of the, and in most cases in fraud cases. Therefore, we are reviewing the international experience, and we are planning to publish like a legislative act, considering that we understand that tokenized assets create a very high demand and very high interest for international business, for our business, and we are prepared to launch this. We are currently on top of this topic, and we are hoping to introduce the amendments to the law that will allow us to create a more transparent and efficient turnover of such assets. Thank you.
Очень актуальная для всех для нас тема.
Thank you very much. This is a topical subject for all of us, and recently our president also mentioned this, and he said that it is important to create the sustainable regulatory environment for the turnover of digital assets and safe introduction of innovations in the banking sphere. My next question is to you. What are the agencies going to take, and what priorities are for the agencies in the sphere of technological development? Thank you, Elena, for this question. Yes, we are discussing this issue together with the National Bank, and we keep to the principle of balanced regulation. We seek that the new technologies develop comfortably, but still we have some priorities. We have concluded some meetings with the experts as to how to create the surveillance, and we're working at the reserve requirements and other prudential normatives. We said about the surveillance, we are a flagship in this sphere. I'm in our financial sector, and we have new tasks and objectives. We need to transform into a digital regulator. I'd like to dwell upon subtech. We are creating the surveillance technologies and created a special department which creates these surveillance technologies. We use the algorithms of artificial intelligence, and it is necessary that because the data is increasing exponentially, and we need to process more and more information. Over 10 or 5 years, there was an increase of data, rapid increase of data, and the necessary conditions from the digital transformation and innovation in the agency. We believe that these are staff and infrastructure and technologies. And as far as staff members are concerned, we are in close collaboration with the universities, and we're close in collaboration with the scientific community. We test new technologies. Several times we tested the algorithms of artificial intelligence in order to carry out the surveillance activities that they are used for transactions, etc. As far as the digitalization of surveillance, we have a special stress testing and special activity for that. We are creating a surveillance super software, a super application And there will be a passport of financial organizations will be the basis for the consolidated surveillance. So these and other elements of surveillance practices will be transformed into the digital format by and by. And because the surveillance is becoming more complicated, it is no longer possible to work in Excel or Word to carry out some surveillance procedures that will be in line with modern environment. And in order to enlarge the sphere of analysis, we need digital solutions. As far as infrastructure is concerned, together with the National Bank, we are currently ratifying the strategy of digital regulator. This is done by the National Bank and the agency. Binur Nurlaevich is dealing with this issue closely, and we have a synergy, we are glad. And now we'll be conforming to the requirements of the architecture. As far as the technologies are concerned, we need some calculation facilities, and now we are discussing this with the National Bank. As far as the technologies, last year within the project AQR, we started to develop the risk metrics. We created the internal consultative report. We as regulators need to use scientifically based approach, and on our website you can find our reports and research. We have done one internal report in which we analyzed more than 100 algorithms of machinery-assisted learning. We have assessed factors and risk drivers, the risks, and it will facilitate the procedure of regular AQR. These are the major things for the development of subtech, and we are going to keep to the principles of balanced regulation so that the digital financial assets are properly implemented in the financial sector. Thank you. Timur Bekijanovich, another question. In the context of our today's session, what do you think? Shall we be able to pass from the subject surveillance to the surveillance based on services, especially in terms of protection of the rights of clients? Within the framework of the development of a new law, we are going to introduce the behavioral surveillance. In fact, we are providing banking services, and this is important. It is important that the users and the clients, the users of financial services, know what they are going to buy. And it was mentioned by the President, we need to develop the financial literacy of the population, and this issue is on top of agenda currently. Thank you very much. The next question, Renata Moldavich. The next question is to you. You as a financial center Astana, you are on the front of the development of Kazakhstan, and there is a news that Binance of Kazakhstan has acquired the full BINA license, and now you can act as broker-dealer and provide the services for keeping the digital assets. And the pilot project was finalized that lasted a year and a half together with the Kazakhstani banks of the second tier and the crypto stock. And this project is over, as far as I know. Could you share the outcomes of these projects, and what are the prospects of extending this, of replicating this project throughout the territory of Kazakhstan? So the goal was to create a complex legal and normative environment for the turnover of digital assets. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I'm glad to welcome all of you here. Elena Leonidovna, good morning. Thank you for this question again. I'll comment upon it a little bit broader. The International Financial Center Astana is the jurisdiction according to the choice. No one is obliged to work for the center, and we are competing with jurisdictions in the Middle East and Asia, and we have to be very flexible. And as to our regulation it is made according to the services we have special licenses for deposits, for loans, and various other licenses. The model is operational because it allows us to create the whole out of details. And as to the working with clients and other things, it all depends on the services that are provided. And in this respect, it is easier for us to be innovational and look at new ideas. Since 2018, as a center, we accept virtual assets and digital assets, but there was a breakthrough when we launched the project together with the National Bank, and it allowed the institutes that got the license for the so-called crypto stock to become fully operational. And in the sandpit, they are going to implement. Over the 3 years, the transactions for more than 2 million were carried out, and now there are more than 500 million of such transactions. Two sites, so all of them were in the sandpit, and two of them now became separate, and they augmented for more than 120-30%, and the prospects are even greater. And the majority of Kazakhstanis are on the unregulated sites, so they have crypto.
Огромный потенциал, это еще не говоря о тех, кто даже не знает про эту индустрию. Я думаю, следующим, ну и вот, соответственно, после завершения пилота мы разработали еще нормативные.
They have crypto wallets, and now we are going to develop a new media for tokenization, the issuing of coins. And the next stage of the development will allow to make some assets the market tradable in the market, which is not accessible to many others. Or if this is a business center, it can be tokenized and will become a tool of trading, which will establish the market value, the market price in the market. And so the tokenization is something, the tokenization of real-world assets is currently being discussed. As to chain and crypto actives, now we have artificial intelligence developing, and it is introduced into many, it is becoming a base for many services and gives a new impetus. And in our regulatory environment, we also introduce assets, we train our own, not to say artificial intelligence, but on the GPT basis, but we train this artificial intelligence for it to be able to answer more questions. And now we obtain sensible answers, sensible responses in 80% of cases. When we reach 95, we'll drive it to the market. As a financial center, initially our innovations were targeted at our exchange
облачные сервисы, они
As to cloud services,
мода на это прошла, но на самом деле
now they are not as fashionable as previously, but the infrastructure itself is a very good solution which make the infrastructure sustainable. And our stock exchange, when there were no links, but nevertheless, the trade system was launched in the cloud, and our clients could trade, and though they had no access to the network. So in the cloud system is a more solid factor. And I must say about a few words about application called Tabiz. And in order to reduce the threshold for other markets and increase access for the retail and make more inclusive of make some financial services more inclusive, this is all due to Tabiz. And we took part in the IPO, Kazmunegas, but if the general sum was more than 180 billion via Tabiz, there was only 1 billion. If we look at the numbers, if in IPO there were 74,000 people via Tabiz, there were less, but this is all about the inclusiveness. We are developing Tabiz further, and it has a high potential. Thank you, Renat Almudayevich. This is a very interesting topic. I should like to develop it. This is good that there is such a good application which is available to many people, but all of us, we all live in a single country, and it is no secret for the brokers and dealers within the framework of their license. They cannot perform deals with the digital assets and also even with the derivatives of the digital assets, because according to the legislation, they are not a financial tool. This is an absurdity, in fact. And on behalf of the participants of the market, there was a proposal to our regulator so that we resolve this issue finally. And probably the participants that are very proactive in the Astana Financial Center could implement this within the framework of their usual broker activity. And we should think of brokers to be able to work with the unbacked digital assets. Such operations, such transactions are allowed only to qualified investors, but nevertheless we should deal with the innovations tested by the financial center. We need to replicate them in the Kazakhstani market and make them available to all the users of financial services. And this transition is very important. Dr. Bekulovich, you as a national bank representative, how could you outline this transition, and in what way the tools that have proved their reliability and moderate risks and the ways of their limitation, how they should be replicated and be applicable to in the general Kazakhstani market? Thank you Thank you very much for this question. This is a good question. We often think that unbacked assets, digital assets, are attractive from the investment points of view. As a regulator, I must say that they are they're highly volatile, and we should be aware of high risks, and our users should be aware of high risks. And you mentioned that there shouldn't be a regulatory arbitrage between the two financial markets. And in order to avoid this regulatory arbitrage, we are just trying to find out what we can do. The Astana Financial Center structure will develop and will, for example, there will be crypto exchange offices in the Republic of Kazakhstan via which people will be able to buy and sell crypto assets. But what crypto assets? Most probably all of them. But as to the Astana Financial Center is concerned, we are going to provide assets, and probably in Kasia Stock Exchange there will be also traded, not to create several stock exchanges and many participants, but to focus on a group of participants and allow people to buy and trade crypto assets. But they need to be aware that these are very volatile assets. And we need to be aware of what is the profit in this case. And there should be a balance between the existing practices, and we should create a situation when everyone in the Republic of Kazakhstan be able to trade digital assets, and we need to create a digital token at the Kasia Stock Exchange or whatever. It will depend on what people prefer, and we must create a site of opportunity, or a pool of opportunities regulated by 3 regulators in order to avoid arbitrage within the framework of some objective thinking of some people. And in fact, the participants should not feel that the market of Kazakhstan is more regulated or less regulated. There shouldn't be a digital flight from one side to another. Now we are developing a draft, and as soon as we have it, we'll coordinate it with the participants of the financial market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, dear Salvador, Mr. Salvador, next question to you. As we know, Visa is one of the largest financial technical company especially in terms of overall market cap, and we can call it a pioneer in digital payments, at least in our country, for sure. So please, could you share how you see the development of the financial technical market in the region, Central Asia, and including Kazakhstan, and what are the key factors that determine the development of financial sector in Kazakhstan? And if you have noticed some differences from other countries in the region, and additionally, how do you visualize the role of our Eurasian players in the competing environment, and especially the new startup companies? How do you feel yourself as a giant company in this complex, competitive environment? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Elena, for the question. I hope I will be able to address your question with a few slides. I promise I won't take a lot of time. We prepared some slides to also illustrate the aspects that you are raising. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the distinguished panelists here, esteemed co-panelists, for this opportunity. For Visa, it's very special to be here in this first Central Asia FinTech Summit. And Central Asia is a very important place for Visa around the world. We see a lot of developments that I will mention briefly that are catalyzing a lot of the innovation and the FinTech development. We have our hub for Central Asia in Almaty, so needless to say, I'm going to be referring primarily to Kazakhstan, but we see a lot of opportunities, a lot of transformation happening across Central Asia. And I would like to illustrate my comments to begin with around three important buckets where we have seen a lot of important milestones in Kazakhstan. Financial and digital infrastructure. You were just talking about digital assets, but let me put a higher level perspective. What Kazakhstan has built in the past few years is a very significant, very solid financial and digital infrastructure. Digital ID is an important component. I will elaborate more why digital ID is so important. In the payment space, we have a very strong partnership with the National Bank, with the National Payments Corporation, and we see a very clear desire to create national sovereignty, more resilience in payments, but in the spirit of a public-private partnership, which for an American company like Visa is very important. We have been participating also in some of the CBDC developments, and we see beyond payments very clear foundation, as I said, digital ID, e-government, broadband internet. So that's a very solid foundation for fintech development. If we go to the two variables, basic variables around financial inclusion, access and usage, very impressive milestones. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the statistics that most of you know, just highlight some key indicators, KPIs, and starting with the financial inclusion aspect, doubling in 1 decade the access of the population to bank accounts, the level of access to mobile technology, internet, and e-government services, which are quite widespread. So we see a very important infrastructure access component there. And on usage, we have a very significant cashless development with almost 90% of retail payments being digital these days. A big chunk of the volume that we see in payments is already mobile and internet-based. E-commerce has increased significantly. I refer to 3x3 because in the last 3 years, it has increased by threefold, the penetration of e-commerce in retail trade. And the digital ID component is also a very important aspect, also increasing 4 times if we see the level of usage in the last 3 years, which together brings the concept of digital public infrastructure. Allow me to pose the question, how many of you have heard about DPI as a concept? If you can raise your hand just to give me an idea. So I don't see that many hands, but it's an important concept in the global policy circles. The G20, the World Bank, IMF, United Nations are increasingly talking about DPI around 3 components: the payments layer, the digital ID layer, and the data exchange layer. These are the foundations for a society to really bring a more rapid, accelerated digitization. And you can see the quote there. There are 2 important quotes that I want to share here because that is a critical aspect for digital transformation in the future. That is where the policy focus is increasingly focused. And we believe Kazakhstan is a global best practice. And what you have achieved in the last few years is a model for the rest of the world because of the 3 components that you have developed. And we are in the process of documenting this experience with a paper through CSIS, the Center for Strategic International Studies in Washington, D.C. Within a month, hopefully during the Washington annual World Bank IMF meetings, we will be presenting this study. And this graph depicts the success story in comparison with a sample of countries that we chose because they have been reference for DPI. Countries like Brazil and India are leading in terms of the global understanding, but we believe Kazakhstan is in that level, right, where you can see the growth in digital payments. These are public figures, sometimes hard to compare. We're using World Bank figures with national figures, So take them with some grain of salt, but it gives you a very clear depiction of how Kazakhstan has been closing the gap with very advanced countries in terms of digitization. So why we are so excited about Kazakhstan? Because it's this success story. The foundations are there, and as a global technology payments company, we want to work closer with the ecosystem. And here we have three key stakeholders for us. The government, needless to say, and I mentioned that, is driving, it's creating an enabling environment for fintech development, digitization in general. And I just highlight three concrete initiatives that the National Bank and the National Payments Corporation are driving. As I said before, we have a very strong partnership, and we will continue working in these projects. With our client banks, we are testing a lot of the new solutions, new services under a very new operating model. So the national switch in Kazakhstan pose challenges for if I may allow, for US payments networks, because we are not used to operate like that, but we realized that there was a possibility of coming together and put together a new partnership. And thanks to that partnership, be able to continue providing value-added services, anti-fraud, AI-based solutions that we are developing that wouldn't be possible if we wouldn't have that partnership with the government. On digital assets, what we were mentioning before, last week we just announced also a new tokenization asset platform. So we put it also under disposal of our clients in Kazakhstan. We will see a lot of acceleration in digital currencies, and we want to be part of that move. We are not only cards. In this world, to be effective as a payments company, you have to be multi-rail, be able to participate in all type of payment platforms. And needless to say, fintech partners are very important for us, for our client banks. In Kazakhstan, it's interesting to see the level of development, of technology development in the banking services. And probably you take it for granted, but it's not like that in the rest of the world. The level, and with my colleague, Jean, I was just testing yesterday how you are paying parking from your banking app. In very few countries, you have the integration of banking apps with government services. That's the story behind the paper. And this is a unique opportunity to continue developing new services. Fintechs have that testing ground, which is very powerful, and create different use cases depending on what are the needs of end users, and more importantly, use Central Asia as a platform for international expansion. We believe here are some names from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, from Tajikistan, fintechs that are moving beyond their national borders and bringing a lot of very interesting products and services. We want to enable that success coming from Central Asia. So I hope, it took me a while, it took me a few slides, but I hope I gave you an idea how we feel about Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, Салвадор. Очень интересно.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Salvador. Very exciting, interesting presentation and slides. And we have noticed that Kazakhstan's position in the world is quite high, and we hope to preserve and save and stay on this level and this base, which creates positive ground for cooperation between the government and the business. And to continue this discussion, I would like to ask the next question to Mr. Mike. Last year, under the framework of the meeting of our head of state, Mr. President Tokayev, with the management of company, MasterCard company, you have created a certain agreement about digital country partnership. Could you please share and tell us more about what's happening after this agreement was executed? What efforts and what input was completed by MasterCard to create development in the financial markets and financial technology in our countries? And what's your future expectations in this area? And the second subject, all of these digital and financial services, they also allow for fraud to happen. What can MasterCard provide in this area to prevent fraud?
Thank you very much for the question, Yelena. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, good morning. It's a great honor to meet and address you today alongside such esteemed leaders of the Kazakhstan financial sector. It's my first visit to Almaty, and I'm thrilled to be here, and hopefully it's the first of many, although I think next time I'll try and make sure I get a flight that gives me more than 2.5 hours sleep before I appear on a panel. As general sponsor of the event, MasterCard is very proud to support a platform that aims to facilitate knowledge exchange among key players in the fintech space, both within Kazakhstan and beyond. We have and continue to witness the remarkable progress Kazakhstan has made in the digitization of payments, with non-cash payments now comprising 89% of total transactions. This positions Kazakhstan as one of the leaders on a global scale in non-cash economy development. In digitizing government services, Kazakhstan ranks among countries renowned for their digital advancements, including Estonia, Finland, South Korea, Singapore, USA, and Japan. Reflecting on our digital country partnership that was signed in September 2023 as part of the meeting with His Excellency President Tokayev, we recognize the potential it holds for the transforming the digital economy. This 5-year framework, with the Ministry of Digital Development of Kazakhstan as the partner and focal point, is not just a collaboration, it's a commitment to growth and innovation. We especially value our close collaboration with the National Bank of Kazakhstan and all the key government agencies as we continue delivering on the pillars of the Digital Country Partnership, which include expanding MasterCard's office in Kazakhstan as a regional hub, supporting Kazakhstan's e-government model, digitizing payments across various sectors, promoting IT exports, and supporting agendas of development of e-commerce, smart cities, tourism, cybersecurity, fraud, and financial literacy. So what have we achieved in the partnership so far? To give an example, in September 2024, we celebrated 1 year of partnerships with Almaty Tourism Bureau, Kazakh Tourism, and Visit Astana, where MasterCard provided a big data platform and analytical insights on the tourism sector development. We believe this collaboration will help tourism authorities drive efficiencies and savings through targeted marketing and optimizing their tourism strategies. We're particularly proud of our fruitful collaboration with the National Bank of Kazakhstan on the national payment system development projects, including the domestic switch, real-time payments, open banking, digital tenge, and a number of others. In November 2023, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the national currency, MasterCard launched the first digital tenge card with the Eurasian Bank, which instantly made digital tenge usable globally wherever MasterCard is accepted, and marking the first CBDC card in the Eurasian region and opening up a number of potential new use cases. At MasterCard, we're constantly working on introducing new payment innovations and new products in the market, such as the LM service for fast international money transfers with Forte Bank, which enables customers to quickly and affordably send money to bank accounts, or the launch of the ecological Araldi Sakta payment card with Freedom Bank Kazakhstan, offering cashback to support the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. We also place great emphasis on improving market transparency by collaborating with key fintech stakeholders to publish and support insightful reports and research. such as the joint Kazakhstan Digital Payment Trends report with the National Payment Corporation, and the Kazakhstan Fintech Market Report, which is actually available on our stand in the foyer today. These efforts empower all participants to make informed decisions and drive innovation together. To promote knowledge sharing and advance Kazakhstan's digital assets and e-commerce ecosystems, in March 2024, we hosted MasterCard Blockchain Day in Almaty and organized the first Central Asian e-commerce forum in September last year, bringing together over 300 delegates across 6 countries. We also believe that equipping professionals with the right skills is fundamental to sustaining the growth of the fintech ecosystem in Kazakhstan. As part of the digital and financial literacy pillar in the Digital Country Partnership, we launched the MasterCard Fintech Lab at ALMAU University together with the National Payment Corporation, and the first e-commerce school for student startups in partnership with the Ministry of Science and Higher Education in Kazakhstan. Through the MasterCard Academy, we continue to provide training for the banking sector with our MasterCard Excellence in Payments program and providing education on fraud trends and cyber resilience. In conclusion, the Digital Country Partnership is more than just an agreement. It's a shared vision for a prosperous future, for a digital future in Kazakhstan. Together, we are laying the groundwork for a vibrant fintech ecosystem that will drive economic growth and create opportunities for all citizens. As we continue on this journey, MasterCard remains committed to leveraging our global expertise to support Kazakhstan's digital ambitions. We look forward to insightful discussions and presentations today, and we are eager to continue our work together in advancing Kazakhstan's digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting. We have an interesting interaction with those who represent the international payment systems, and we are looking forward to a partnership. But let us come back to the topic of our panel session. This is the issue of regulation and innovations. And after what we have heard, I'd like to ask a question maybe to all, but at least to our regulators. What do you think? Fintech is fintech? Well, fintech is a non-regulated organizations, and the payment organizations are not the financial organization. This is a paradox. What is the future of regulation? We need to approach the regulation of fintech towards the banks. There should be a reciprocation, or should we slow down the regulations of banks? Should we liken the regulation of banks because it is no longer actual? This is the question to our regulators, please. You and Timur. This is a good question. What is fintech? Everyone asks, and well, fintech is not only a financial organization. This is a participant of. It provides all other services that outside the limits of the present regulators. If fintech provides financial services, it should go under the whole regulation, because globally we are concerned about the financial stability and acting in conformity with the clients and users. We should protect their interests. Talking simple, if the bulb is destroyed, and so we will not regulate all, but we'll regulate the organizations that provide financial services, payment, and other money-related services or other financial assets that we are currently discussing. We should regulate. Should we make the banks free from regulation? Thank you for the question. What to regulate and how to regulate? So far, we didn't have a uniform answer. What to regulate? Should regulate banks less? But this is not a brand new question, and we have made a limit as to the investment into the regulating companies. And several years ago, we started to work on this issue. Of course, we have some more initiatives that we will lay aside for the Congress of Financiers of Kazakhstan. Talking widely, we cannot regulate just everything, and the agency, as an agency of financial regulations, for the banks to be sustainable and for them to develop, we have already made this step forward and will be working on this, but financial stability is a priority. Yes, we have something we still have something to discuss. We'll hear a lot at this forum, but we are going to have further discussions. And next year, it is necessary for all of us to develop a new law on banking activities, what issues it will cover. This is something that we are going to discuss further. Dear participants, our time is up, and I'd like to make some conclusions. We were talking about the sustainable financial ecosystem. This system is essential for all, for the users, for the regulators, and the players at all in all the spheres. And in order to increase innovations and to make them sustainable, it is necessary to make the regulation and surveillance be at the same level of technological development as the providers of services. So this is the token of development, and the task is clear. We need to act. I'd like to thank our panelists for this very interesting discussion. And now, well, I believe that it will make a proper tuning for our further discussions with this. Please accept my thanks for all the presentations. So let us clap to our speakers. This was very interesting for us, and we sincerely believe that we have made a good start. Let us support our speakers by applause. Now we are getting down to the next presentation. The presentation will be devoted to the implementation of digital technologies by the National Bank. The floor goes to Mr. Zhelenov, leader of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, head of the National Bank. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome at the first digital summit, and we are glad to see you here. We are going to discuss all the issues for the further development of digital market, and I'm sure.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you for coming for our hostile country. I wish all the panelists and participants fruitful discussions and interesting panels, and we hope that we together will develop some practical, interesting decisions to further implement to develop our regional collaboration and fintech market. Дамы и господа, позвольте представить вам концепцию.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the concept of the digital national bank, but I'll make a small deviation. The financial market of Kazakhstan is not the main driver, but this is a role to play for other actors. And we are among the world leaders, as that has been mentioned, and the mobile applications have become the major interface for getting not only financial services, but the state services for shopping and many other things. And we can say that the whole life cycle from formalizing the bank account to all the services is digitalized, and it became possible due to the talents and the entrepreneurship of the participants of the market. And in order to implement it in full, we should provide the dynamic and open, transparent competition. And for this competition to work, there are two factors. This is proactive and innovation regulation, and interbanking and payment infrastructure. Both aspects are developed by the National Bank during the first year of independence. Today we have a sustainable banking infrastructure in which we process all the 87 non-cash payments of our republic. All the services, all the payments, all the pensions is processed by the payment systems of the National Bank. This is the artery of our economy. On the basis of a center that help the financial institutions remotely, we process more than 2 million requests annually, which makes our economy more inclusive. We develop many services and systems, which I am going to describe further. On the whole, it is not the case when we stop and rest. We know what our international colleagues are doing, but I must say that digitalization is not only transforming the services into the digital remote format, but it changes the whole market. Now, banks are not only banks, but they're big digital systems, service and electronic commerce and many other things, and the borders between many things they no longer exist. We have high turbulence, active development of artificial intelligence, and these are the requirements and there are new requirements to the financial regulators and the providers of services in order to provide financial stability. We have looked at our foreign partners, the world central banks. I must say that among the major trends are the everyday introduction of national digital currencies, so-called CBDC. More than 70 countries have introduced local payment systems for the processing of payments. They introduce the technologies of machine-assisted learning and artificial intelligence, and among priorities is the implementation different initiatives to protect the public and the users from fraud. And looking at this digitalization, there are two vectors. The first is the digitalization of our own, banking processes. And the second vector, more digitalization services provided to other structures. We follow both directions and introduce innovations. So this is the ideology of the digital national bank. This is the digital ecosystem of the national regulators, which will be developed in 5 directions. I'm going to describe them further, but the main idea is very simple. We need to become digital. We need to digitalize our own processes and give an impetus to the digitalization. This is no easy task, and we have actively developing financial market, which implies new risks. And for us as a regulator, we need to create some we need to look at some other things. Let me describe every trend. The first one is national digital financial infrastructure. On the basis of interbanking payment systems, we are going to develop human-centric system. The idea is simple. This is the client who will become the main drivers of the competition, but not the terrorists, but the client itself. And for this, we are introducing many systems. The first one is API platform. For example, this is interbanking transactions and QR payments. The second service is the possibility from your request to collect all the services provided by other banks at your request. And this platform is involves all the national banks, the second-tier banks. As to the digital tenge, this is the third form of the national currency. This is smart money that can be programmed for various tasks. And this year we have introduced several scenarios. In June this year, we launched the first tranche of the digital tenge to finance the digital transfers, by which can control the digital payments. And now we are working with our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance in order to organize control of investment, subsidies, and many other services. And now we are launching also the VAT, digitalized VAT, which will enable people to return, the entrepreneurs to return VAT in proper time frame. That's what we are going to tell you at another Congress. Then the card switch, organized together with MasterCard and UnionPay. We are going to localize it and to make all the card transactions be processed within the country. The fourth project is the National Anti-Fraud Center, launched this year. It is a collective immunity of financial markets. This platform unites the financial regulators and other parties, and as it was mentioned here today, more than 500 million tenge. So we help to prevent the fraud of the amount of 500 million tenge, and we also apply the technologies of artificial intelligence technologies. And of course, we have already existing national payment systems. We are involving such technologies as liveness, and we are introducing ISO international standards. So there are many technical innovations for the stable and safe work of the whole payment system. I must reiterate that the idea is not to compete with the second-tier banks and the participants of the financial market. As a national bank, we do not counteract with the end users. We create the scenarios for all the actors to create up-to-date fintech services, and in this way we are going to ensure the guaranteed growth of our field. Active introduction of subtech. In our everyday work, the regulators have to deal with a great amount of information, reports, media, and the information from other sources. And so they are seeking to protect many things, and in order to effectively implement this work, many regulators use machine-assisted learning and artificial intelligence. Some people already develop some super platforms which will unite many things. Along with this platform, we are going to develop other information systems. The goal one is to reduce the costs of regular reporting, And the second goal is to make the whole system more proactive and efficient. Here we are not talking only about servers and technical facilities. We are talking about the culture and the approach to managing assets. And for this we are creating the factory of data which can digitalize the whole range of data pertaining to reports and whatever with the application of AI and machine-assisted learning. The idea is simple: to collect data only once, process them properly, to consolidate them, and then the report will be made based on this, and it will increase our potential, and there will be a special keynote session devoted to this. All this is impossible without the solid technological, sustainable technological infrastructure. As it was mentioned already, we cannot digitalize anything if we cannot digitalize ourselves, and we are going to use platforms in digitalization of our own processes. There is a consolidation of various information systems into single complex platforms. Another aspect and important aspect is a transition to a conceptually new technology of calculations. We are going to create our prior to personal clouds, which will help us in making calculations. It will not only address the challenges of today, but such things as AI and other things. Any of these initiatives is impossible with a good team. Manpower is a key to everything. And as it was mentioned here, we are focused on changing the approaches to how the project is implemented. The digital bank is not only an umbrella, but this is the changing paradigm and approaches. Our task is to create a motivated and goal-aware and aware of its goals team to implement all the projects successfully. The digital national bank is not a thing in itself. Our goal is to create a collective movement of all the financial market. We need to give an impetus to all the innovations to create the safe financial system of the country. We are calling upon you to join us. We have presented this strategy of digitalization to make it public, to obtain the maximum feedback, so that the final strategy that we are going to ratify should take on board your vision as well, and I do hope that all together will succeed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Медиа цифрлық трансформация саласы біздің еліміздің экономика үшінде ең маңызды тақырыптардың бірі деп айта аламыз.
А сейчас позвольте перейти к докладу, посвященному презентации первой электронной торговой площадки по продаже банковских и микрофинансовых активов. И с большой честью приглашаем презентовать площадку председателя Агентства Республики Казахстан по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка Абылкасымову Мадину Ярасыловну, а также Умаров Руслан Женисович, генерального директора ТО «Первое кредитное бюро».
Сондай-ақ также на сцену приглашаются представители финансового рынка, член правления, председатель правления АО «Евразийский банк» Сатиева Лязат Адиловна.
А также член правления, заместитель председателя правления АО «Народный банк Казахстана» Боданов Айвар Жиреншевич.
Уважаемые гости, участники Central Asia Fintech Summit, я рада приветствовать вас на торжественном запуске первой цифровой платформы по продаже стрессовых активов. Стратегическая важность вовлечения стрессовых активов в экономику Казахстана была подчеркнута в послании главы государства народу Казахстана в прошлом году. В 2022 году был принят закон, в соответствии с которым были созданы условия для возникновения рынка стрессовых активов на рыночных условиях. Стрессовые активы было разрешено покупать частным инвесторам, включая иностранных инвесторов. Кроме этого, был предусмотрен специальный режим налогообложения, который создает равные условия для всех участников рынка. Был создан институт сервисных компаний, а для продажи стрессовых активов был определен период в 3 года для нахождения на балансах банков и у дочерних организаций банков по управлению стрессовыми активами. В реализацию поручения главы государства в июне текущего года наконец был принят закон, который устанавливает обязательную продажу стрессовых активов через цифровые платформы, которые должны получить аккредитацию в агентстве по регулированию и развитию финансового рынка. Цифровые платформы станут ключевым инфраструктурным решением для рынка стрессовых активов. Этот шаг не только оживит рынок, но и усилит доверие инвесторов, сделав процесс прозрачным и доступным. Цифровые платформы помогают уменьшить асимметрию информации, предоставляя все необходимые данные для справедливого ценообразования и упрощения торгов. Они не только снижают транзакционные издержки за счет стандартизации процессов и документации, но и повышают качество данных через встроенные проверки и аналитические инструменты. В реализацию закона агентством приняты все необходимые нормативно-правовые акты, которые регламентируют порядок аккредитации таких цифровых платформ, правила проведения торгов на платформах, а также стандарты информационной и кибербезопасности. Сегодня я рада объявить о запуске первой цифровой платформы для торговли стрессовыми активами ДМАС. Данная платформа прошла процесс аккредитации в агентстве, включая тестирование систем информационной безопасности, проверку всех внутренних процедур и документов. Платформа ДМАС создана на рыночных условиях, без участия государства. Оператором данной площадки является первое кредитное бюро.
The first credit bureau is considered as a financial organization of Kazakhstan, the financial market of our country, and this is confirmed by the concern and interest in participation in this process. I would like to point out the very important role of our partners in adopting the legislation and launch of this organization, this international organization, the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, KPMG, our legal counsel, Dentons, and our technology, financial technology, the first credit bureau. Today we would like to launch the first trading on our platform. This is a very important step for development of our financial market to return assets into our economy and influence the development of our economy. So please, the floor is yours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to announce the launch, the startup of the platform operations, so-called DIM-AS. We call it nicely and politely dedicated to our famous singer, Mr. Dimash Kudaibergen. So we decided to name it according to his name. So the credit bureau, you probably know and familiar, it's a very popular agency and operating in our market. We provide a range of services, and we are quite larger than just a credit bureau. We are a Fintech company, and under this Fintech Summit we are gladly presenting one of our products available to the users. So the solutions that have been introduced, as it was mentioned by the Deputy Chairman, they must become transparent and open. Therefore, under our solutions have the main objective to be open and accessible. Today we are launching into the free ride, let's say, our platform, and we are developing together with the insurance sector data consortium regarding introduction of standards for Astana Financial Center, number 17, and we are the initiator together with the agency of financial regulation. Together we are working to improve, considering that the credit bureau is now has developed even larger than just a bureau. So I'm glad to be here. Let's see how the launch, the startup will be conducted, but we are prepared to accept your assets. And considering that the following years in the future we hope to accept better decisions, therefore to improve the platform, but I have no doubt that such platform is required. Please play the video.
Ролик включите.
Dear colleagues, good morning. On behalf of the Bank Society, I would like to announce the launch of the new platform for sales of stress assets. It's known and it's obvious we still have the stressful assets at the balance of the bank, and we are highly interested to return such assets back into the turnover and provide the benefits to our country. Moreover, the banks are highly interested to sell such assets in a very transparent matter. So on the behalf of our institute and the bank, I believe that all challenges and difficulties that will follow the project will pass by, and we will be very quick and efficient in implementation of what's remaining in the previous years in the new stress assets, and hopefully such platform will not be operational for a long time. But thanks to your decisions, we have the platform for sales. So Madina Yarasilовna, I celebrate and I congratulate you. In a very short period, we had this legislation accepted, and currently this is a very strong collaboration of the regulator and the financial market working together to provide this opportunity for. So greetings, dear colleagues, dear guests. We are actually standing at the threshold of the new stage, new era, which provides us with financial stability and the most important, transparency. It's very difficult for me to add more information to the previous reports. The only thing I would like to add is that everybody will have a benefit, will receive a benefit from application of this informational platform. We are highly interested, and those who are interested to purchase, to acquire such assets will receive full details of the information. The state will actualize the assets that are not active, distressed assets, and most importantly, we will receive our comfort and satisfaction from the processing and what colleagues have achieved. I would like to thank our regulator in the form of Madina Yerasilova, who have managed to combine the incompatible interests of the banking sector, the financial market, and the regulator. So I congratulate you, and I hope the platform will be operating and operational. We will receive the moral satisfaction. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our guests and our speakers. It's obvious that the electronic platform are capable to transform the work with assets in the financial sector, and hopefully the condition of the financial tools such as Dimash will improve the financial market in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, and under this Central Fintech Summit, there will be additional subject which will be highly important. This is digital currencies and trans-border payments. The moderator, Mr. John Vilisarius, who is in charge of Atlanto Limited. Shulpanku Perik Shulpankuch is deputy chairman of the bank. Deputy Chairman of the Egypt Bank.
Озан Онур, управляющий директор по Ближнему Востоку, Северной Африке, Турции.
Dear Ozan Onur, he's a managing director for Middle East, North Africa, Turkey, Caucasus, and Central Asia. Mohanty Sopindu, he's head of financial processes technology of Singapore.
Онлайн Бор Кадрута, советник управляющий инновационного хаба Банка международных расчетов.
Bon Kandruta, he's in charge of the Bank of International Transactions.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody that organized this event, and I know there's a lot that went into it. I'd like to thank the National Bank, the National Payment System Corporation, of course, as well for the organization and the invitation for being here. I want to start, first of all, with some opening remarks. And then what I'd like to do is go through sort of an introduction from everybody, and then go through a list of maybe questions later, if we have time, hopefully. First of all, what I'd like to sort of say is that the world is becoming more multipolar. Global and specifically regional financial markets are being reconfigured to address the inevitable fragmentation that we see in front of us. The advent of digital innovation, and a lot of what we've heard even up to now today, and also what's happening in the market, and the growth of digital currencies, specifically CBDCs, are acting as an enabler that is facilitating the development of new digital sovereign payment rails. These new rails, when extended beyond sort of national borders, have the ability to transform cross-border payments, which, when complemented by strong regional trade, can effectively reduce frictions, costs, and dependencies on third-party systems, networks, and currencies. Is this an opportunity, a threat, or both? Do we see CBDCs and digital currency solutions accelerating this fragmentation, or can they also be seen as a means to enable local, regional, inter and extra-regional reintegration with the global financial system? I think this is a very important point to explore. In this panel, we will look at the increasing pace of change in this area, look at the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead, and take a look at the future of how the financial world could look like in a few years' time. It's a great honor that I have been asked to moderate this panel, which we will cover in the following topics: use of digital currencies for the improvement of cross-border payments, regulation, system architecture, security, integration with the global financial system. We are extremely honored to have such an amazing panel here today to discuss these very important points. And I'd like to, first of all, just do a quick introduction of the panelists. First, I'd like to introduce sort of Deputy Chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Berek Shopalkunov. Then I'd like to introduce the Head of Financial Supervisory Technology Development Department of the National Bank of Georgia, Mr. Varlam Badnoitz. Then I'd like to introduce also the Assistant Sub-Governor of the Central Bank of Egypt, responsible for the digital licensing, Ms. Ola Gamal. Managing Director of the Middle East, North Africa, Turkey, Caucasus and Central Asia at SWIFT, Mr. Onur Ozan. And online, I'm not sure if it's working, so I'm going to hope that it is. We have a couple of panelists as well. Chief Fintech Officer at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, Mr. Sopnendu Mohanty. Sopnendu? Hopefully he's... Hi, Sopnendu. We also have the General Director of the Digital Currency Institute of the People's Bank of China, Mr. Mu Chengchun. And finally, last but not least, we have the advisor at the BIS Innovation Hub Strategy Unit, Ms. Godruta Bor, who's also online. Hopefully, everyone's there. Okay, I know Sapnendu, you have a hard stop, so I'm gonna respect sort of the time that you have as well. So I'd like to ask you to comment on some of these topics that we raised here in the introduction. And then I'll hand over to the remaining panelists and then go through a list of questions, hopefully if we have time.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Good. Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's sad I couldn't come there, but looking forward to the discussion. So let me frame it in a way that where we see the relationship between CBDC, cross-border payments, and the broader digital asset ecosystem. If I look at last 4 or 5 years of the journey central banks have played in this space, they have looked at this space in two distinct tracks. One is focusing on digital money, and the second one is around digital asset. When you look at digital money, there are essentially 4 kind of digital currency we look at. One is CBDC, which has got 2 parts, retail and wholesale. And the other 2 are tokenized deposit, which banks money in a tokenized form. And the 4th one is all about what we call as a well-regulated stablecoin. Now, this 4th set of currencies in this form have gone through a whole, I would say, a whole set of experiments around the world, regulatory considerations. And if you look at today around the world, there's a strong set of experiments going on CBDC. There's a strong set of regulatory discussion going around stablecoin. And if you take this 2 set of progress and you apply, there are essentially 2 clear use cases. One is cross-border payment. The second one is digital asset or tokenized of financial assets, or could be non-financial asset if you need to do. Now, when it comes to use case, my favorite example is cross-border payment. Why I say that? Because when we connect 2 payment systems across the border, there are few friction which causes today a price problem, a speed problem, and a settlement and dispute problem. So the use case we are looking at, can a wholesale CBDC solve the settlement problem, which can lead to a far more efficient cross-border exchange of money? And there are many experiments. I don't want to go in detail to that. It's all publicly available in the BIS website. But essentially, What we are trying to do here is that when we connect your domestic payment network between two countries, the settlement part can be done in a more efficient way to bring down the last mile cost structure of cross-border payment. In Singapore, over the last 3-4 years, we have been working very hard to connect our domestic network to different countries. We have brought down the cost of cross-border payment from, say, high 15% to now around 3 to 4%. But still, there is a last reminder cost to the payment network. And we believe that's the settlement cost. And if CBDC can be deployed by central banks to settle among themselves, that could lead to a further reduction of the cost of cross-border payment and can help to make the process more efficient. To me, that's perhaps the most practical, useful use case when it comes to CBDC. On the retail CBDC, I think the use case is still debatable because it depends on the market and the economy and the demographic of the country. In large countries where there is a last mile challenge on payment infrastructure, that could be a compelling argument to introduce retail CBDC as a direct central bank money to be used as a payment instrument. So that's the retail CBDC argument here. Now, on a commercial basis, there could be a case where the future of financial infrastructure is going to run on a different network. And on that network, we expect the existing financial instrument like bonds, equity, or any structure of the product, can it have a digital asset format, in a tokenized format? If that happens, you need a tokenized money. And I think in that condition, a bank-led tokenized deposit or could be a stable coin come as a very useful currency as a way to trade such assets on the global network. But and I think that piece is now going through its own experimentation pilot. There are many examples of pilots for digital bonds, equities, and you can see some success out there. But there are very fundamental issues which needs to be addressed there. And the issue here is the network itself. Today we have to rely on a private or public chains, but I think regulators may find it difficult to put financial asset on this unregulated network. There could be a case where regulators could come together and think about a interoperable, well-governed network. And Singapore is working in this space under a program called Global Layer 1. And the last bit on this is around stablecoin. Different regulators have different view here. My take is if it is well regulated and managed efficiently, this could be a very good alternate cross-border payment instrument. But that's to be seen, and market is still evaluating that use case for a stable coin. So that's a bit of a broad perspective on CBDC, retail CBDC, tokenized deposit, digital stable coin, and tokenized financial assets.
Thank you very much, Sapnendu. Thank you for giving us that insight, and couldn't agree more on the cross-border being the most useful use case. I think it's very, we see that a lot in terms of all the experiments and the projects and the pilots and the POCs that we've done over the years, and I think we're coming to that conclusion as well, I think, with regards to CBDC. Now I'd like to sort of shift over to Mr. Berik Shalpankulov and give us sort of a perspective from the National Bank of Pakistan on the topic of CBDC and cross-border.
Thank you for the questions. Хотелось бы отметить.
I'd like to mention the digital currencies of central banks for transpayments is the task not only for the future but for today. As you may know, many countries are actively implementing and testing them within the framework of joint projects, but also as part of bilateral projects and as aspects for the promotion of transborder issues. I'd like to mention three aspects. To what extent the economy is globally separated. There is an increasing speed of carrying out transactions. And there are more sophisticated chains of supply, which requires the programming of digital currencies. And we need to create more effective and independent systems of trans-border payments. Now Kazakhstan is coming to the digital tenge. We are part of the relevant project, and we have integrated with Visa and MasterCard. We raised the effectiveness of the application of digital currencies, and in order to promote digital currencies for trans-border transactions, we need to introduce regulatory principles. It is important to focus on internal regulation and the regulation of transactions between countries. As to internal rules, we are creating the bill according to which will position the digital tenge not as an alternative but as a fiat money. The second aspect is architecture and compatibility of systems. When creating our own tenge, we were thinking about the compatibility with the current solutions that had been already functioning, and we learned the practice or experience of other countries. The compatibility is the main issue for the trans-border transactions when we apply digital currencies. And another issue is the provision of liquidity. Who will guarantee or who will act as a guarantor of the transactions? And we need to negotiate bilateral options. We need to create the architecture of relations. I'm convinced that digital currencies in central banks can act as a catalyst in order to transform our financial systems. They open up new horizons in order to provide transparency, to reduce the costs of transaction, and they give way to new innovations that are necessary for the digital users, not the users of the past, but the users and clients who are focused on these services.
Thank you very much. And totally agree. I think that on the regulatory principles side, I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done globally on this topic, and it's very important to lay the foundation in order to have it fully legally recognized as a different format of money, but being in essence a digital fiat version of money. So I think, and a number of other aspects as well. I'd like to sort of move on now to Mr. Varlam Ebenoidze from the National Bank of Georgia to give us his perspective on this topic.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to participate in this inaugural Central Asia Fintech Summit and to talk about the most controversial topic in Fintech. So, by the way of introduction, I'm head of Fintech and Subtech Development Department within the Central Bank of Georgia. In a nutshell, what we do is regulatory-driven innovation, and we divide our activities into 3 layers. First layer is to be proactive in policy approach. The second layer is to build infrastructure, and here our strategic choice is to build infrastructure and experiment on the early stage experimentation of new technologies. And the third, since we are a small country, we don't have kind of demographic power to develop the fintech market is already concentrated. We count more and more on cross-country collaboration to build beyond Georgia fintech ecosystem. So as for the status quo of our CBDC project, in a nutshell, it could be characterized transitioning from why CBDC to how CBDC currently. Motivation, why we are doing this project and investing in it. We took a time to convince ourselves and actually deeply contextualize our motivations. And what helped really was to look at CBDC as to technology-driven innovation. So we made inventory of the promising features of underlying technology of blockchain, like programmability, tokenization, smart contracts, atomic settlements, and we mapped those technology features brought by new underlying architecture with the most relevant use cases for the Georgian context. And we got so-called bottom-to-up approach of our motivation. In my honest opinion, CBDC is technology-driven innovation and it has potential of disruptive innovation. And as every disruptive innovation, as Clayton Christensen, father of the theory, suggests, if you need to have it disruptive and really inclusive, you need to touch bottom of the pyramid. That's why we call it bottom-to-up approach. And then we have use cases. Then transparency feature of blockchain is helping with the more transparent government spendings. Georgian budget is quite socially oriented. Then we have use cases when merchant acquiring fees are decreasing because of retail CBDC. We thought about immigrant-rich population and cross-border transfers. So in the end, when we aggregate from bottom to up, we got quite a mix of motivations, ranging from competition, ending with transparency spendings, all linked with the technology features promised by underlying architecture. Also, we spent quite a time on thinking about early adopters of this CBDC. There is a framework called the value curve in business strategy, and it answers the question, what is valued by the consumer? And nowadays, when regulators try to drive the innovation, they sometimes miss the point of balancing between being solution-obsessed versus problem-obsessed. You need to think about real problems and real pain points of end user. And we use this framework in prioritizing short-term use cases, mid-term use cases, and long-term use cases of our retail CBDC project. For example, in short-term, we would prioritize use case of real estate acquisition based on smart contracts. Added value of this use case compared to the current alternative is quite visible. You don't need to build additional marketing strategy to get early adopters of this. In long-term use case, we would think about the Internet of Things use case, and even when different ecosystems are connected to each other. For example, Georgia is famous for its wine, and we have winery regions in Kakheti, in eastern part of the country. But the problem is insurance and the cost of the insurance and automation of the processes. In long term, you could think about the use case, then a small farmer, owner of the winery, has in its hand the smart contract connected to the objective weather forecast, BBC or CNN, and then risk event happens, simultaneously happening financial and non-financial transactions based on CBDC platforms. In long term, it's technology-oriented use case to be prepared for the future. But if you ask people in the streets of Tbilisi, out of 9 would say that it's not quite related to their real pain points today. In short term, what I mentioned about real estate acquisition is quite related to the added value of the real user as of today. So that was the strategy to prioritize use cases on the value curve framework and matrix. Also, we thought about the wider fit of our CBDC project with the fintech development strategy. Infrastructure is quite developed already. We don't need CBDC to replace current payment system infrastructure, but to bring something additional to the market. And we look at it as a platform for new entrants to unleash their creativity and to bring added value services into a redefined value chain of the architecture. The wine example or insurance automation example I've mentioned eliminates a lot of middlemen from the existing value chain, like paper-based assessment of the risk event, sending money from one bank via another to the recipient of the insurance policy. But on the other hand, it also brings another participants to this new value chain. You need someone who defines the smart contract interface for the small farmers, etc., etc. So we use this to have a platform for newcomers and new entrants in our quite competitive and concentrated sector, because I often say that Georgian banks have competitive advantage compared to the other incumbents in developed countries, because our banking sector is as young as our independence since the collapse of the Soviet Union. So their servers, their people, their processes are quite agile. They're acting like big fintechs, especially two banks like Bank of Georgia and TBC, both very good banks listed on London Stock Exchange. Both of them are expanding quite successfully regionally, including in Central Asia. But in these circumstances, our mission is even harder, to act as a disruptor for entry barriers, disruptor for new entrants. And that was our strategic fit thinking process of CBDC project with the wider fintech development strategy objectives. And I just want to add one point. I want to echo our colleague when presenting a new concept of Digital Central Bank of Kazakhstan. Binur mentioned that we strive to have the reality, then end user dictates the rules, not the ecosystem. And I think in times when we are transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, one of the lessons learned from Web 2 was that we need to avoid the reality that winner takes all, and platform-based and network effect business models bring not more inclusive, but different reality. And this technology, Web3-based technology, is perfect opportunity, in my opinion, for regulators to tackle this problem and make platform-agnostic business models more inclusive as a public good mandate of regulator.
Perfect, thank you. A few takeaways from me from that is, and I know we talked about this even yesterday, I like the why CBDC to how CBDC, I think is a very interesting sort of conclusion. And also the technology-driven innovation and the bottom-up approach, I think, driving sort of the disruption in the local market, and Georgia being a connector economy as well. I think it plays very well to that development of this platform, especially for cross-border. So thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Ms. Ola Gamal, over to you. Oh yeah.
So hi everyone, I'm very pleased to be with you here. So I'm not part of Asia, we are Africa, but we are happy to take part with you. In Egypt we are not very advanced, as to say, in the CBDC. I would say we are advanced in the digital banks. So this is an area where we achieved a good achievement. It all started with banks in Egypt going online more and more, having digital applications, and then we had a big boom for Fintech. It's a very large place, a very large, area in Egypt to boom for Fintech. So we still have, it's not yet saturated, but we have a big boom. And then the regulation, we came with the regulation for the digital banks, and we managed to give the first license for the first digital bank in Egypt that hopefully will operate in Q3 2025. And for the CBDC, we are in the preliminary phase. So we finished the feasibility study. It's part of our vision for 2030, for Egypt 2030. We are working with the Egypt Credit Bureau, with some national authorities, with some multinational institutions as well, to assess, when and how, and then. And I will echo, of course, what my colleague said, that it needs some work, So it's a very interesting journey, but it has its challenges, a lot of challenges. How it will impact the market, how it will impact the local currency, the scalability, all that. It needs to be studied, and definitely it needs a lot of work between countries, because if everyone will work in islands, how we are going to integrate at the end. So it needs a lot of harmonization between regulations. It needs definitely the technical platform to be, ready. And countries to coordinate together. So this is the situation in Egypt currently for the CBDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olakamal. I want to say, I think, I definitely agree on the needs work part. I think regardless of what others have done, you also need to understand it yourself and understand what the impact will be on your local market. The financial institutions, the attitude from the wider stakeholder community, but even more so when talking about cross-border, then there's a lot more collaboration that needs to be done. So an understanding of it internally is a very important thing. Thank you. I'd like to sort of pass over the mic over to Mr. Onur Ruzan from SWIFT to give SWIFT's view and your view on CBDC and cross-border.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. Still, I guess, although we well progressed in the day, but once again, it's an honor and a privilege to be here, and many thanks for the organizers extending their invitation. It's also an opportunity for me to highlight the viewpoints of the organization that I represent, which are also largely overlapping with my own personal views on the front of CBDC, what we have, how we see the evolution of the concept at large. And if the time allows, I would be really happy to come back and demystify some of the myths and realities of the frictions in cross-border payments, which has already been talked about a few times during the day. But let's see how the timer goes on. Now, John, you mentioned it, and it has been highlighted earlier by another colleague that the future is going to be multi-network. The future is going to be multi-network when it comes to our financial ecosystem. It is also going to be multi-layered, and CBDCs are going to be part of that fragmentation. Now, if we look at where we stand globally, we see that over 130 countries are experimenting, exploring CBDCs in different shapes and forms with different maturity levels, which already makes actually the concept a reality today. And if you read the reports of ONFIF, based on their research, 70% of those institutions have highlighted that in the next decade they would like to issue CBDCs in one shape or form. Now, I like reading white papers and documents. I sometimes question the percentages and numbers, but that's another debate by itself. Now, looking at where we stand with over 130 countries exploring CBDCs, we already see the fragmentation growing, because as the pace of that experimentation continues, we see that different shapes of CBDCs are being experimented on, wholesale CBDCs, retail CBDCs, on different technological platforms, IBM Hyperledger, Quorum, R3 Corda, etc., but also on different protocols and on different standards. So Ola used one word that I also like often using, that's an analogy, which is the digital islands. If we are going to see a reality where in the future different CBDCs are going to be issued in different jurisdictions for different use cases on different technological on different platforms, this is likely not going to help the industry sort out the initial problem statement that we have defined. So these digital islands have to talk to each other, because payments are cross-border, trade is cross-border. And this is, I think, where the viewpoint of my organization comes into play, because this is the role that we would like to play in that fast-changing financial ecosystem. So the journey of SWIFT has started a couple of years ago in the topic of CBDCs. It was, I think, year 2021. I'm not getting any younger, but I still remember a few things, where we first issued a white paper and looked at our potential role when it comes to rolling out CBDCs and scaling them. Then we moved on to, from this thought leadership to an execution, because as an organization we have that muscle of executing and making things real. This is where we have launched our sandbox, and we looked at the interoperability role that SWIFT can play, not only making CBDC platforms talking to each other, but CBDCs talking to the existing payment market infrastructures, be it RTGS, ACH, but also instant payment systems, which are also the new generation instant payment systems. And there's also a pace out there when it comes to roll out those mechanisms. So after this experimentation on the sandbox with 18 market infrastructures and commercial banks, we come to the conclusion that this is an experiment that we should continue, evolve, include more players, and include additional payment market infrastructures, which we have. In the second phase that we started in 2023, we now extended that reach from 18 institutions to 38 payment market infrastructures, central banks as well as commercial banks, across the regions from North America to UK, continental Europe, Far East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Central Asia, where actually National Payments Corporation has been there leading the charge and being on the forefront of this experimentation, where we looked at more sophisticated use cases, because interoperability, we have seen that it can be achieved. Now we wanted to look at certain cases where interoperating with the digital trade platforms. We looked at DVP. We looked at liquidity saving mechanisms, which is also an important area to focus on. And bottom line of this experiment, where we concluded these experiments in 6 months. Earlier this year, we published our reports, where we have said interlinking is a must. We need to make use of common standards, and there we are as an organization definitely relying on ISO 20022, which is gonna be the standard not only for cross-border, but it's also becoming quickly the reality when it comes to domestic payment systems, and we should really capitalize on this this standard. Single access points, because in a future where we have multiple networks and multi-layers, does it mean that we have to plug into all of those networks one by one? How is this going to impact the cost of integration? And that cost is going to be at one stage to be reflected on either on the institutions providing those services to their clients, or directly onto the clients, which is something that I think the clients wouldn't want to see, going back to dictating the rules, clients dictating the rules. So there you go. So what is next? And I think I conclude there. What is next for us is last week we have announced that 2025 is going to be the year for us to initiate the live trials. So I think we feel mature enough following those experimentation with the industry on sophisticated use cases. Now we feel mature enough to take it to the real world, sort out real world problems, and continue being the bridge, because I think this is where SWIFT is also uniquely positioned, continue being the bridge between the existing forms of money and the new forms of money. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that emphasizes the point very well. One part that I think you mentioned that resonates very much with me is I worked on many different CBDC projects over the last decade or so, and there's different technologies, different protocols, different standards, and we're building islands, and we need sort of the bridges to bring it together. Not only bridging sort of economies, but also bridging sort of these different payment systems and the different CBDC solutions that are being implemented, and thank you for emphasizing that point. I'd like to move over to our panelists that are on the call. I'd like to hand over to Mr. Mu Chengchun from DCI at the People's Bank of China. Hope you can hear us still, Mr. Mu.
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very honored to join the panel today, and thank you for the kind invitation. And of course, I would like to brief you our story of our CBDC. Actually, from the very beginning, we are facing up to the most important issue is the architecture design. So in 2016, we adopted the two-tier model, which is a very important step for us. In order to avoid or mitigate the disintermediation effect or risk, we are trying to keep all the traditional financial institutions in the CBDC issuance loop. And that's why we choose the two-tier model. So now we have 10 second-tier authorized operators, including all the big commercial banks, including the ICBC, the ABC, the BOC, the China, and also the CCB, Biocom, and China Postal Saving Bank, and China Merchants Bank, and Industrial Bank. And in the second-tier organizations, we also have included all the three big telecom operators, including the China Unicom, China Telecom, and China Mobile. And of course, there are two big, big techs, including the WeBank and the My Bank, which is the My Bank affiliated, which are the affiliated commercial banks of the two big techs, Alipay and WeChat Pay. So most of the big players in the private sector have been included in the second tier. So we have the largest, PPP program in our CBDC program. So that's the most important architecture design. The second issue we have to address, or we have to decide, is whether we take the token-based or account-based approach. And of course, we have decided that will take the hybrid model. Of course, in the hybrid model, we mainly focused on the account-based. So now the ECNY, our CBDC program, we can be compatible with token-based and also account-based. Of course, for the traditional financial institutions, their most valuable asset is their information or data of their customers. And of course, all those data actually are account-based. We cannot let them to abolish their advantages in terms of their data they already have, which are the account-based data. So although it's hybrid, we upgrade from pure account-based to a hybrid model, but mainly will be account-based. So all the traditional financial institutions can smoothly transit from their traditional account-based model to the new hybrid account-based model, which we call a broader account-based model. And the third issue we have to decide or address is whether we take the retail or wholesale approach. And finally, we decided we will have a universal account-based CBDC. So we actually covered both retail use cases and the wholesale use cases. We cannot, because the CBDC or the ECNY is a legal tender. All the transactions in the domestic markets or in the territory of China should be settled with the legal tender or the central bank money. So the CBDC should cover all the transactions, which are the universal. So the CBDC will be a universal payment instruments for both retail and wholesale transactions. And the fourth issue we have to decide is that is the legal system establishment and public awareness. Of course, innovation is never cheap. We actually devote us a lot of energy in the coordination of institutional coordination or departmental coordination, and we actually devote a lot of energy in that in those coordinations, because not all the idea could be easily adopted or accepted by all the participants in the market or in our own central bank. Of course, other than that, we adopted in the development and the deployment of our solution. We for the product design, we adopted a user-centered vision, and we have to have a overall vision for the product and align the vision with the CBDC strategy objectives, and also have to establish a memorable goals that the product aim to achieve, and also guiding the development process. After the product design and all the user-centered design, we will adopt an agile development strategy. So those are all our policy designs and detailed product and development designs. With all those efforts, now we have, as I said, we have 10 groups of authorized arbiters in the second tier, And of course, since end of 2017, upon the approval of the State Council, we began to work with all the private sector players in developing and testing the digital fiat currency system. And starting from 2019, we started our open pilot period. So with all those years development, we have covered 17 provinces at this moment and 26 cities in total. And of course, by the end of July 31st this year, the eCNY circulation achieved RMB 19.3 billion. The total transaction value, cumulative transaction value achieved RMB 7.3 trillion, and total transaction amount reached 2.2 billion, and 180 million wallets were opened via the eCNY app. Of course, with our system design, we have achieved the goal that avoid or mitigated the disintermediation effect or risk. The balance is only 55 per individual wallet and 618 per corporate wallet. Thank you very much. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mu. I think that's a significant achievement on a global basis to think in terms of all the CBDC projects that are out there, watching what's happening in China very, very attentively. And I'm sort of repeat a couple of points. I think that the two-tier model is definitely one that is predominated, I think, in terms of all of the implementations that are out there. And it's interesting that you've taken a hybrid approach and looking at both the wholesale and the retail. And I think many CBDC projects around the world either focus on one or the other, and this is definitely sort of a lot of merit in having addressing both of them, both the retail and the wholesale side of it. And thank you very much for sharing your observations as well. Now moving over to Ms. Kodruta Bor, BIS Innovation Hub. Over to you.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to participate in this event and to share the stage with so many distinguished panelists. So in my remarks, I would like to illustrate how we at the BIS Innovation Hub are working to improve cross-border payments with two distinct but complementary approaches, improving what exists and enabling the new. So in the first approach, we do tweaks and improvements to current systems. And here our flagship initiative, which Sobnendu alluded to, is Project Nexus, which standardizes the way fast payment systems connect to each other. So to really understand the magic behind Nexus, think that in today's world, there are about 75 instant payment systems. And if you were to connect them individually, this would require more than 1,900 connections. So to solve this, Nexus proposes a single hub in which countries can plug their systems to, adopting certain technical and governance requirements, similar a bit with how the Internet Protocol works. So in the past years, we have been pleased to work with 5 Asian central banks, including Monetary Authority of Singapore, to evaluate how the Nexus model works against the reality of their fast payment systems. And going forward, we are even more pleased to assist them in their journey towards live implementation. So now let me move to the second approach in which we enable the new and sort of bigger leaps. And in this space, CBDC feature high. So in the past 5 years of the BIS Innovation Hub, we have conducted several experiments with both retail and wholesale CBDC in a domestic and cross-border context. But for the purpose of my remarks, I will just focus on the wholesale CBDC in the cross-border space. And here I like to think about our projects as being part of 3 generations of projects. So the first one, which includes projects Jura, Dumber, and Bridge, they are our initiatives in response to the G20 efforts to improve cross-border payments. So these projects used a common platform upon which central banks issued a wholesale CBDC and exchanged it via large financial institutions. So these projects used different instruments, different use cases, different architectures and technologies, and demonstrated the technical feasibility of such common platforms. And on top of demonstrating the technical feasibility, they also provided a vehicle to understand the broader governance requirements and legal and regulatory aspects. Now, in the second generation of cross-border CBDC projects, they took some of the open questions from the previous projects and looked how technology can help address them. For example, to automate FX trading or to automate compliance procedures, which are an impediment in cross-border payments. And the third generation of projects is actually one project, in my view, is Project Agora, which is the most ambitious initiative of the BIS Innovation Hub. So Project Agora is the first one that combines central bank money in tokenized form and deposits, commercial bank deposits in tokenized form. So it is designed to be global and inclusive. We're working with 7 jurisdictions across the world and more than 40 private sector entities. So for now, in the interest of time, I will stop here and happy to follow up with questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kudruta. I know that the BIS has been involved in many projects. I've been involved in some of them myself with the BIS Innovation Hub, and building many of the bridges, I think, connecting all the different CBDCs that are CBDC solutions and the CBDC projects that are out there. I want to mention a few things and then maybe start with a couple of questions. I think my observation sitting here on the panel and obviously from all the experiences as well is that we're building islands through CBDC projects at the end of the day. But we're also building bridges to connect those islands. And I think that looking at sort of the stuff that our panelists like SWIFT and BIS and many others that have been involved on this topic, we're seeing the connectivity of these different CBDCs together. And hopefully this is sort of, we are reconfiguring global finance, but we are also reversing this fragmentation, and hopefully that ends us up in a better place. I'd like to maybe start with a question, and it's question time now. So I'm going to get to the questions, and hopefully we have enough time to cover at least one or two. The first one is I would like to sort of ask Mr. Berik Shumpakulov about sort of, with Kazakhstan being a regional gateway, is there a role for the digital tenge to be the means of settlement for the digital Silk Road?
I'd like to mention that the Silk Road project, the name itself carries in it the initiative. So this is the possibility or the way to transborder transactions, as you have mentioned. Kazakhstan is one of the initiators, and we have been successful already. And our decision on CBDC and its gearing to the Silk Road, it's the opportunity to carry out transborder payments between partners. That's our position.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask maybe Mr. Varlam from Georgia. Georgia sits at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. Is there a role for Georgia to facilitate not only the flow of goods, but to facilitate the settlement using sort of digital currencies? Maybe over to you.
I think this underlying technology of CBDC gives opportunity of window, not only for Georgia, but for the whole region. I'm keeping citing this quote recently by Digital Euro project board member when in European Parliament devoted hearing to Euro's 25th anniversary. He said following, in 25 years, we trade without any barriers in the EU. We trade everything, but when it comes to paying for this trade, euro in 25 years arrived nowhere. And I think the technology behind CBDCs have kind of disruptive potential to automate and streamline the processes of trade finance in the region. And first time it might be then technology is driving the real economy and actually accelerates and motivates rather than vice versa, what we know in the history. And that's why we need to frequently talk about not only middle corridors potential as a new trade route of physical goods and services, but we need to talk about underlying financial infrastructure to accelerate this positive trend in the real economy. And I believe this technology and interoperability taken into mind has enormous potential to accelerate ongoing positive trend in real economy. I think the IS Innovation Hub is doing a great job by experimenting in projects like Cambridge and Agora, and those projects are perfect analogy to bring in our region for streamlining the cross-border cooperation.
Mr. Nur, Ozan, can you give us a couple of, give us a perspective on the friction points in cross-border payments, and are CBDCs the solution to it all?
Thank you for the opportunity. Look, SWIFT is not the only player in the world facilitating cross-border account-to-account and account-to-wallet payments. Nevertheless, we are one of the I think key organizations out there that is able to do that. We carry world GDP every 3 days on our network. This actually gives us immense amount of data to look at where the friction points are. We have launched a service called SWIFT GPI back in 2018. Now 6 years down the road, this service allows us, not only us, to also financial institutions that they can also take the service to their customers to trace the transactions and to see the time of the beneficiary account being credited. Now, we always talk about speed, traceability, transparency as important friction points, but it's very important to double click on some of these components to see where the underlying issues are, in which currencies, in which corridors. Is it only about the technology? And it's often the outcome is, it is not only about the technology. So looking at the data that we process, I think it's important to highlight a couple of realities and also maybe demystify a number of myths. So when we have done this study, and we have also published these reports together, BIS, a number of times already, first of all, 90% of the transactions that we process our network are credited to the beneficiary account within 5 minutes. 60% of them are in half an hour, and almost all of them are 24 hours. Now, devil is in the detail, because it's important to see the experience when it comes to different corridors, different currencies, and different use cases, such as consumer use cases as well as wholesale use cases. Now, today, the transactions that we process, 36% of those transactions are from directly from the creditor bank to the debtor bank to the creditor bank. There is no intermediary. 49% of the transactions that we process, there is only one intermediary. So essentially, one myth is there are so many number of intermediaries in cross-border payments. While there is some reality in certain corridors, at large, 85% of the transactions, there is only one intermediary or no intermediary. So that's one important thing to highlight. Another observation that we have there is if we take speed as the metric, and we know that it's not the only metric to be taken, but nevertheless it's an important metric. If we take speed as a metric, payments go slower when they go against the sun. Why is that? Because of RTGS operating hours and ACH operating hours. So you see, and these are some of the outcomes that tell us, yes, I think we should be doing a lot when it comes to using emerging technologies and continue evolving our infrastructure, while we are also modernizing the existing payment infrastructure of RTGS, ACH, and 80+ countries have initiated instant payment schemes. It's not only about the technology, it's also about AML practices, it's also about RTGS operating hours, ACH operating hours. It is also about the currency controls for when it comes to payments lending in certain geographies, and Africa is definitely one of them. We see payments are getting slower, despite the fact that the market infrastructure is extremely robust. But there are currency controls being applied in certain use cases, where for a wholesale payment, you need to have the wet signature from a corporate treasurer. So you see, again, maybe pause here and maybe leave the room for another question for the audience, so for the panelists. But I think the thing that I would like to end up with is we should look at beyond the technology as an industry, and I think this is where public and private sector cooperation is a must. And this is also what SWIFT is also investing in terms of time, energy, as well as investments. Thank you.
The last question goes to you, Ms. Gamal. I will just ask, do you see a role, you talked about digital banking in Egypt, but do you see a role for digital currencies in facilitating cross-border transfers and cross-border payments?
Yes, definitely. I see that, definitely. And I see it also in the economy of Egypt itself. So this is what we expect to have, as we mentioned, the speed of the transaction, the low cost of the transaction, the financial inclusion. I mean, Mr. Onur was talking about the instant payment applications and all that, and we experienced this in Egypt. So we launched 2 years ago, and it had a massive impact on the financial inclusion. You cannot imagine now the amount of people who are using it, because it's easy, it's low cost, it's so this is all getting the unbanked people. I believe with having all that in place, low cost, speed, transparency, this will boost a lot of the trust in the financial system. So it will help definitely the economy growth, and this will have an impact also on the trade and the global trade and the cross-border economy in general. So as I just mentioned before, it's a long journey. We need to work on a lot of things. We need to make sure of the regulations, of the harmony of the regulation between all the central banks and all the countries. As you mentioned, we are building bridges, but I think they are not mature yet. So we need to work on that a little bit more. And definitely I see it in 5 years' time that it will boom. I don't want to take more of your time. I see the time is ticking. So thank you.
I'd like to just say thank you very much to the panelists, and for the panelists online as well, for bearing with us, on the call. I know that we covered a lot of topics, and we covered many different countries and geographies as well. Thank you once again, and thanks for the audience for your time and attention. And let me give a big round of applause to the panelists. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Барлық панельдік сессияға қатысқан спикерлерімізге алғыс білдіреміз.
Да, благодарим всех участников панельной сессии.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for this deep and interesting conversation. The issues of trans-border currencies have a big role to play in order to create good new reality. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are getting down to the next important issue, the importance of payment services in the market. Director of the Payment Services of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Akshibekov Yerlan Taskenbekovich. Good afternoon, dear guests and friends. I have a review presentation about the payment industry of Kazakhstan, what landscape we have, what changes, what structural changes we have, and what is pending.
Ой, сори. Так. Не хочет. Можно? Не получилось? Нет. Все, сори. Так, коллеги, здесь представлена общая структура платежного рынка Казахстана. Пару слов. Как вы знаете, на рынке Казахстана у нас есть два сегмента. Первый сегмент – рынок платежных услуг, где провайдеры выступают наши банки, также платежные организации. Именно они предоставляют платежные услуги конечному потребителю. Они обрабатывают, обслуживают транзакции населения и бизнеса. Второй сегмент – это уровень, межбанковский уровень, где представлены как платежные системы Национального банка, так и частные розничные платежные системы. На текущий момент 89% всего платежного оборота страны, естественно, обслуживаются, обрабатываются в платежной системе Национального банка Казахстана. Как вы знаете, платежная инфраструктура занимает центральное место в инфраструктуре всего финансового рынка в любой стране. И без эффективно действующей платежной инфраструктуры невозможно обеспечить эффективное функционирование всей экономики. Соответственно, любое движение денег, ежедневно совершаемые сделки в экономике, они, безусловно, обслуживаются, исполняются с помощью платежного механизма. Здесь представлены данные по динамике роста платежного оборота страны в сопоставлении с ВВП страны. Вот у нас наша платежная индустрия сегодня ежемесячно генерирует, обслуживает объем платежей соразмерный годовому объему ВВП страны. За последние годы Казахстан смог сделать очень существенный прорыв в расширении безналичных платежей. И у нас имеется очень колоссальный шаг в сторону формирования безналичного общества, кэшлесс экономики. Вот на слайде видно, за последние 7 лет объем безналичных транзакций населения вырос в 47 раз. И доля безналичных платежей в структуре розничной торговли достигла 89%. В 2017 году значение этого показателя составляло всего 25%. Это колоссальный прорыв. По всем другим показателям, по которым можно сравнивать, оценивать платежный рынок, у нас имеется очень серьезная динамика роста. Такой уровень проникновения безналичных платежей, о чем это говорит? Это, во-первых, увеличение скорости обращения денег, это снижение транзакционных издержек у субъектов экономики, это повышение транспарентности всех денежных потоков, торговых операций. И это главным образом история о том, что все эти деньги населения, они работают на экономику. Вот за 8 месяцев текущего года объем безналичных транзакций населения составил 103 триллиона тенге. Они выступают важнейшим источником ликвидности, расширяют базу фондирования наших участников финансового рынка. И, соответственно, банки, другие провайдеры повышают уверенность активно заниматься инновацией и дальше вкладывать средства в расширение инфраструктуры и создавать новые инновационные продукты с добавленной стоимостью в интересах населения. Пару слов о том, что как менялась у нас среда проведения операций с точки зрения населения. Здесь представлена картина по объемам транзакций. 7 лет назад у нас больше половины транзакций они проходили через сеть посттерминалов. А на текущий момент 80% транзакций от всего объема безналичных транзакций населения обслуживаются с помощью цифрового банкинга. Главным образом здесь, естественно, выступают главным инструментом это мобильные приложения банков. И активно набирают обороты по QR-платежам. Нужно отметить, что оборот по QR-платежам уже превысил объем платежей, который проходит по карточным транзакциям через посттерминалы. И достигает их доля 10% от всего объема транзакций в структуре всех безналичных платежей. Я хотел поделиться очень интересной статистикой. Вот наши данные показывают, что каждый казахстанец сегодня в месяц совершает 52 транзакции. Из них одна транзакция приходится на снятие наличных денег, все остальные формируют безналичные транзакции. 10 транзакций связаны с покупкой товаров и услуг посредством посттерминалов. 13 транзакций связаны с покупками с помощью QR-кода. А 28 транзакций приходится на мобильный банкинг, те транзакции, которые формируются с помощью мобильных приложений. Из них 22 транзакции это связано с денежными переводами между гражданами. Платежный инструмент в Казахстане номер один это, безусловно, платежная карта. Вот здесь представлена картина, как у нас менялась структура карточных транзакций за последние 10 лет. В 2014 году карта в основном использовалась для обналичивания денег. 87% от всего объема транзакций приходилось на снятие наличных денег. То есть люди в основном получали зарплату, доходы свои на свои карты, но в основном они обналичивали, потом дальше совершали свои покупки с помощью наличных денег. Сегодня другая совершенно реальная картина. 98% всех транзакций по картам приходится на безналичные транзакции. Только 2% это снятие наличных денег. По объему транзакций 86% это безналичные транзакции. За последние 10 лет объем безналичных транзакций на душу населения у нас вырос в 120 раз.
We have increased up to 120 times. Of course, you must understand that Kazakhstan payment sector have went through a significant development stage. Cash payments were dominating, and separate bank branches have expanded some services, developed a network for clientele, and via internet, and especially with occurrence of mobile applications, and on behalf of the state government, what have regulation the financial sector in this section, in this area. So we have managed to lift up, to upgrade to the next stage of financial development, which are related to cashless and mobile application payments. The main component, the main composition of banking services, not only financial services, but a large portion of other state services, they are available in online format and through the distant remote channels of our banks. In our country, that's why we have digital ID tool, which was developed with the National Bank, and we have implemented the financial integration with the state authorities. E-government service is currently under development and following the regulatory base that we are using for other providers to conduct innovations, to implement new financial technologies. What do we expect? What changes are expected under the framework of payment preferences? Let's say what we expect in the future is to develop QR payments. We believe that new services will occur that will simplify the QR payments option. What we're expecting is the next stage of biometric payments. introduction in order for us to have appropriate remote ID processes, and considering that we are at the threshold of the new technology implementation. So in this case, we believe and expect in the nearest future, based on the biometric technology, it will be very common that the citizen will enter any grocery store, and the payment, the expense will be completed without any application of some sophisticated systems or tools. Of course, they will be considered as an online payment, and we expect new generation tools based on digital tenge, digital CBDC currency of our country, and considering the new long-term smart contracts, the technology is becoming smarter, and hopefully we will integrate the new options into our solutions. Additionally, we expect serious transformation in the trans-border payments. Currently, what we're witnessing is that direct payments via bank's account, also using the international card system payments, but what we expect is completely new solutions. The new product line of services will be upgraded, especially in local integration and with the occurrence of digital currency. And one of the most points that I would like to note is to apply artificial intelligence. And we believe that artificial intelligence will become something like basic option for online financial services, and when decisions on behalf of the bank will be completed without participation of a human, and possibly some digital avatars will help us and assist in. Hopefully the new artificial intelligence option will become a driver for the whole financial sector. Data management. The following is one of the most important and serious weapon in digitalization and in the financial industry, considering that banks are currently transforming from the databases of physical data into digital data. Therefore, we expect that new requirements will be implemented by the regulation authority, and the biggest priority for us is to provide any person, to provide him full control of personal data management. I believe that every person needs to be in charge of his own personal data and provide access or permission to use it. Therefore, I believe that the new database will be created to follow this. And one more area that we are planning to explore, the digital asset, as we call it. We expect a lot of interesting cases and projects to be provided and implemented based on the digital asset strategy. And as you are all aware, the payment systems is currently considered as a very significant service based on availability or and to improve the quality of life of population. Therefore, all over the world we can notice the changes in value and approach on how to regulate these areas. Just like we cannot imagine the current society without power supply, mobile networks, the same way we are hoping to imagine our society to be always to have all full access to the payment opportunities and provide guaranteed access to basic banking services. Therefore, our national bank, just like other central banks all over the world, will put all efforts in development of financial technology for participants of the market, but mainly to create a highly efficient, highly accessible infrastructure for the society and with help of such, the banks will be able to provide new innovational services to the users, and using the chance that in order to create such infrastructure. And we are currently working on details. Hopefully next year we'll finalize building this structural system, and our main motivation as a regulator and as one of the key players is to guarantee every citizen, regardless of what he owns, card, electronic wallet, digital asset, digital currencies, regardless where he is conducting his transactions, and regardless which banking institution is handling it, or regardless where he's saving money, we want to provide full access to financial services to our citizens, and that's the main focus of our activity. Thank you very much. So, dear, we would like to thank Mr. Yerlan Tasimbeko, and to continue. The next report is the manager of MasterCard's advisors in CIS countries. Onao Yilmaz would like to share his vision of the emerging trends in Fintech and how they will influence the development of the market. Let's greet the next speaker on the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today speaking about a very engaging topic, the Fintech's rising trends. As the lead of the CIS region MasterCard advisors team, I could say I witnessed the change of the Fintech industry firsthand, like working together with many clients around the region across 8 different countries. I would like to kick off with some interesting statistics. I don't know whether you know or not, but the evolution of Fintech has a long history that goes back to 1860s, which was triggered by the first transatlantic cable, which connected Europe with North America. And this was the starting point of the Fintech ecosystem, and it allowed markets to connect efficiently in a real time, which kind of set the stage for the global financial systems that we use today. In the 20th centuries, another big step came up with the credit cards in 1950s, then another leap with the introduction of the ATMs. So the journey of the fintechs has started decades ago, which is now evolving even further. However, it wasn't until the 20s that the fintech really started to disrupt the financial ecosystem as we know it today. The rise of online banking, the mobile apps, it changed the way that we interact with the clients and how they interact with the financial services. Today, fintechs are continuing to evolve, driving innovation in areas like payments, lending, blockchains, currencies, all the topics that we discussed and covered till morning. In today's world, thank you. Fintech is no longer about disruption. It's about embedding the financial services in every aspect of our lives. The good news is, Fintech is here to stay, and it adopted a mass adoption. When we look at the numbers, we see that as of 2023, at least 64% of the global population is using Fintech services. When we look at the adoption of this fintech, it spans across different generations, like whether it's a Gen Z using a mobile application, millennials relying on the online banking services, or even older generations are embracing the digital financial tools nowadays. Leading this movement are China and India with a remarkable adoption rate of 87%. So we can say that digital habits are here to stay. So you might think, what is this chart? But I would like to resonate how the customer habits are changing in today's world. Fintech, like any successful business, it thrives on a principle. It must adapt the changing needs of the customers. As consumer behaviors shift, the demand for simplicity, convenience, it's growing stronger. Today, people are just not looking for products, they want some solutions to make life easier for them. This is an example, and it's the concept of 15-minute city concept, which was championed by the Paris mayor, Anne Hidalgo, in her election campaign some years ago. The aim of this plan is to make essential services accessible within a short walk or bike ride. So this is the concept of decentralizing the services and making neighborhoods more self-sufficient. It resonates with the fintech ecosystem because at every aspect of life now, this is the type of simplicity and time efficiency the consumers are looking for. They expect fintech solutions that integrates into their lives in a very seamless manner. Now, it's entering a new stage of maturity with a significant expansion of customer base. And it kind of shows the increasing interest in the digital services. With new technologies like Gen AI and billions of unbanked populations, still there is room for growth in this industry. As of 2024, we see that there are approximately more than 500 unicorns worldwide. And United States is leading this trend, but now we see that even the emerging markets are getting their place in this huge ecosystem. Despite the challenges after 2021, where we see the leap of the funding investments in fintech, still we see that there's a potential for long-term growth. By 2030, fintech revenues are projected to grow sixfold, fueled by the ongoing expansion of the customer base, technological advancements, and some strategic market positionings. With maturity, of course, here comes the challenge. In the early stages of fintech boom, it was all about acquiring new customers at no cost. Growth was the core of this ecosystem. Companies and fintechs were rewarded for rapidly expanding their user bases, revenue streams. However, as market conditions change, and it's kind of leaped after 2021, particularly with rising interest rates, global macroeconomic new circumstances, there's this uncertainty on the global level. And with the liquidity constrained environment, there's a shift towards a profitable growth. Investors are looking for late-stage profitability in the fintechs. After the market correction beyond 2021, later-stage companies are under pressure to show and prove that they are profitable, and they will be profitable in the near future. So as fintech mature, they're also facing increased regulatory scrutiny, especially in topics like buy now, pay later, like alternative lending, decentralized finance. Just to give an example, Klarna and Affirm has attracted significant attention from the regulatory bodies as they are concerned about the lack of credit checks in UK. That's why in 2022, UK's Financial Conduct Authority announced some plans to regulate buy now, pay laters in favor of the consumers. Like in every attractive market, another component is the competitor landscape in fintech domain is becoming more and more crowded. In 2023, we conducted interviews with some key venture capitalists to understand the major trends for them from their perspective, shaping the fintech landscape. And there are some key takeaways from those conversations. The first thing is about caution and funding. And VCs have become more cautious about their investments. Just to give an example, in particular, early-stage companies are under pressure to show that they can grow $100 to $200 million in revenue within 10 years so that they can secure some funding. The second thing is about shifts in emerging market investments. There has been a notable shift in investment activity towards emerging markets. VCs are finding opportunities here, but with some recent global developments, we also see some slowdown in this trend as well. Another third thing that we see is the consolidation of established fintech. Right now, many VC companies see consolidation as a defining trend in fintech. Initially, we started to have a lot of fintechs providing a lot of solutions in different verticals. Now, to strengthen their position, we will be seeing more consolidations and more M&A activities in this domain. This is the funding and investments perspective. What does this mean in terms of the strategy perspective? The one aspect is about the verticalization. This is especially dominant in the like fintechs that serves small, medium enterprises, because fintech ecosystem is not a one-size-fits-all ecosystem. Right now, especially we see that with the companies or different industries having unique needs, the deep verticalization started with fintech so that they can become the one-stop shop for the companies. Another development is about the new technologies like Web3, like DeFi. Despite the volatility in those technologies, we see that VCs are very optimistic in terms of these technological advancements. They highlighted that the sector is attracting some further institutional capital, which will also change the nature of fintech competition in the near term. As we look at the fintech landscape, and this slide, whenever we start preparing this, it's getting crowded with new verticals, with new logos. I mean, in a daily manner, this slide itself changes, but as we look at the landscape in general, we see it's very dynamic. And it's reshaping the future of the financial services. So this kind of highlights the key players in different verticals, from payments to wealth management and beyond. The first phase of the fintech journey, which kicked in many years ago, we had seen it was led with the payments, banking, alternative lending. Now this is changing. As the ecosystem matures itself, it's becoming increasingly crowded and competitive with some new verticals like wealth tech, insurtech, regtech, and now fintechs are embedding themselves into different innovations and different services. Each of these logos represent a fintech disrupting its respective vertical, making financial services more accessible, efficient. As we see fintechs are growing, more consolidation will be there across the verticals and within the verticals itself. The dynamics of this competition and collaboration is shaping the future of financial services. One of the exciting trends that I want to share is the embedded finance. This is transforming how business operate by seamlessly integrating their services to everyday transactions. The embedded finance market is expected to grow from $53 billion to $248 billion just by 2030. So embedded finance offers more advantage than boosting the conversion rates and enhancing the customer experience. Take the Starbucks experience. Like, it's a perfect example how it kind of transforms a business. They have a reward program in your pocket through their mobile app. It's like a digital wallet, and it allows customers to preload their money and spend that money during the purchases. But there's even a bigger impact. It's not only about customer experience. As a recent report, right now in Starbucks application, over 1.6 billion worth of deposits are sitting. When you put that into perspective and compare it with the assets that the banks are holding in US, it is like 85% of the US banks have less deposits in terms of this nominal amount. And imagine you are getting this money from the consumers at no cost and then feeding it back to your system as a working capital. This is the essence of embedded finance, and I think we'll be seeing more and more examples of this one as the consumers demand more. Another chart that I want to take you through, which I find very engaging, and this is a study that was completed by KPMG. Right now, and today we discussed, digital banks focus in the fintech ecosystem. Right now, more than 400 digital banks serve millions of customers globally. We can say maybe 10% at most of those digital banks are profitable right now, which is going to drive the convergence and M&A, but still, it means that these 400 banks are changing expectations of consumers. These are especially popular within younger generations who wants to control everything at their fingerprint. So KPMG has a study which is called Emerging Technology Radar, and I want to take your attention to this slide because the technology that is shaping up the fintech market right now is evolving. And it will continue to evolve in the next 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years. To talk about some of them, the first one is AI and machine learning, which some of the colleagues discussed today in the earlier sessions. It will drive hyper-personalization and real-time financial advance. Second thing is biometric security. This is a topic that we also emphasize a lot as MasterCard, but it will make banking more frictionless and secure transactions across all the devices that you own. Another is IoT. It will integrate banking into everyday objects. Quantum computing is coming. It is going to change the way that we assess data, the way that we can process data, generate insights, and act on those insights. And some technologies like ARs and VRs are definitely dependent on the 5G technology, which is also going to be running on the insights and data that was enabled by quantum computing, but also it will bring some immersive experiences. A very good example for that one is a recent launch from BNP Paribas, which they have their special VR glasses where you can interact with your like personal manager, discuss your investments and everything. So the innovative banks are heading towards that direction where they can leverage more of those technologies. It's good to keep an eye on these new evolving technologies as well. Another topic that we really find critical is the small and medium enterprises. They are the backbones of the global economy. Upon certain numbers, we know that they're like representing over 80% of the business worldwide and accounting more than 60% of the employments. So, but they often face challenges accessing to capital, accessing to like money. And we see from some markets, since they cannot access the capital from the regular banking system, they tend to work with microfinance organizations because they can offer faster loans disbursements, they ask for less credit controls, and they have a broader presence in certain areas of the countries. We have seen several great examples globally where the fintechs are stepping in to penetrate this gap in this domain. Tide in UK that automates routine financial transactions like bookkeeping is saving SMEs some time. It's one example. Then we have Brex in US that kind of provides cash flow-based underwriting. And we have Cabbage, which integrates real-time data to AI. These examples are great examples because in the SMB domain, we see that they started to build one-stop shop and holistic solutions. We see here the verticalization at the greatest pace. And the future of SMB, fintech is right with all these evolvements, and I think it's going to become a much more high-growth sector within the fintech domain in the near term. The evolution of fintech in wealth management is also accelerating with AI and blockchain driving the next wave. And the wealth tech, at the core of it, it's about democratizing the investments for everyone, making it accessible for the mass segment. Just think about Robinhood. It enables millions of retail investors to access stock markets without need to pay for high commissions. It began with robo-advisors providing automated investment advice, and now it goes towards the path where they have the cryptocurrencies, crypto lending products. Blockchain technology and crypto trading is transforming the wealth management. There will be wealth tech platforms who is going to incorporate cryptocurrencies, tokenized assets, DeFi into their current ecosystem. One challenge though here is, of course, ultra-high net worth customers and certain segments are dominating in terms of the gross value. It will be a challenge for these wealth tech companies to penetrate those segments, but we see a great growth potential here as well. In essence, fintech markets will be more dynamic in the next years. There will be more service expansions in existing fintechs. We see that they will start to create some more holistic offerings. And there will be some ecosystem play among the fintechs. And I think now the banks, the legacy entities are becoming a part of that fintech ecosystem, either integrating some solutions of the fintechs into their ecosystem or investing in them. So we will see more conversions and we will see more innovative products that will be embraced by the big banks, big institutions, telco operators in the near future. I would like to highlight the program that we have as MasterCard, which we call the StartPath program, because we think that the collaboration between the big tech companies, big payment companies with the fintech ecosystem is going to be a deal breaker. So MasterCard StartPath program is a global innovation initiative which is designed to help high potential startups in their growth journey. Since its inception, I think it was approximately 10 years ago, we had a chance to partner up with more than 300 startups across 40 different countries. And so far, we see that they are enjoying this access to MasterCard global network, its global corporate partners, mentorship from industry experts. Just to give an example, recently we launched a separate program in Turkey, which we call Lighthouse, and we started to look for local diamonds and local startups that we can really include in our ecosystem. So far, the collective system itself has raised more than $3.5 million for all these startups that we are discussing, and also it helps us to keep up the beat of the fintech ecosystem, seeing where the technology is evolving. Just to summarize, fintech is rapidly evolving. We believe in the potential of it, and we'd like to collaborate with them. And it's going to make financial services accessible for everyone. Programs like MasterCard StartPath help scale next generation of fintechs, and it will shape more inclusive and efficient future for consumers, for players, for fintechs. As we look towards 2030 and beyond, we think it will not only transform the financial services, but it will help us to shape more inclusive, efficient, and connected world. Today, in some sessions, we discussed about interoperability, we discussed about how the digital banking ecosystem is affecting other partners, how it's going to be regulated. In the future, I think there will be more collaboration between regulators, fintech companies, traditional finance institutions, and I think together we can ensure this innovation remains ethical, secure, and most importantly, the customer first. Thank you for your attention today. I hope you will leave here as excited as I am regarding the fintech's future. Thank you.
Рахмет, спикерімізге алып білдіреміз. Теперь переходим к докладу следующего спикера.
So now the next speaker, Janasova Aselь Zhubanishevna, is the chairman of Казпочта.
Aselь Zhubanishevna will share her experience as to how electronic commerce and logistics and financial services interact. Let us listen to her presentation. Hello, dear participants of the conference.
To all the guests of the forum, let me present some of the bits about the development of electronic commerce in Kazakhstan and the role of Kazakh Post in this development. Начну с того, что рынок электронной коммерции.
The market of electronic commerce is developing dynamically and very rapidly. Over the previous year, the growth was 12%. And what do we see? By 2029, it will increase fourfold and reach $19 billion of USA. And it will create a great demand for the services of delivery services and other services which will embrace all the regions of the country, including rural area. Kazpost, we occupy 40% of the market in terms of the services of delivery and transportation, and at a later stage I will dwell into some details. In 2023, 75% of electronic commerce is covered by three important actors. The main commodities is dresses, electronic devices, and other household goods, and this is good for our partners to collaborate. But the market is changing. and new players are coming up. And since this year Kazpost is dealing with the access to the delivery from the international marketplaces, then Pinduoduo, these are some global Chinese players, and we see that potentially Chinese marketplaces can increase the market share twofold, depending on what market of logistics we have. By 2030, there will be 175 million parcels per day, and we are planning to process about 1 million parcels per month, and in 2025 we'll have 25 parcels per person per year. It is comparable to the rates in Norway, Brazil and Switzerland, and Kazpost is prepared to invest into the infrastructure, because we are talking not about sales but the quality of delivery services for each individual client. The key principles of sustainable demand is large assortment. What we are witnessing today, comparing to international marketplaces, the prices are lower, 2- or 3-fold lower, but the time frame of the delivery is from 7 to 20 days, and local marketplaces provide it within 5 days. This is our advantage. Now let us look at the strategy of the Kazpost. Seeing this development trend, we created this triangle for ourselves. This is the cost of delivery. In terms of delivery, we have high competition. We have to reduce the costs and tariffs, because we have to compete for each item of the commodity. And in the region we have Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Our neighboring countries are seeking to become the entrance hub, and we need to reduce the cost of delivery. For example, AliExpress was approaching us via Uzbekistan or Latvia. Now we have direct deliveries, and many of you may have noticed that the time frame was reduced. Now with Alibaba and AliExpress, we work with them directly without middlemen. And another indicator is the quality. The terms of delivery should not exceed 14 days in Kazakhstan. As you may know, we deliver to each rural population center, each village, but nevertheless we are working at increasing the speed. Now the bottleneck is the points of sorting, because many operations are performed manually, and now we are installing new sorting equipment. Now we are going to sort 20,000 parcels per day. And another criterion, or this is the coverage or the network. And the winner will be the one who has maximum points of maximum outlets. We have about 3,000 outlets, and together with the Damu, we launched a program which is called the shop, the near the house shop. This house also becomes the post office, and it is convenient for the clients. They can come at any time and collect their parcel. And then we are going to develop the points of receiving the parcels. Uh, Here I'd like to show you such a component as fulfillment, because if big marketplaces have their logistics, their warehouses, the smaller and quite small cannot invest into the infrastructure, and our mission is to create a general infrastructure and reduce the cost of storage and marking. We have about 500 small marketplaces which store and mark the products. The main flow is to Ozon, Wildberries and Flip. Then we provide sorting services for them and deliver from the warehouse to the customers in Kazakhstan or throughout the world. So this is the acceptance of program, then marking. Recently, we have a different rule of marking of footwear, and we launched this marking just on the border. Business doesn't have to bother, they outsource all these services. The marketplaces are supposed to sell, and we provide the infrastructure of the delivery. This is an important point. Rural area. If we look at the dynamics of the increasing of the amount of parcels, the volumes have increased twofold. Yes, there were the clients who got offended, whose parcels were not delivered in time because we were not prepared to this terrific volume. And we're glad because on the one hand we do not have state subsidies, and we are 100% commercialized, and every parcel for us is an additional volume because we have to upkeep 2,000 people, our staff members. We analyzed our orders, and 40% of the orders are coming from the villages, from rural area. It is a good trend because they started to order things online, and we deliver to the villages. Because of lower prices, people started to buy cheaper goods. You know, Казpost deals not only with postal and logistics services. We are big financial institutions. Not all you know this because our 100% participation is in rural area, and we have 2,000 departments in rural area. I was in one of the villages in Kostanay Oblast. There was a big long line of people standing, the clients of different banks, but they are served by our telling machines, and there are many services that Казpost provides to the clients for the clients to be able to get financial services in Казpost. Our goal is not only to provide logistics, but we are supposed to provide logistics services and together coupled with financial services, because in the regions there are no second-tier banks, and we want the population to get these services in due time. We have just a whole block of providing financial services. It is profitable, and we are going to extend it. Besides, this is also training, because in the villages we have big departments, and we started to organize training, how to trade online, how to create a platform, and we also teach students English. So we use each square meter in a productive manner in order to gain profit from our facilities. And we are inviting you for partnership, and we are ready. So we are thinking about telemedicine. If we are paying for internet, why not provide other services? The post is ceasing to be only the post, because we can facilitate the provision of some services for people in the rural area. These people have to cover longest distances to get this service, but they can come to our office and get whatever service they need. And these are our services, our applications. So some of you order online, and we have such a service as Kiruen. We provide virtual numbers. Well, we collaborate with the states in Germany. We have our warehouses. This year we are launching the UK, Turkey, and we are going to extend this for our citizens to be larger choice. If someone cannot deliver to Kazakhstan, we are to provide another channel of delivery, and another service is Kiden. If your commodity exceeds 200 euros or 200 kilos, we have a special service whereby you can declare your commodity, and our courier will take care of customs procedures and will deliver this to your house. Well, this is again oriented at rural dwellers. We have zero tariffs for acquiring, and the delivery is very cheap. And thus we are joining the city with the rural center. This is the mission, the main mission of our marketplace. This is a social mission. Please, I welcome all your questions, but on the whole, Kazpost is developing, we are moving forward, and we'll be glad if our partners will be collaborating with us, developing such services. Thank you, Asil Zhubanisheva, for this wonderful presentation.
Мы приглашаем вас отдохнуть и пообщаться с коллегами. Пожалуйста, не забудьте вернуться в 13:30,
Please, we are breaking for coffee. We are coming back at... So this is the time for coffee break at 1:30. We'll be back in this hall.
holding on, and it's holding strong. Even though I try to break it, heaven knows that I can shake it. Shake it, shake it, 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 shake it. I've seen times that were harder. I remember the taste of bitterness. Won't you help me, my Father? Help me fall in the love that I have missed. Though my past has left me bruised, I ain't hiding from the truth. When the truth won't let me lie right next to you. God, it's holding on, it's holding strong. Even though I try to make it, play the part I can fake it. It keeps holding on, and it's holding.
Қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, баршаларыңызды залға қарай өтірулеріңізді сұраймыз. 5 минуттан кейін саммиттің екінші бөлімін бастаймыз.
Уважаемые гости, через 5 минут начинаем вторую часть нашего саммита.
Дорогие дамы и господа, просим пройти в зал и занять свои места. Через минут 5 мы начинаем вторую часть саммита.
Could hide away daylight.
Құрметті қонақтар, баршаларыңызды залға қарай шақырамыз. 1 минуттан кейін панельдік сессиялар ары қарай жалғасады. Дорогие дамы и господа, просим занять свои места. Через минуту мы продолжаем саммит. Қымбатты қонақтар, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Саммиттің екінші бөлімі ары қарай жалғасады. Дорогие дамы и господа, просим занять свои места. Мы продолжаем вторую часть саммита. Тағы да қайырлы күн, қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, өздеріңізді осы залда көргенімізге қуаныштымыз.
Дамы и господа, рады приветствовать вас снова
So,
в зале.
welcome once again, and with your permission, we can start the panel session after lunch.
Давайте внимательно послушаем наших экспертов, среди которых Самаева Жанар Турганбековна, председатель АО «Национальная платежная корпорация».
Let's carefully listen to our participants. So first of all, Janar Samaeva is the chairman of the National Payment Corporation, Sabarjan Berkenbaev, managing director at Kaspi, Kirill Bachuarov, CEO, chairman of Home Credit Bank, Moskvitina Natalia is the director of platform occupation and development at Yandex, and Mr. Konstantin Barabanov is the Solva Group CEO.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, participants, and guests, and welcome to the largest Asian summit of Fintech. If you allow me, I will start my panel session. And at the current summit, we are discussing a huge variety of issues related to payments, financial systems, banking systems, and if we say what's in top, what's in charge, is for us is the end user, the person, citizen who actually obtains the service, receives the service, regardless how great your service is. Our end user usually votes by his time, his wallet, and his loyalty, but sometimes for the business it doesn't have any value. So I would like to raise the issue and discuss the following. What's required for the end user to be satisfied, how the innovations in financial technology will transform the reality, and what will be the impulse for significant change. Currently in this hall we have all the representatives of regulatory authorities, of financial institutions, and Sabarjan, if you don't mind, we start with you. And it's no secret that Kaspi, in most cases, the main metrics is the NPS, which is the indicator for the client's reference capability. So, dear Sabarjan, what allows Kaspi Bank to remain as a leader, considering that 13 million users is still number one as per NPS statistics, and what allows you, what permits you to stay on top and stay the leader in implement innovative services and also pay careful attention and concern to the quality of the services. Thank you very much for the questions. Good afternoon, everyone. You're correct. The Kaspi is a leading system, leading ecosystem in Kazakhstan, and I would like to note that, first of all, our services are destined, are projected, designed to serve our citizens. Currently, we have 14.2 million clients and users, which are monthly active users, 16% on daily basis, and in average, every client conducts 72,000 transactions on a monthly basis. Therefore, the main indicator for our application, and which is considered as in the top of all applications in the world. That's why we're proud to provide the services and the top quality service to our end user, to our clients. And from the morning session, I was trying to understand who really needs the new innovative technology, but we don't think in technology's perspectives. In Kaspi, we review the technology and we can sometimes cancel, refuse to apply this technology. In most cases, we always push back from the requests of the client, of the end users. What's the demand? What's the future demand? What's the future desires of our clients that may occur in the future? Therefore, based on that, we can start building some sort of products. To build the ecosystem, it's not a task, it's not a target. The main target is to increase the total overall applications and requests from the end users. And one of the most important items or points that we need to understand is we need to create one basic product, one basic financial product. The technology itself does not attract end users. They need service. When you can build and maintain one single perfect service, which will be operational and functional, this will be from the presentation that I have noticed from Mr. Yerlan, I noticed cosmic space, almost space growth. But what happened in 2017 was something happened. Basically, that's when the Kaspi Gold was introduced in 2017, and since then we are witnessing a huge growth in clientele. So, based on our experience, we know that as soon as we have one basic product, second product, third product, the client will not open his trust towards you. Let's say if one of your products is not valid or it's not efficient and reliable, and it's going to be very difficult to transform the client's perception. Everything else, all other actions will become useless. Of course, you need to understand, you need to invest a lot of resources, spend a lot of resources, because it's not that easy to launch a product. You always have competition. Competition is a good thing. Our competitors are growing very rapidly. Therefore, one of the most important components is to run very quickly, just like in Alice, to get somewhere. But if you so basically you have to run twice as fast as your competitors. So if you look at the whole picture, it's very simple. All you need to do is have a product. Thank you very much. Probably it took me a while to switch from 13 million to 14 millions. And now when you're born to this world, you get the Kaspi bank card. Thank you, Kirill. And as you know, your application, your mobile application by Home Credit Bank was very widely discussed. And I would like to ask, what's the result? What's the value that your clients have obtained after the launch of your mobile application? Thank you very much to organizers for inviting me. Thank you, GIS. First of all, let me answer these direct questions, and hopefully I'll have enough time to share more after. The reason why why we've done this is that because the clients are expecting us to do so. For example, in Kazakhstan, every citizen, if you have the variety of banks, the selection of banks, none of us have the right to say that this is our client solely, only in our clients. We have the clear understanding that our clients are using other sources of services. Some services are even better than ours, so thank God we have a lot to strive to. If somebody is willing to pay by QR, that's why we decided to give the opportunity to pay with QR. And I must insist as well that we are prepared to cooperate not only with Kaspi but with other platforms and payment systems, with state payment systems. We are open to cooperate everywhere. And concerning the results, last September we have reached a trillion balance, and we doubled, let's say, the value of our bank for 2 years ago. This is a very pleasant indicator, considering that I have joined this bank 2 years ago. I feel that my effort was efficient. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask the speakers to switch off the microphones after you complete your your wording. According to the results of Home Credit Bank, I noticed that from the last year, the results you have performed as one of the top banks, or even the top. And that's why I would like to ask your opinion. What perspective, what future holds in terms of fintech, in terms of integration and cooperation with the government regulations? For example, 1.2 million that we achieved now, 3,026 probably it's not a noticeable result from a financial perspective, but if you look at our results from a balance sheet perspective or deposits, we have accumulated up to 20 billion. So this is a transactional income. Revenue is we have the twice every month. Hopefully until the end of the year, and this business will reach, let's say, the threshold of payback, and hopefully, and that's why we have actually accessed the small and average businesses, small and medium businesses, considering that it will impact our development. And as everybody is fully aware that we have also passed the FIBO and the digital bank that we have launched for the small and medium business, and the following steps that we have taken assisted us to reach the results. Hopefully next year, when we will launch new products in loans and credit lines, in home credit group and PPF, nobody took that initiative. Therefore, it was going to be interesting. I see us as a relevant player in the market. I believe that we have about 10% of private entrepreneurs. Like we are usually operating with them just like with any other individual physical entity. Thank you very much, Kirill. Let's return back to Kaspi. So, dear Sabrazhan, I would like to ask, in a future perspective, near future, within 1-2 years, your customers, and in terms of innovations, introduction of new technology, what will let Kaspi stay as a leader of the market? Well, my answer is very brief. Actually, we never share, we never promise publicly. We just launch the service instantly as soon as it's ready, without any prior notifications. Therefore, we are committed to continuously improve and develop new services based on the requests and based on the needs and the demands of the society. If our customers are willing in expressing specific desires like crypto wallets, like CBDC currency, digital tenge, I'm confident that we'll have this, all of the new innovations under our umbrella. So, Kirill, additionally, in regard, maybe you are able to open up the curtain and share some insights for the next year. What can be expected by the clients in the next coming year? Well, as you know, it's probably not a big secret, but I'll share once again. In principle, if you have a strategy which is well built and operational in any market, in any industry, and so basically the directly opposite strategy is probably also functional. So if you look at what Kaspi is planning, we will probably plan in the opposite direction, because we don't have this option to be competitive with Kaspi, but we can do it in a different style, a different manner. So probably that's our area of expertise. Thank you very much. And additionally, the final question for Kaspi, dear Sabrazhan, the initiatives of the National Payment Corporation, open banking, and do you see it as an opportunity for your business or more of a risk for your business model? Thank you very much for the question. The thing is, the case is that we we always base our plans on the needs of our client, needs of our customers. So how many clients need Open API? Just like the same quantity of people who are using plastic cards, we are definitely supportive of Open API. We elaborate on many issues of big quantity of supporting issues that occur in the process. Roughly about 3 months ago, let's say the biometric identification was sufficient to be confident that this is the actual client in front of you. But on the other hand, many banks are witnessing a lot of cases of deep fake application. Therefore, the construction of open API structure is one of the factors which is applied. The biometric is probably not enough, not sufficient. We need to come back to discuss how to build the model, the interface between the banks and the access to the funds, access to the accounts, and who is responsible if at some stage of this process there is a failure. We need to discuss once again, and moreover again and again, because the current times are changing and the new threats are occurring, and we believe we need to be responsive. We are in touch with all the agencies and authorities to keep up and considering the challenges that are currently set out in front of the company. I would like to note out that, and judging from the previous reports and presentations, I got concerned. One of the speakers mentioned that they have a task to achieve 1 million parcels per year from China to Kazakhstan. Basically, for every citizen of Kazakhstan, he will receive 20 parcels per year. Therefore, the main objective is to grasp to 50% of e-commerce projects. But I was wondering, capture this share from who? From Chinese? But of course, the pipeline of goods from China is a very good thing. But good for who? Good for us. Good for. Of course, we are prepared to respond to such challenges and create, let's say, the delivery from China and create like delivery people from our citizens. I'm sure that we can respond and improve promptly and proactively. There is other company which is building a huge paying system under the control and oversight, and I expect that in the near future, everything, all the budgeting and also all the expenses such as salaries and allowances will be uploaded under this platform. Of course, it's a very positive trend, and as far as I know, there's going to be a globalization tool. From on behalf of Kaspi, we are prepared to look and, observe how it's going to develop, but still we are also prepared, and we are prepared to participate. We are very experienced in communications with clients, considering that our clients provide feedback about preferred services. Like, for example, we have opened up our payment system in other banks, and other banks are now connected to this system. And as a business entity, we are very flexible, and we can handle the challenges ahead of us. And hopefully in the future, the development of financial sector depends a lot from the position of the government authorities, the regulatory authorities in the financial sector, how they view, how they visualize the future development of Kazakhstan. And we're happy to support. Thank you, Sabarjan, for your very honest and frank comments. In general, since 2017, when Kaspi have flipped the market, hopefully that in the future we expect more significant breaking news from Kaspi. And on also, please, I would like to ask your opinion what do you expect from regulatory authorities, especially from a national regulator? In this case, I would like to, I cannot agree with Sabarjan, but let's say most of the clients, sometimes they are not fully informed about what is this service. And none of the clients really was willing to buy a car. Maybe they were willing to buy a horse, not a car, before we provided this kind of opportunity. So for us, it's important to demonstrate what the additional jobs needs to be done in order to address this technology and occupy this technology. In some cases, let's say from other countries, from my experience, I've noticed even some non-financial organization can link their services to a payment system. For example, Open API provides this equal opportunities and equal platform for all the users in order to build a better adapted proposal. And that's probably where I see the interests coming from the end users, from the clients. So for the reason I've mentioned before, we are fully prepared to participate, and we hope to participate in any initiative related to Open API. I believe that it's a very important step up to develop the financial markets, and eventually it will bring to improvement of values that we are proposing to our clients. I really enjoyed that human-centered approach was announced today from the regulatory representatives. So this is the main task for us as well, to provide the central approach to every client as a person and ensure that they have a centralized access and more adapted to the clients. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyril. If today we were awarding medals, you would collect this award. And before getting down to the representatives of Yandex, we were talking about Fintech, about the formulation and the understanding what is Fintech. There were different definitions, and we realized that in our market there is a different understanding on Fintech. If we look at the global market in the world comprehension, these are such bright examples as PayPal, Alipay, Neobank, Bank Revolut, and it is clear in what way they are developing. If we look at our Kazakhstani market and CIS in general, our banks have transformed into fintechs, and it is quite realistic because the bank is a fintech now. Konstantin, in line with your last interview and your wish to transform into a bank, to what extent this strategy is important for us, and what challenges you are facing, and in what way new technologies from the point of view of improving client's experience can help in this transformation? Yes, thank you. In fact, we divide this philosophy. At least there is one anchor working service, and there are many entrepreneurs that have a lot of clients. We are focused on the speed of the processing of the applications from the entrepreneurs. We provide loans for the entrepreneurs without deposits, and sometimes they cannot provide a collateral. Sometimes to get turnover assets, it's an archaic philosophy, and the only manual work in processing an application, that is the addition of banking note from Kaspi. If it were operational in Kazakhstan full scale, so this part of working with clients would be digitalized as well.
Собственно говоря, сервис по кредитованию, мы
Creating a service for giving loans, we confronted with a problem in Kazakhstan that is the limited line of products. A client can only get a loan. He cannot open a deposit or card. He cannot do anything else. And in fact, the loans were quite high, but in fact, they are sponsoring the banking sector because we attract money often from abroad, then we tune in the scoring systems, give loans to entrepreneurs, and the assets go to their bank accounts. So these are the residues of their bank accounts, and it allows us to earn via interchange and create more customized loan proposals. And 2 years ago, we formulated a goal to formulate a daily banking. For this, we had to find strong partners, a bank who is prepared to do this. And a year after, we accosted to all banks, and we found a partner who was ready to invest and was a pioneer in Kazakhstan. It was an RBK bank. They're just a great company, a great team. As of today, they have several clients like ourselves, but we are an anchor client in terms of volume. As to the internal process, we went through the audit PC1 IDSS, and it allows us to work with debit cards. So far, these are virtual cards. Today, we have 90,000 solar cards. Our clients use them, and as a financial institution which deals with the transformation of banks, acquire certain competition so we are becoming more competitive, and on the basis of this daily banking, with the partners of RBK, we launch a project for our loan clients, our credit clients, and when the bank is transformed, we'll have accumulated the transactional experience. Thank you, Konstantin. The next question is to you. What are the steps to be taken at the level of the legislation or the regulatory environment to help small players to provide equal play? And from the point of view of the pressure of the biggest players in the market, do you feel this? Do you feel this pressure? And the segment who doesn't have enough banks, and do you see great possibilities for you in terms of... No, our client segments has enough banks, and all of them have at least one account and some credit history with banking loan products. The only thing that we have advantage in is speed and comfort, and for the whole range of clients, especially in remote areas, we are the quickest solution in order to get turnover assets. As to the regulation, in fact, much has been done, and this is the main initiative that allows to make a great step forward, a leap forward. And we are glad to be involved in this process. And there were two MFOs that want to be transformed into the bank. Now they're planning the
нескольких уровней лицензий
now
банков.
they're
В принципе, практика достаточно понятная.
starting to sort out the licenses of 3 levels or 3-tier licenses in the bank. We communicated with the regulator in Georgia, and we offered to the colleagues in Kazakhstan. We suggested that that colleagues in Kazakhstan look at Georgia, and their biggest info got a certain banking license, a limited banking license, because the increased competition in this segment of working with individual entrepreneurs is a positive thing. This is a GDP driver, and in our portfolio there are more loans for individual entrepreneurs. It comprises 40% per year. This is a segment which is underfinanced. Thank you, Konstantin. I wish you every success in your transformation from MFO to the bank. Let us get down to the representative of Yandex. Natalia, in what way does Yandex improve the client's the client's experience with the help of technologies? Thank you for the question. Yandex Kazakhstan is not represented in the market by its own financial products, but we actively collaborate with the representatives of local banks, and the integration with various payments partners allows us to create a good quality service. The clients in our ecosystem are not the users, buyers of goods and services. This is a great level of performance, and this is just the bridge we were talking about today. What we do for our clients for each service on the platform, we produce a check. If this is Yandex Go, we provide a check for cash and non-cash transactions, and the non-cash payments increase. For our client, this is the safety of the client, guaranteed quality services. What is it for the executants? Seller, this is the guarantee. For example, you have made a trip with the driver of Yandex Taxi, and after this trip he can collect money to his bank card. This is the same way if we had salary paid each day in the end of the day. Another important thing for the branch as a whole is increased transparency of all transactions and raising the transparency of some sectors of economy. This is a win-win for all the clients as stakeholders that take part in the system. Thank you. From the point of view of client experience, we as users know how it works in front. How do you work with the executor, and what happens in the back office? And in what way do financial technologies help you? Thank you for this question. Very often we think we are the users of, for example, of Yandex Go. But there is a great ecosystem of executors. This system is called Yandex Pro, and it implies a lot of financial solutions. As to fiscalization of all the services, we are the first in the country to implement the pilot project on the platform of the platform employment of executors. This is a new big market whereby the executors and various kinds of executors are connected. And it has a difference from the classified This fiscalization allows the executives become totally transparent for the economy. And for example, I will quote an example of taxi. For example, the driver has brought you here. We created a check and created a taxation base for him. This is the platform employment. On the other hand, there is an executor from classified. For example, there is a plumber who came to you and he has made a refurbishment for you. It is good if this is a P2P transaction, but it might happen that you paid cash, and in this way, these people do not have the proper status of a taxpayer, and in the world there is a big trend on the transfer from classified to platforms. And we increased this market up to 1.5 billion people. What does it mean for the financial system? It means that this 1.5 million, all the transactions for them will be transparent, and they will have the chance to access to loans, insurance products provided by the financial system or the national system as such. And for us, as for a platform, this project has a very important outcome. Now we are the first in the country, and in fact in the world. We started to deduct the social taxes from the platform employers, from the platform employees, and we want the results of this pilot outcome would become, we want them to become a new standard. So individual entrepreneurs coming to the banks, they should have good assets on their bank accounts, and so that they could show their earnings from their activity. I believe that principle win-win will remain if Yandex has more competitors. We are waiting for it as the clients. Now we are coming closer to public bodies, and we would like to listen to the opinion on the Organization for the Development of Competition. In Kazakhstan, since 2010, the number of second bank tiers decreased, and the same goes to the banks with foreign participation. Now there are 3 or 5 big players in the market. Now let us get down to the stakeholders. Janar, we are witnessing some cool initiatives from you as a payment corporation. What are the goals and tasks of the national financial infrastructure within the framework of the development of the financial services of the future? First of all, thank you for mentioning our cool initiatives. We are creating the national digital financial infrastructure, and we want this infrastructure to become a driver for the development of digital financial services. But I'd like to mention that these are not just financial services, but interbanking financial services. We're creating an infrastructure, but our client is a participant of the financial market. This is not the end consumer. We are not creating a motor car, but we supply tires, oil, and whatever. But the goal of the creation of national digital infrastructure is to provide to all the participants of the financial market the accessible, safe, and equally remote infrastructure on the basis of which the actors will create their products, and as a consequence, the digital economy will improve and the client experience too. The projects that we have been discussing, the digital tenge and digital IP, this is within the framework of digital infrastructure. And if the participant of the financial market is within our infrastructure, he will be able to launch his products based on interbank transfer or and if he joins our infrastructure on exchange information, we can create personalized products oriented at the demands of the client. If we are talking about remote identification, we have such a structure, and in fact this is a service to which the bank is connected and can provide the services in a remote mode. And we interact, there is an interaction between the bank, national authorities, biometrical facilities or authorities. So in this way, the market of digital financial services is developed at the expense of the optimization of interbanking processes of standardization. Thank you, Janar. In what way do you see as a national payment corporation in sustaining balance between big and small actors and maintaining equal competition? It is easy, and I will repeat, we are for giving equal conditions to all. It doesn't matter whether this is a small player or a big player of the financial market. We need to give equal opportunities to all. And it is important that every participant has the right for the innovations, his own digital financial services. So hence there is a healthy competition, and it is something that affects the end user in terms of price and other things. Well, as to the initiative of open banking, what are your goals and objectives for the perspective? The initiative on open banking is a long-term story. We began it last year, and we're still implementing it. Now we are preparing the infrastructure, and last year we launched a pilot project with some banks. We have tested, but for us, open banking is in the first instance the client-centric model of providing banking services. The goal is to give the client the possibility to manage their data and their money. This year we are continuing to develop the services of open banking, and we can give the client a chance to manage his own data. But so far we haven't launched this because we want the client to be able to manage his own money and data. Now we are working together with our team in order to create the infrastructure and with the banks on this concept. And in the nearest future, to be more specific, over the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be focusing on, so to say, connecting more and more participants to this infrastructure. We are negotiating with the banks, and in parallel we are developing services. We give a full management. We provide The opportunity for the clients to manage their own money, and we are going to scale up this business. So we give a chance to the client to choose himself what bank he is going to use, what application. So this is something in demand. This service is in demand.
Thanks a lot. What I've heard, the main metrics of the is quantity of active participants, or in some or other initiatives. So the next question is, considering that our platform includes financial sector, bankers, and fintech, regardless of how pleasant the initiatives are from the regulator, we believe the success needs to be supported by the initiatives of all participants of the market. So, Janar, you have the opportunity to address all your banking colleagues. What's required from the banks, on behalf of banks, to improve and to upgrade? It's important to understand that all the initiatives are created to the comfort of the end users, the client, the customer. Therefore, I suggest for us all to be open, transparent, willing to cooperate, willing to transform in a sort of a business incubating atmosphere and environment where we can adapt to each other, where we can suggest openly. Thank you very much, and I hope our banks are listening carefully and will be more active and participate to provide the best services to our end users. So we are tight on schedule, so I have a question to all of you. What do you think is the key steps, key efforts in order to for the financial services, digital services, to be client-oriented, for the end user-oriented, and not for the benefit of fintech or the financial institutions? So, dear Agis, thank you for the question. If we talk about the executing party, then it's different. So I would love to consider all the interests that are available, that are expressed on the platform, adding some transactional services. And our company as a platform, we would like to invite all the financial companies, financial organizations, to achieve some sort of cooperation in order to create the best product and the best conditions for executors, for the performing party of our staff, our specialists. There's a possible partnership for credit, loans, leasing, and credit line programs and products. We'll be happy to see you in our partnership lists. Yes, I'm sure that everybody knows that there's a high percentage of self-employed people and citizens who are willing to issue, to publish invoices, to register. So I would like to reiterate that open banking is a very good response to the issue, especially when we lack some kind of data. So we can operate like a credit bureau if the customer would like to apply. So here goes and creates an application to the bank or microfinance organization. After that, the bank applies to the credit bureau to obtain the credit history of this particular person. So open banking is very similar, but in regard to transitional data. So if the client is willing to share his data with the system, so the client puts, let's say, a tick in the box, and even after, let's say, if this client is facing some issues with pension funds or income, without any additional efforts from the client, the financial company where he applied to receive a loan, so there's the opportunity with open banking, he can obtain the transitional data of the client, and that's in this case, we believe that there's a huge segment of business people, private entrepreneurs, self-employed people will obtain better conditions, better terms for financing their businesses. Thank you. Probably I'm a bit confused about the question. So you were asking what needs to be done, what needs to be achieved. As you mentioned, there was a good figure raised, how many banks were vanished since then. So I believe the banks, that they were thinking about their own interests, not about the client. And nowadays, the client is looking at the service, looking at the quality of service, regardless of the brand name. Where it's more comfortable, he goes there. So it's very easy to change, to replace the banking institution. It's in a matter of click. So after every 5 years, we witness significant new technology, some kind of a storages, SAS, agile, etc. Every 5 years, I believe there's PMs and project managers being raised on a generational level. So I believe that we just need to track down. I agree that possibly they don't know exactly what they're hoping to get, but the most important is the liberty of the markets, and only at the liberal level I believe we can achieve a certain competitiveness and make it announced all the requirements and the institutions who are willing to satisfy the clients and provide the best service. Those will achieve the best results comparing to the others. I agree totally. I agree that the question was not probably correctly asked. So we just need to differentiate what's necessary, considering that, for example, in our case, we are prepared to do anything possible what's necessary for the client, regardless if it benefits us or not. On the other hand, if the digital transformation amongst our processes, let's say save, maybe optimize, automate, we are prepared to transform our economy onto the end user. So for me, there is not a large selection who benefits. I believe that it needs to be mutual. What's good for the end client, good for the bank, and vice versa. So I agree totally. If the government does not interfere in a very active style manner, and to maintain competitive environment and also the prices. So I believe in this kind of relationships, the best players, the best actors who are focused to satisfy the client, they will remain, and others will perish.
Что сделать, что нужно сделать, чтобы предоставить более клиентоцентричный сервис?
So, to answer your question, thank you, Kirill. It was a very correct comment that you didn't quite fully comprehend the question. Why do we differentiate the client and who benefits from the introduction of financial services? I'm glad that we are on the same side with us, and just to reiterate that all banks are suggesting nowadays services which are very similar. However, I believe that the bank which is providing the best service is usually the most successful one. And from our experience, I noticed that most of the banks are currently providing zero commission. And my question is that what additional events and activities you can suggest in order to improve, enhance, and who will be the benefit, client or the bank? In this case, I believe that you can always stand in the position that it needs to be profitable, first of all, for us, to my company, and then to the clients. However, I don't want to point out and announce particular protocol of actions, but I believe that first of all you need to look at what's comfortable for the client, what suits the client's expectations. After that, also additional area that we need to concern about is the safety of personal data, security, informational security that needs to be aligned simultaneously with the top quality. And additionally, the open status of the bank. I believe that personalization of the banking services is a possible actual trend that will create this kind of client-centered approach. And I believe that the best form is that when it benefits the client, but it's also lack of loss for your company, lack of loss and beneficial for your team. So I believe that the panel session is almost complete, and I thank all the participants of the panel. And just to reiterate, the key client, the key end user is always under focus. We always focus on the client's needs. I am very supportive that every speaker underlines the significance of the regulator, of the openness of the regulator, and the support by the government authority, and also dynamics that we would like to see with the support of our players and actors. Thank you for every speaker, and hopefully that if somebody would like to ask a question, all the speakers are available. You are welcome to approach, ask a question. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your attention. Once again, all the speakers, I thank you for your priceless reports and ideas. Every one of you have added value to our financial sector. Thank you very much. So, dear friends, I suggest we make a break, 10-minute break, and we'll continue after 10 minutes and see you back in 10 minutes.
Кымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, 5 минуттан кейін саммит ары қарай жалғасады. Дорогие дамы и господа, через 5 минут мы продолжаем.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes we continue.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз, ары қарай жалғастырамыз.
Про кого? Про чего? Ну она и не знает, что я знаю, вот так можно сказать. Поэтому в будущем поделюсь.
Дорогие дамы и господа, просим занять места. Мы
Dear
продолжим
ladies and
сессию.
gentlemen, please occupy your seats. We are continuing our session.
Дорогие друзья, сейчас мы погрузимся с вами
Dear
в следующую
friends, now
панельную
we'll
сессию на
plunge
тему
in the
«Цифровая
next
эволюция
panel
банковского
session.
дела».
Digital
Модератором данной сессии
evolution of
выступит
banking
Санжар Жамалов,
business. The
генеральный директор
moderator will be
MasterCard
Mr.
в Казахстане и
Sanjar
Центральной Азии.
Jamalov, Director
Также
General of
представляем спикеров
MasterCard in
сессии.
Central Asia,
Лязат
and
Сатиева, председатель
among the
Евразийского
speakers, Lezat
банка.
Sativa, Chairman of the
Жамбакин Аскар Серикович, председатель правления
Eurasian
KSL.
Bank.
Куат Кожахметов,
Куат
председатель Совета
Кожахметов,
директоров,
Chairman of
независимый
the
директор
Board of
Жусан Банк.
Directors, Independent
Жумагулов
Director
Айдос, член
of
Совета
Жусан
директоров
Bank.
Freedom Bank.
Жумагулов Айдос,
Узбеков Гани, основатель
Узбеков
СО
Гани.
СилП.
Silk Pay.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, гости,
Good afternoon,
участники
dear
панельной
colleagues and
сессии.
participants of this
Добро
panel
пожаловать в
session.
сегодняшнюю дискуссию,
You are welcome
посвященную
at
теме
today's
цифровой эволюции
discussion
банковского дела.
devoted
Это,
to
я
the
думаю, одна из самых
digital
живых и
evolution of
прикладных тем
banking
на сегодняшней сессии.
business. This is one of the
Как вы
most
знаете, мы, в
lively
принципе,
and
живем в
applied
эпоху
topics of today's session.
беспрецедентных изменений,
Now we are
где
living
привычные
in the
бизнес-модели,
time of
формы,
unprecedented
новые
changes.
подходят.
And there are new
Привычные
forms
бизнес-модели
and
формируют новые
business
подходы
models
в
which
целом, да,
create new
предоставления финансовых услуг.
approaches.
Последние годы мы
Over
наблюдаем
recently, we are
стремительные
witnessing
изменения
great
в
changes
традиционных
in the
банковских моделях,
traditional banking models
вызванные развитием, конечно,
caused
во-первых,
by the
технологий,
development of
изменением
the
в ожиданиях
technologies,
клиентов,
changing
усилением
of the
регулирования и
expectation of
нарастающей
clients,
конкуренции со
increased
стороны
regulation,
финтех-компаний и
and
телекоммуникационных
increasing
гигантов,
competence from
которые активно проникают в
telecommunication
финансовый
giants
рынок.
that interfere
Эти
into
процессы
the
требуют от
financial
игроков
market.
на сегодняшний день,
These
которые присутствуют
processes
в банковского сектора, гибкости и готовности к
demand
изменениям.
flexibility and
Казахстан, конечно,
ability
как
to change from
динамично
banking
развивающийся
sector.
рынок, особенно
And
в Центральной
Kazakhstan, as
Азии,
a
находится в
dynamically
центре
developing
этих
center, is in
трансформационных
this
процессов, и
center
нам
of these
необходимо оценить не
transformational
только
processes,
то,
and
как
we
мы будем
need to
адаптироваться, но и какие инновации
access
формируют
how
будущее
we are
нашей
going to
отрасли.
transform, but what
Сегодня у нас
innovations we
есть
are going
уникальная
to
возможность
introduce.
обсудить эти
Today is a
тенденции,
unique opportunity to
возможности и
discuss
вызовы с ведущими
these
экспертами в
challenges
отрасли,
with the leading
практиками, да,
experts in
которые многие
in
годы
this
уже практикуют, ведут бизнес
sphere.
на нашем
They
рынке.
have been
Они предоставляют
operating in
традиционные,
this
сегодня наша панель
business for many
представляет
years.
традиционные банки,
And
инновационные технологические
in our
компании,
panel there will be
способные предложить
traditional
новые
banks
решения
and
для
companies
удовлетворения
that are
потребностей
capable
клиентов
to
в цифровую эпоху.
come up with
Я
new
уверен, что
solutions
сегодня
in the
обмен мнениями станет важным
digital
шагом пути
environment.
понимания того, как
And today,
изменяется ландшафт банковского
sharing the
дела в Казахстане и за
information,
его
we'll see
пределами.
how the
Позвольте мне,
banking
пожалуйста, еще раз
landscape is
представить
changing.
наших
Let me
замечательных,
introduce again
уважаемых
our
спикеров.
honored speakers.
Во-первых, это, конечно,
First
Лязат
of all,
Сатиева,
this
председатель
is
правления
Lezat
Евразийского
Sativa,
банка, специалист с
head
обширным
of
опытом
the
в банковской
board
сфере и
of
лидер,
the
стоящий во главе одного из ключевых
Eurasian
банков
Bank.
страны.
He's in the
Аскар Жамбакин, председатель
Mr.
правления
Askar
KSL,
Jambakин,
руководитель с
head
обширным опытом в
of
цифровой
the
трансформации и телекоммуникациях,
head of
который
the
не
board
ранее
of
уже
directors
участвовал
of
в развитии инновационных проектов на пересечении
KSL,
технологий и финансов.
and he has been dealing
Куат
with the
Бакирович,
technology and financial
председатель
projects,
Совета директоров и
working
независимый
by
директор Жусан банка. эксперт с глубокими
an
знаниями в
expert from
области
Susan
корпоративного
Bank,
управления и стратегии
expert in the
банковских
field
систем.
of
У нас
strategies
там
of banking
дальше,
systems.
да, Айдос, сори, я
And
просто всех
Айдос,
в ряд тяжело увидеть. Айдос Жумагулов, член Совета
Айдос
директоров Freedom
Жумагулов
банка,
from
представитель
Freedom
быстро
Bank,
развивающегося банка в
representative of a
Казахстане. Ну и, конечно,
quickly,
ключевая
rapidly
фигура в развитии
developing
цифровых
bank,
решений и инновационных
and
продуктов для банков,
key figure,
ну, для клиентов банка. И, конечно же, Гани Узбеков,
and
основатель
Gani
и CEO
Uzbekov,
SilkPay, визионер
the
в
founder and
финтех-индустрии,
CEO of
создающий
SilkPay,
инновационные
who creates
решения для
innovation
финансового рынка
solutions for the
Казахстана.
financial
Каждый из
market
этих
of
уважаемых
Kazakhstan.
спикеров обладает
Each of
уникальными
these
знаниями и
honored
опытом, которые
speakers
помогут нам
has
глубже понять,
unique
как цифровые
knowledge and
технологии меняют
experience which help us
ландшафт
understand
банковских услуг
how
в Казахстане
the
и за его
digital
пределами.
technologies
Если вы,
change the
коллеги, не против, мы
landscape of
начнем. Тогда у
banking
меня есть тоже
services.
вопросы, которые я хотел
With
задать
your
нашим
permission,
уважаемым
we'll
спикерам.
start. I have several questions
Куат
to
Бакирович,
ask. Kouat
у меня для вас
Bakировich, I
вопрос.
have a question for you.
Вы, имея вот ваш глубокий опыт
You having
в
this
индустрии, вы наблюдали
background and
эволюцию
experience,
банковской
you have
модели в
witnessed
Казахстане
the
в течение
evolution of
многих
a
лет.
banking model in
Как, на ваш
Kazakhstan
взгляд,
for
исторически
many
развивалась
years.
банковский бизнес-модель в
What was
Казахстане?
the
И в
historical
чем
development of a
заключается ее
business model in
уникальность в нашей
Kazakhstan,
стране?
and in
В
which
какой
way is
степени
it
опыт
unique?
прошлых лет
To what
влияет на стратегию
extent
развития
the
Душанбанка непосредственно?
experience
И на
of the
какие
past
технологии вы делаете
influences
основную
the
ставку для
strategy of the
будущего роста?
development of Dushan Bank, and what is essential for the future growth?
Спасибо за вопрос. Добрый день.
Thank you for this question. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. This is really a grandiose question. It is worth a book. Well, you are quite right that we have been witnessing the reform of the banking sector, and it started many years ago. There were great changes, and the banking sector was developing. And our banking was one of the best in the CIS. It was the opinion of international aspects as well. It was not only the success of bankers, but it was we have to pay tribute to our national authorities because there were many reforms carried out, and it enabled us to develop rapidly and attain great success in the field of banking. We remember that we had high ratings, both country ratings and banking ratings. In this way, we attracted money, and the banking sector was in high demand by the foreign investors. We used to have HSBC Bank operating here, and Unicredit, and IBS, and Kukmin, and so on. It meant, or it implied a competition, introducing new technologies, training for our staff. The banking sector is the blood circulation system. Maybe it sounds trivial, but it is the redistribution of assets. And in 20 years, our GDP was the growth of GDP, and 40% of growth was provided by the banking sector. Then we were in a crisis, and global crisis has affected us as well. Now, what trends? You mentioned the landscape. We have changed the landscape. Unfortunately, we do not have big foreign players. The recent change was because of certain events. Now we have big Russian banks in our sphere. This is Sberbank. Our strategy was never to be the first, but go second and third. This is a big bank. Alpha Bank is the biggest private bank, and this competition implied only positive trends. This means manpower and technology Unfortunately, now we do not have big foreign players except for Russian. Now we have great success, as you may know. This is Kaspi. And all of us know how they develop, the digital development or whatever. Yes, while talking about the banks, we talk about niches, and every bank builds up its own strategy independently. There are some leaders, and sometimes it is impossible to keep up with these leaders in certain spheres. From the point of view of products, we need to look for a niche, and we need to create these products very accessible and understandable for the clients. As to technology, I have my colleague Gani here. He doesn't wear official suit. I will not take much of your time. Thank you. Kod Bakirich, thank you for this deep insight. Of course, we have a different situation in our market because now there are less players in this market, but we do hope that foreign actors will come. But our business is developing rapidly, and this is a good indicator. Our banks can get adapted to the market conditions. Lyasata Adulovna, the question to you. Your bank is successfully introducing innovations, and you are becoming part of new digital environment, and your bank is one of the key players at the market. Well, from your point of view, what are the main banking models that have formed up in Kazakhstan, and what is the difference between the new generation of clients and the old one, and what strategies do the banks use to attract clients and retain them?
Добрый день. Кто еще с утра не был на панельке?
Good afternoon. Sanjar, thank you very much for your question. I have a request to the organizers. If you can, please show one slide on the screen. I can see it, but it is good if the audience can see it. I hope that colleagues, bankers that are present in this session will not get offended. We read it and made our own ranking from our point of view. It is interesting how we look at our competitors. This is our ranking. All our second-tier banks still retain a traditional banking model, and it is clear that there is a trend for specialization, for a certain transition to hybrid models, and these hybrid models imply maximum lifestyle services. And on the whole, we understand that now the platform ecosystems are being developed, and our bank, in contrast to leaders, we did not launch marketplaces or some platform solutions, and to a great extent we refer ourselves to the traditional business models. In my opinion, on the whole, all the kinds of models, including new platform ones and neobanks, have the right to live, so to say, to survive. And we need to focus, or we need to proceed from the client. We need to base ourselves on the client's needs. And this diversity in the market shows that all of us, we are trying to follow the client. And after the pandemics, after 2019, and it also coincided with the new generation coming. Now we are working with generation Y, Z, and Alpha, and the banks have to provide new services in line with the client's demands, and each new generation is more demanding as compared to the previous one. And now we see that the representatives of the youngsters, they just live with the smartphone in their hands. My daughter is 20 now, and she never puts away her smartphone. They have higher demands not only to the speed of service, but they are very empathic and they are very demanding in terms of the mission of the company. It is good that the younger generation, they want to feel themselves part of something great. And now I'm talking about Kaspi. It is no secret that it is difficult to hire staff from there because they want to feel part of something great. And new generation comes up with such demands that we as banks have to conform to these needs and demands, and we are engineering new products and services. We as Eurasian Bank, to a great extent, is a traditional bank with a certain focus on niches, because we are bank number one in in providing loans for motor cars, and in order to deal with such clients, we understand that it is not worthwhile to create expensive platform solutions. For us, this is a bad option, and it was visible on this slide that I have shown. There are banks that have created some tangible ecosystems. I'm very open now because I believe that there are our clients among the audience, and we feel that we should make a focus on the services in which we are good at. Lazat, thank you very much. You have very well described the current business models of the bank that exist for today and the expectations of the clients. The innovations may be different. They may be digital and not, but the main thing is the way towards the client and the way that the path along which the bank goes. We should mention Freedom Bank, and on your slide we could place a bank that was rather small. It was a niche bank, but it transformed into one of the most powerful digital banks. Of course, we shouldn't, but we can't but mention the outcome. This is Super App that which was launched in the market. The question to you, Edos Bulatovich, in what way the development of your Super App reflects the development of a business model? In what way you're going to develop it further, because this is an ongoing process, and what new functions and services you're going to introduce, and in what way does it impact the interaction with your client? What is the experience of interacting with your clients?
Да, спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for your
Всем добрый день
question.
еще раз. И я без
Good
презентации.
afternoon. I'm without
На
presentation.
последнем форуме коллеги меня подтрунивали, что я
The
постоянно
recent
с презентацией хожу. Вот решил сегодня пойти без презентации.
forum, my colleagues were teasing me because I'm
самом
always
деле
with a
Super App
presentation. Today I'm without.
Часть только
In
пазла,
fact, Super App is a part of a puzzle
запустили недавно,
that we launched only recently. It was 3 or 4 months. And if we make several steps back, what is going on from the point of view of financial institutions, fintech and market? I'd like to mention the peculiarities of Kazakhstan in terms of digitalization, because now we are going through an interesting period of history when digitalization can change standards, when digitalization makes you equal to others, and if you are building up your processes correctly, you can be equal in competition, because the starting point is the same, and you should not have been creating the infrastructure for many years. And both fintech banks and collaboration and insurance company create many cases which I could describe and of which they are proud. And imagine when you are creating CGM, UI, UX in 2 clicks, you have remote identification, digital signature, you do not deal with papers, you have structured databases, national databases, and you do not have to collect a lot of questionnaires, you do not elicit much data from the client, you can collect this data from the database, and you can thus create many cases. And if you have an access to big data, you can create unique cases. So what I'm driving at, to be short, in Freedom Holding there are about 30 companies. There is a product line of financial institute, there are lifestyle companies, Aviata, Ticketon, Arbus, Sergek, advertising companies, Citex, medical and technical companies. So there are so many different companies.
So we view it as a big data, and when we have calculated into one overall storage, and decided to sum up the quantity of clients in Freedom Holding, we have ended up with a figure of 6 million, and it's likely to be 60% of the total population of financially active population. For the duration of several years, we were not onboarding these clients. It was not intentional. We didn't make any specific invites or issue cards. We were supposed to build the infrastructure. Unfortunately, some events in life are not possible to be expedited in terms of structural server capacity. You need to make sure that you're sizing to cover several millions of clients. You need to be able to manage and process this quantity, this scope of clients. After we have completed the construction of the story, and we noticed that 6.6/7 clients are connecting with our holdings, and at different levels, different ages of their lives, they get acquainted to the system, to the holding, the Freedom Holding. We understand that these are different stories of acquisition, different stories of and the servers that we decided to launch. This is a centralized approach of several servers without any. It's like traffic from stream to stream. So this storage has now covered with a loyalty system to approach the client with a certain approach and with certain proposal as a complex, but maybe he likes the lifestyle company, but he doesn't like the bank. So Fintech and other technologies provides us with this seamless transfer of data. There is no particular task to give it all to the bank and close down the task alone. However, on our side, we understand perfectly that if we have a deep knowledge of the database and we have a deep knowledge of how to manage it, we have a chance to create the boost, create this jump up, maybe jump from 5 to more millions of clients with correct targeting, with smart targeting, with a precise approach. This is a business case, business story that can happen in Kazakhstan under Freedom umbrella. And I believe that where the client enjoys quick, pleasant and efficient service like Ticketon and other examples like other lifestyle streams. Therefore, our hopes are for the opportunity for the market, not only for us, and all these stories that we can notice in Kazakhstan. If we look at the clientele patterns, it's very important to understand that, let's say, if the client is buying a ticket when he's 18 years old, possibly when he's 25, he'll come back to take a loan, to take mortgage. After 40, he will start investing in some financial tools. And obviously, if you look at the full life cycle of every client, he will be able to apply our tools at any age. And from the cost perspective, let's say if we talk about Ticketon, it costs $10, but in brokerage it costs several hundreds of dollars. But just a bad, maybe not the very best comparison, but we believe that it's correct to manage cheap trafficking. And under Freedom, we are trying to build the ecosystem for the several years and then combine it into one chain of services and create a bank. Dear Aidos Bulatovich, thank you very much. I'm impressed how you work with databases, and it's obviously a very effective application of data for digital technology and client-oriented. It demonstrates how you can achieve the interface with clientele and how to provide the best services. Now the next question is to Aslan. We know that Kcell is the leading company in telecommunications, and it provides its efforts and input into other areas of economy. I know that you hold huge databases, and the population which is considered to be out of the banking services. I would like to check with you, what's your opinion? Let's say if we talk about suburbs and rural areas on the outskirts of the cities, do you believe that your company as a telecommunication provider will be able to reach a certain level in the financial services as well? Thank you very much for your questions. According to the experts, roughly 15-20% out of financial services, out of population in our country, for example, is considered to be out of reach for banking services. And as an example, which is confirmed in our practice, when we suggest to open the virtual debit card, we are facing the similar proportion pro rata of 15-20%. So we believe that one of the most important perspectives is to develop the online payment company, and it's not necessary to have it as a status of a bank. We believe that the payment company will not be able to issue payment cards, and they have no access to And to cover the underbanked population, we believe that telecommunication sector and other payment companies could be playing a driving role. Currently, if we look at overall, we noticed that some clients are applying and using the telecommunications in order to pay for utility services, for parking tickets, etc. And we have 400,000 clients in our database. Just now, I noticed IDOS have mentioned that if we discuss the stories of our banking at the different levels, the custom acquisition costs is quite high. So as far as I understand, at the cost of providing a large range of products, we are trying to reduce the costs. Therefore, I believe the history of transactional experience could be used as a baseline for students, for youngsters, teenagers. The transactional history could be the preliminary history before the credit history for the young citizens. And if we talk about our device business and other areas that we are currently developing, and what was discussed in the morning session, the ground played field, the system of instant payments or QR payments, we need to expedite and link and connect banks and other financial institutions. Next year, when we'll have a financial standard introduced to the single financial standards, in some areas it will simplify the payment processes. It's similar to telecom sector, where in the middle of 2000s there was an interconnect. If you remember, we were able to call other operators from K-Cell to Beeline, K-Mobile, etc. That's correct. Thank you. Please tell me the access, for example, the K-Cell contact has a very good reach to the population, and I noticed that some of the remote areas are still struggling. So do you believe that with your strategy you will have a better option, better chance to reach the remote locations in comparison with the banking services? I believe that we are able to reach, and the mobile application is a very good, easy tool to manage your wallet and your finance. And if we talk about costs, the limitations, let's say, and the banking, the payment companies were able to issue cards with insignificant amounts, and it will probably affect the costs and reduce the commissions, and hopefully it will provide the best conditions. And as you know, in some cases when a payment transaction happen, they have penalties, committees, commissions, etc. What we are able to cover this for remote. Thank you. Thank you for your response. I also believe that telecommunication companies may be one of the may tackle, let's say, one of the legal roles in the banking and financial services. Therefore, considering the reach and coverage, and taking account that everybody is nowadays using the means of communications. And additionally, dear Gani Nurmuhamedovich, your company is also one of the key players in this process. Therefore, I have two questions. The first one is more of a high level. First of all, how do you think how fintech companies influences the development of various banking shapes and forms and models? Well, it's been announced that we have a key role in the banking sector, but I believe it's a bit exaggerated. To answer your question, I don't think it plays a significant role. The attention of the regulator to the fintech is basically its principles is remaining. It's similar to imagine that we are having dinner at the table at a time, but fintech is like a small puppy on the side, is waiting for a piece. The biggest obstacle for the fintech is probably lack of legislation and lack of definitions for fintech. For example, let's say a couple of 3 years ago, the regulating authority increased the capital requirements. If that was if we knew that, if somebody knew, if it was announced, then we could respond in time, considering that such changes usually are. So if we talk about banks or fintech like related to banks, I don't think they have significant. We lost few years, like 3 to 5 years. Time to market is quite long, and when we say we're still a startup, in Western countries they look at us in an unusual way, so with suspicions, because usually it's like 6 months startup period. However, additionally, we have been in contact with all the authorities, and they have paid attention to our project. Even nowadays, in my status, I have my last word. So I believe this is a good indicator for the market. But regardless, the attitude and the status, we're struggling. If we're still there, then it means that we'll become stronger. Additionally, the International Financial Center Astana is also helping out, and we believe that this Astana Financial Center is still a limited tool. Hopefully, they will receive their membership in the.
Других телефонных компаний были стратегии, но регулятор поменял законодательство, теперь платежные компании не имеют права вести прямой диалог с МПС, что дает, я бы сказал, больше.
As you are aware of the recent changes in terms of regulation, any fintech is not a bank, and in order to propose some kind of services on the market, I believe any fintech company needs to come to an agreement with the regulatory authority, then go bow to the banks in order to arrange all the future, and this takes a lot of time, and it's quite costly. So unfortunately, fintech startups and fintech projects are not considered as banking institutions, and it's very hard for them to survive. If somebody survived, it means a lot. Thank you. Thank you, dear Gani, but you were not last to ask just because of the different status of significance, and your company is an active participant, and many players are willing to achieve But I have a next question. Let's say the Silk Pay, in terms of NPS, how Silk Pay is helping people to conduct financial operations. Well, we have two areas, B2C and B2B. First of all, our main product is we help people help each other, help their relatives, help their close ones by instant issue of the payment card, regardless where you are. And the main obstacle, the main issue is to fill this wallet, let's say, to deposit on this wallet. It's a problem. That's why we have to approach to the bank. The average commission is 3 to 4%. Out of 100% of our clients, 85% are usually not Kazakh citizens. Most of them are Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East. So our task is to provide ensure these people will get what they want without any challenges. Therefore, we're looking for any options of how to deposit to card via crypto exchanges, by cash deposit, by any means. Actually, on the 22nd, 24th October, together with Bybit, we are issuing digital card in our region. This is a very strong partnership that we have achieved. We are the only company which holds an account in Circle, and two stablecoin providers, certified stablecoin providers. So the issues that we're facing with the fiat world, hopefully they will vanish, considering that crypto company will stay in the crypto market, crypto world, and all other payments can go through Circle. So this is a very strong, attractive feature that has generated significant interest internally from Astana Center and outside from overseas. So B2C, B2B, we have our own processing, which initially we were hoping not to launch, and unfortunately because of the slow pace of our banks, we decided to install it. It's a very expensive pleasure, let's say, and hopefully we will sign off a partnership agreement with other partners, potentially. So, in order to expedite and to avoid delays, just last year we decided to start communicating to our clients and to suggest the products that we can provide. So from B2C, all we need for our client is the cell phone, is a smartphone, as a united portal to our financial services. A lot of them living in Southeast Asia. We believe that Southeast Asia is #1 in terms of smartphone penetration, and usually sometimes people use cryptocurrency to fill their wallets, but the main task of our clients is to help each other, help their relatives, help their children. Majority of them usually are traveling, leaving countries to work abroad or work in other countries, and to share their incomes with their families. Thank you very much, Gani, for your review and your opinion. I believe that fintech is changing the landscape of financial industry of Kazakhstan. On top of that, I believe that there is no limit to the capacity of potential financial services. And the next question is, what are the main obstacles on the way to digital transformation? With your experience, you have witnessed all the reforms, all the changes of the banks. What is usually an obstacle?
Talking globally, I think nothing prevents. This is rather the initiative of people, entrepreneurs, bankers. This is about identifying goals and objectives. If you understand where you are moving and what you want to offer to the client, I agree with Gani. There is another point here. It is often that various sectors of economy and financial sector, they ruminate, they collect information, analyze the data, and make decisions as to what niches to occupy. And there are entrepreneurs in real sector. There is a regulator. There is a national bank responsible for the payment system, and there is a state. The state carries out monetary policy, and there is a fiscal policy. And from the point of view of regulation, there should be a quick reaction from all the actors. As to regulation and the legislation, if it could change rapidly in line with the requirements, it would be great. There was a time when the legislation would change very rapidly, we would introduce proper standards and so on. And probably we should improve or we should make the regulatory sector more flexible. So now the law on banks will be generated, and it will affect also the joint stock companies, and it will include many trends. And I mentioned that the banking sector is has different rates that characterize the development in general. If we are talking about the banking sector, they have a good liquidity, and there are many securities and that are meant for the sterilization of the whole amount of money. What we have now, the banking sector in relation to GDP is less than 15 years ago. GDP, well, part of GDP is loans. It is 25% of GDP. This is a very small rate, and we need to develop this sphere. Of course, we should look at the macro situation and inflation and the regulation and other aspects. So this is a great potential, and development of giving loans, well, it largely depends on GDP. 7% of GDP is medium business. Our neighbors, their minor and small business as 80% of GDP. This is a verified and sustainable economy, and all the conditions for the trade and other things. The initiative comes from small businesses. And so this is the factor which affects the development. This is a complex activity. And to be more specific, we have many talented people and entrepreneurs. I'm mentioning Gani again, I beg my pardon. We have a lot of startups that go ahead of time, and we have a lot of successful guys who went abroad and who are doing good business there, implement good projects, because to a certain extent Kazakhstan is ahead of many developed countries. That's my opinion. Thank you very much. This is important that the regulatory sector promotes the innovation in such an important sphere. Aidos Bulatovich mentioned that because they deal with digits. Alazat, I had also a question. What do you think? For example, working with big data and analytical work, in what way does it improve the work with the clients and the personalization of banking services? You know, we may begin with the general cases that everyone sees in TikTok and Facebook, when in many spheres, in many countries of the world, the clients can obtain a personalized offer on the basis of the data about this client. And because we are talking with the involvement of the professionals, I'll tell you the story of our bank. Maybe I will reiterate, but nevertheless, talking about ecosystem which unites, not from the point of view of landscape and architecture, but from the point of view of the companies which refer to ERG and the number of natural persons. I will not quote figures, but they're high. They also have insurance business, life insurance, medical insurance, and this is a great job to collect all the information in one center and create personalized offers. We do not do it as a bank. I mean, we cannot fulfill it full scale because we need to create the infrastructure and architecture. But we can do well is doing with the natural persons, with the population, because we know much about them. This is not just the salary, which is not the something owned by one bank. But usually we know everything about a person, a natural person, in order to make personalized decisions on the services provided to him. Today we understand that personalized offers relate not only to loans, but it may be a payment or a transfer. They can be personified. And for this we need to collect data, accumulate the data, and launch the analytical work. Talking about simple shares that all the banks can offer now, it is not worthwhile. It is no longer know-how. When you at the shop pay for your goods by the card, and for example, if this is Eurasian Bank, it immediately offers you to get a business card. But there are some separate cases. I'm describing some separate cases, but on the whole, I understand that all our colleagues go towards the analysis of data. Recently, there was an anniversary of PKB. So the information that is available is something that lies at our feet, and we need to just bend and pick up the data, enrich it with the necessary information to get rid of the unnecessary information, and we can make whatever proposals, with the exception the proposal to marry. Yes, it's very interesting. And the companies and digital companies collect a lot of data, and I also was mentioning that they work with a great amount of data. My question is to you. What ethical issues we should take into account? I mean, banks and fintechs should take into account when they're digitalizing the services. I mean, the safety of data. The safety of data is clear. This is must-have. This is no discussion about this. This is a separate topic, and we can say how the artificial intelligence helps here. Sometimes it is notorious. If someone tells you that someone will win social engineering, it is not true. And we need just only develop some measures of protection and use some up-to-date technologies. And sometimes they say that when banks get the access to the national services, to the state services from fintech companies, We have to go through many circles of accreditation. These API are not so readily available. And so there are a lot of parameters that you should conform to from the point of view of safety, and you won't have a second chance. If there is a leakage of data, you cannot tell the client, and I'm sorry, come again. So millions of dollars are invested into the safety of our data. And as far as data is concerned, Rizat started to talk about big data. I'd like to quote some cases. Now it is not problematic to define, with the example of insurance policy, it is not problematic to identify the data of finishing your insurance policy. There are many systems and databases, some predictive models, but it is very important to make the following steps. For what period should we come up to you with an offer? 30 days before or when your policy is finishing? On what day we should come? It is a day of the week, or is it a weekend? Via what messenger? Do you read SMSs, or are you fond of WhatsApp? Who should phone you? A bot who will articulate a script, or someone else? Then we should rely upon your portrait. Someone will have an SMS, and someone will prefer a phone call. And in what language? In Kazakh, in Russian, Shala Kazakh, because people talk in a different manner, they use different words and terminology. This is a clearly targeted behavior with the client, and big data allow to do this. This is the advantage of big data. This is the whole science which data scientists study. They create various correlations and models, and it is important to preserve data, to take care of your clients and personal data. And when at one of the conferences, there was a question from the audience. I don't want to give agreement for the collection and procession of my personal data to get a loan. No problem, you can come to the bank's office, but on the way, come to the Center for the Population Service, go to the pension fund, take a certificate, go to your employer, take a paper. And I cannot guarantee in this case that your data, one of the managers will take picture of, and you will go via various instances and various people, and when we do it online, this is part of the code. You get some triggers, parameters, or whatever, your average income. We create models to understand what is your average income per month, or your card turnover, whatever. So, is it important to go in pace with this digitalization? Probably yes. Thank you. Very good and lively examples. Now I'll have a different attitude and agree to the processing of my data. If we talk about the amount of data, we know that financial institutions and telecom companies have a lot of data about ourselves. Askar Serkovich, the question to you. In what direction will the partnership relations will develop between the banks and telecom companies? Is there any synergy that can be in place? Yes, and in fact, we have this kind of partnership We create partnership with the banks in order to exchange aggregated data in terms of behavior, geolocation, and some other instances, which banks can further use for targeted advertising. And we have tested the scoring model, and this scoring model is made available by the bank. And the data on behavior, device, ID, or some transaction story can be useful to the banks for their case stories. For ourselves, we use the data for targeting. So to understand when, how, analyzing a behavioral pattern, we try to create the communication. SMSs may prove to be useless at a certain point, and thus it is necessary to properly select time, the activity of the clients, for example, trace them in the internet sessions, to come up with our offer. Thank you very much. So the future is up to such collaborations, because different commercial organizations accumulate different data, and how to deal with this data. This is important, as Kvad Dakirovich said, that the regulatory environment is also important. So the question to you, Ganin Rahmedovich, your company operates in different countries, and you work not only in Kazakhstan, but you have a business in the Middle East. Do you notice any patterns? What are the changes in the regulatory environment? Which changes help you in different locations to develop better? What should happen in the regulatory environment to promote fintech companies? There is such a ludicrous phrase that if a person has an idea and he wants to develop it, accordingly the system should be tested. And in Europe, for example, if all the four functionals of the payment is implemented and there is $1 million, so $1 million is digital banking in the European community. We can generate IBANs and issue credit cards. So we have different thresholds, and we should come up with some specific requirements for the banks if we believe that there are the technologies, there is progress. So the major goal of the political authorities is to keep the rates at certain level. Inflation is a failure of the government anyway. And here, when the incoming costs are very high, the product will be more expensive. If we talk with the regulator, we do not want to envelop something new.
However, unfortunately, we have different objectives, or is something that we still didn't know. Thank you, everyone, dear colleagues, and hopefully everybody in the room have noticed how active all the present representatives of banks, of communication companies. Everybody is thriving basically to create better quality services for everyone, for us, for population. We would like to thank all the participants for their efficient effort. Thank you for your opinions. Hopefully we'll see you again. So, dear friends, dear speakers, thanks to all speakers. We'll make some group photo for memories.
Көп рахмет. Біз бағдарламамыздың келесі тақырыбына кезек бергіміз келеді.
Thank you very much. The next topic of our summit is the next era of digitalization, fraud, scam, financial scam, and how to control scamming and financial fraud. Marchenko Asil Maratovna is deputy for the payment corporations, and the following speakers. Madyarova Asem. She is Deputy Director of the Department of the Payment System of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Roman Perminov, Head of Department for Cyber Security. Ulukbek Shambulov, Deputy Chairman of Joint Stock Company State Technical Service. Sizdikov Azamat, so he's the Department Director for Prevention of Scamming and Fraud for National Bank of Kazakhstan. And Elisar Nurmagomedov, ICE CEO. Good afternoon, dear guests. Unfortunately, a share of our guests have left. However, I would like to mention that this subject is very sensitive. We've discussed a lot of issues today about the technology, the future, the perspectives, and how the digitalization is replacing and changing our habits. However, additionally, digitalization of the financial market, apart from the opportunities that it holds, also increases the risks. Risks for safety, for security, cyber crime, especially during the providing services process, especially. So this forces our participants to invest more, to ensure security, and be in compliance with the requirements by the regulator. So I would like to address the audience, which still remains. Thanks for staying. Please raise your hand if somebody received a call from a scammer. So it's almost 100% coverage. So what we are currently discussing is the risks of scam and fraud in financial sector is a great challenge, especially and primarily for Kazakhstan financial sector. National Bank is trying to control and create responsive tools, as for example, a couple of tools were developed, let's say for the biometric identification in order to have access, and anti-fraud center, the center where you can exchange information about fraud, scammers, and threats of financial scam. Therefore, logically, I would like to ask a question from Asem. Dear Asem Madyarova, so you were at the inception, you started this project for Anti-Fraud Center. Could you please share with us what was the main concern, what was the main obstacle and issue that you were trying to solve, how it influenced the general financial sector, and in future, how do you see the development of such control tools in the financial sector? Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon. Actually, thank you very much to those who have decided to stay to our final panel. And the issue of financial fraud and scam is is a very serious issue, considering that every one of us received a call from a scammer. Our clients are also victims, and in many cases they get severe damage from the scammers. Let's say if we look at the classical activities of National Bank, or National Bank is not the main agency to control scammers. However, additionally, considering that we're supposed to maintain and organize the interface between the end users, between the customers and the banking sector, in order to combine our forces and control scam. In general, I had compiled this brief presentation of several slides, and just to share with you about our challenges. As you remember, as you recall, today we have discussed significant achievements in the digitalization. We have a high level of online payments, cashless payments. If you look at this graph, the scope, the volume of online transactions have increased 26 times. And in total quantity of people is 24.2 million people of active users. Almost 82.5 trillion tenge have been transferred via internet and mobile banking. So to justify the scope, the volume of digitalization, and I believe it's necessary to push and to introduce the technology that we are applying using, and in some cases this technology is damaging. So if you noticed from the last, we have noticed 44,000 and 45,000 facts of scam, and almost half of them are internet scammers. We all see and we notice on daily basis that the growth of financial inclusiveness unfortunately opens the opportunity for scammers, and also additionally they're capable of stealing our money and cheating our citizens. As you are aware, there's three main areas that is used by scammers. There's the social engineering. Unfortunately, we consider this as our disadvantage, the lack of our system. So the scammers are using various types of communication sources like calling, text messages, different means of communication in order to confuse our clients and violate the trust. The next one is the droppers, which are considered as middlemen chasing some instant income, and they become a participant of the scam. Basically, they play a role of how to obtain personal information such as numbers and codes. And the more droppers there are in this scheme, in the diagram of the scam, it makes it more complicated to investigate and to catch the scammers. And the next area is the artificial intelligence. As we discussed today, many positive effects from artificial intelligence. However, additionally, it can provide some disadvantages, unfortunate effects. Therefore, scammers are using the new neural links in order to generate voices, generate visual information, and to confuse our relatives and to create stressful situations in order to steal money. Apart from voice copying, also video can be generated and others. So on behalf of National Bank, I would like to share that National Bank is trying to control and struggle with these types of scam. As it was discussed today, we are in the process of creating the infrastructure, the financial infrastructure. One of the items, the biometric identification, which is considered to be a promising and hopefully more efficient tool to provide access. And our center, the anti-theft or anti-scam, anti-fraud center, which was launched in the beginning or in the period of COVID-19, when the government started to support citizens by paying the 42,500 tenge, they identified that big share of our citizens are still they still didn't open the basic bank accounts. They don't have any bank account and banking cards. So that was the period of transformation when National Bank decided to introduce the service and call it the exchange center, the data exchange center, in order to provide online services and conduct biometric identification of the client. Today, currently, the service is demonstrating very high results, and we hope to improve and develop even more. The practices that are considered for the future developments, and the center is capable to provide the two-step verification, including the liveness test and SMS authentication. Based on our center, we also centralized the issue of cloud digital signatures. So the risks of faking, deep fakes, fake of documents, everything is under the anti-theft, anti-fraud center currently to review. Just a slight introduction to some of the statistic information. For example, our exchange center, data exchange center, works the following way. Usually they select the best vendor based on cost, based on tariffs, and majority of them are Kazakh vendors, originally from Kazakhstan. Average amount for per month, over 2.5 million requests are conducted on average. Additional 16 banks of second-tier banks also receive our services, and different microfinance companies and etc. But what I would like to share is that we are willing and we are planning to develop and enhance this kind of service and specifically capture this anti-theft, anti-scam area. The second component of our structure, our infrastructure, is the anti-fraud. Anti-fraud center was launched this year in July, 22nd of July, but starting since the end of 2023, together with the financial regulator and some of the members of the parliament, we have created great conditions in order to launch this kind of center. Why we launched it on the 22nd of July? 22nd of July was the date when new legislative acts were introduced into the legislation. Therefore, it was synchronized to launch the anti-fraud center. The main objective is to respond to fraud and scam attempts in our market. However, when the payment exits the limitation, the borders of the bank, and when it drops into the possession of our players, it's not always possible to block this amount on the other in the other jurisdiction, let's say. Therefore, we are we're elaborating to combine everybody who is involved, communication center, in internal affairs authorities, and under the anti-fraud center we are hoping to create different kind of lists, blacklist, gray list. For example, if we have a list of particular clients of banks who are proven to be parts of scammers, or or other suspicious clients that are still under investigation. So the first results, let's say we have conducted 2 months of activity, of operation for this particular center. We have linked all second-tier banks, all microfinance organization, and we are in the process of connecting additional 100 plus companies. Also, the Ministry of Internal Affairs with all the regional branches are in contact with us, and therefore we want to create a company with 50 plus participants, an anti-fraud center. And thanks to the anti-fraud center, we have blocked 500 million tenge of potential theft. So basically $500 million of tenge we were able to protect and defend and preserve and return back to our citizens. For every cent, for every tenge, there is a person who was deceived, who was stolen, robbed with his pains and etc. So thanks to Anti-Fraud Center, we achieved the result of $500 million tenge, and we will return it back to the victims of fraud. So for 2 months of the Anti-Fraud Center operations, this is some significant result. We have recovered and reimbursed around 9 million tenge, 8.9 million tenge was returned voluntarily because we have conducted this activity and we informed all the necessary services that it's necessary to reimburse. And top 3 scams that we have registered, first of all, is a fake call. As we discussed, the social engineering attempts, sometimes they call the client on behalf of the National Bank. Looks like our scammers are very well trained, and sometimes they call people even on behalf of the Anti-Fraud Center. Not many scammers are fully aware of this new Anti-Fraud Center. So they call, naming themselves any way they can on the secret services. They can be, you can witness many forms of scam. And this is all a result of incidents formed as a base, the database of the Anti-Fraud Center. And the last, the third, and the most popular, let's say, fraud is the fake investment, like financial pyramids, like different opportunities on FOMO-based response. What I'm not saying that we're not planning to develop the anti-fraud center even more, and any anti-fraud center is probably a continuous improvement center, considering that scammers are also learning and getting trained, finding new ways of how to deceive citizens. Therefore, we will improve our anti-fraud center, improve technical capabilities like artificial intelligence, expand databases. As a regulating body, we can identify approximately where we have gaps, let's say, in the anti-fraud center operations, considering that we're also new to this and we are learning. Anti-fraud and anti-scam, it's not our main or classic type of activity. However, we have tried to create this anti-fraud center in the best shape and regulate the market in order to, by improving, by upgrading the legislation, in order to make it possible for our clients to recover and return the stolen money by fraud, by scammers. And additionally, we are planning to create additional functions like integration of databases and integrate our databases with other countries. I see lots of things ahead of us, and of course we expect support from communications from mobile operators together with us, with the police and Secret Service, and all together we can control and and struggle and fight the finance scammers. Thank you very much, dear Sem Kanatovna. There's a lot of things that has been done, and as you mentioned, it's continuous improvement, continuous struggle against scammers. Unfortunately, they find new ways of how to conduct the scams, and they're very talented, well-trained, especially those who noticed the YouTube videos about investments, I'm sometimes surprised some groups, some companies are producing real products, and they have worse marketing comparing to the scammers.
Information from regulators, how they cope. I'd like to address my question to Roman Viktorovich. The Agency on Regulation and Development of Financial Market is part of the working group on the implementation and development of Anti-Fraud Center. What measures does the regulator take to counteract fraud, and what are the further prospects of development? Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you for the floor. First of all, I'd like to note that I'm a representative of the Department of Information Safety. I understand the situation, and when there was a whole room full of people, and there was a question who was contacted by the fraudsters, all of them raised their hand. It is felt that everyone has got to take care of his safety, and so the whole population is involved, and all the people should be aware of the rules of safety. Sometimes it is difficult to communicate all this to the population until they have confronted with this. As a regulator, we do work on this. For example, the National Bank, fighting fraudsters is not one of their functions. We have to provide competition and protect the rights of our clients, and in these terms we do protect the interests of our clients, and we use the tools of legal regulation. We are not law enforcement bodies, we are not security services, but as regulator we use all our potential, and sometimes we have to intervene with the business process of other national institutions, state institutions, in order to find out the tools used by the scammers. Here is a presentation. I have prepared a presentation on measures that agency, with a view to the potential, implements to counteract fraud. I don't know how to say counteracting or fighting. We are just counteracting. We create some barriers for them to be difficult to implement their business process. Why business process? This is the way of their earning, and they have procedures from A to Z, how to launch their business and how to get their profit. So we are the agency that, and we create some barriers to their business process. ICM has mentioned that this distance financial services, all this was launched in 2018, and distance financial services were on our market, but they were just at the inception stage. They were just fragmented, and the pandemic gave an impetus to developing such services. And of course, additional tools were developed by the fraudsters to deceive our citizens, it became simple to obtain, to get a service, and thus the process was simplified for fraudsters. And so the measures of the regulator were activized and intensified on the basis that the market of distance services and the activeness of the fraudsters started to manifest itself during the pandemic and in the post-pandemic period, and we were basing ourselves on some typologies of fraudsters. All of us know that, first of all, the fraudsters would use the passwords. They could select a password, and we introduced the requirement to use two-factor identification. And in order to protect banking service, so the fundamentals of this safety were laid down in the rules of national banks, but the practical implementation was sort of postponed. It was from the position of the agency that they were implemented. And we introduced the requirement to use two-factor identifications, but the fraudsters started to avoid this. They would install the programs for distance management, or they started to steal the passwords. And so, depending on what tools were on the market, we introduced the requirement and the necessity to use biometrics. And in late 2023, we introduced a requirement for the safety of mobile applications. For example, checking for the safety of the initial code, ban on the functioning of the application when there is remote management identified, or if the device is broken in. So it created a barrier for the fraudsters. Biometrics was fashionable in 2022, and everyone thought it was a panacea. It would be a barrier for the fraudsters, and our safety of financial services would be at high level. But the fraudsters learned how to avoid, how to deal with biometrics. So the technologies of artificial intelligence and neural networks became more accessible, and it became easier for the criminals to use all this, and we discussed all this and introduced a requirement to check the images for their authenticity. So it was introduced as a necessary requirement. Talking about technical instances, now we are introducing the requirements in the microfinance sector, the requirements to check the banking card when there is a money transfer, because this is the sphere of the banking sector. So there is a difference between banking and microfinance institutions. They have to use banking and payment services with the reduced safety requirements, but still we use biometrics, two-factor, and some other procedures. In this slide, we showed those technical instances that we used at each of the stages of obtaining online loans. This is common knowledge. I will not dwell upon different stages of the business process of fraudsters, but one of the processes is to get money via formalizing the loan. they make the victim formalize the loan and transfer money to their account. And the second stage is withdrawing money from the deposit of the victim. So as a regulator, from the point of view of regulating financial services, we focused on the safety of online loans. And we introduced the requirements to the safety of mobile applications. So this is the description of these rules. But again, it is difficult to safeguard the client when he gives you the key to his flat. There is a simple example. You may install a very thick door to place lattices on your windows, put your key under the carpet, then tell all your friends via social networks that you are going for a leave. And so all these protection measures as lock and the lattice will not be effective because the thief will come, take your key, and deprive you of all precious things. But unfortunately, the fraudsters can cope with. It is important for them to break into the head of the client, not into the bank itself, but the head of the client. And other technical things can be avoided. And in this situation, great role is played by the anti-fraud departments of the bank. We discussed it with the regulator that there should be some separate departments, specialized departments, but unfortunately, in many banks, the anti-fraud functions, when they were concentrated in the department of the information safety, but now every bank has a special anti-fraud department. And they started to communicate with the anti-fraud center. So this is the whole process which is operational. Alongside with some technical requirements, which we establish as a regulator for the actors of the market, participants of the market, there are some legal requirements. When the client is deceived already, the money is stolen. For example, on the 19th of June, there was a law passed by and signed by the President, which abides to stop the augmentation of remuneration when the account has been broken in, and it doesn't facilitate the situation for the victim, but it provides that the victim will not pay some fines and will not continue to pay for their loans. The requirements to the climate on false credits are suspended upon the court decision in which they have established the fact of formalizing the loan in a fraudster way without participation of the client. And there is another service which is called Stop Credit. I would recommend you because you never know where the fraudster will find you. You should better do it automatically, and there is some such norm in the law. If as of the moment of fraud, the money was stolen, so there will be no consequences for you. So we also installed the requirements on the safety of mobile applications. We found out some drawbacks But these drawbacks were eradicated by the banks. For example, the blocking of banking application in case of finding the fraudster activities. So we'll continue to do this, and maybe in a regulatory manner we'll install some other facilities. But with this, our work doesn't finish. And in the very beginning, I was telling about the business process of fraudsters. And as regulators in this business process, we are at one of the stages. The business process of fraudsters begins with with a telephone conversation. If there was no phone call, or there wouldn't be a chain of further actions, and we are in the middle of this process, whereas firefighters, when we are fighting the fire, when the house is on fire. So the second is fighting the telecom fraud. And so the fraudsters used regular phone numbers, now they use WhatsApp phone calls, they are creating false numbers. So we decided to create a center for the telecom fraud. Many of you have confronted with the WhatsApp messages when there was a greeting from a person in a certain high position. He was proposing to help to implement a special operation, and you should transfer your money somewhere. So there should be a facility when you call to the anti-fraud center and say that there is a phone call, please block this phone number because it is a fraud. So maybe it will be helpful in counteracting fraudsters. There are different tools that we can offer. This is when on the WhatsApp there is a registered number. As far as droppers are concerned, the problem of droppers is in place. The droppers business is a certain scheme for earning money for some people. Some people believe that you can earn money in this way, and there will be no consequences. So far, we have an idea. It is articulated by the banks and the prosecutor's office. So we are going to introduce legal responsibility for dropping activities. There is another measure. I mentioned it several times. There is the introduction of initial courses at school on financial literacy and cyber hygiene. This year we were heard, and the President said that the relevant state authorities should introduce this into the school programs, into the training programs and curricula. Everyone should understand what is cyber hygiene and cyber literacy. Colleagues, that's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Roman, for this interesting response. Well, the major part of the regulation is to make available the legal tools for the implementation of all necessary mechanisms, that is financial literacy, and enhancing the cost of the attack in order to exclude the mass
я бы хотела продолжить нашу
the massive cases of fraud.
на мошенничество со
And
стороны
I'd like to
участников
look
рынка.
now
Азамат
at the fraud
вот Халык
from the
банк
point of view of
является
the
одним из
participants of the
лидеров
market. Halyk
банковского сектора,
Bank is one of
обслуживает
the
большую
leaders of
часть
banking
экономически
sector.
активного
It
населения
provides the
Казахстана.
major part of
Расскажите, пожалуйста, с
economically
какими
active
видами
population of
мошенничества
Kazakhstan.
сталкивается
With
ваш
what kind
банк?
of fraud does your
Какими
bank
методами и технологиями
has to do, and what technologies and methods do you use to counteract fraud? And you as a bank, in what way do you see the development of the anti-fraud activities of the National Bank? Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants of this grandiose event. In fact, I heard what was expressed by the colleagues from the National Bank. So the challenges with which banking sector confronts are the same. And we equally understand, together with the regulators, what we have to fight with. And this is probably the key 9 challenges that are to be taken into account, and we should focus on these. It is clear that the evolution and the inclusiveness of financial services, together with the development of the technologies of artificial intelligence, well, this can be used by fraudsters as well. And all of us understand then fraud does not exist within our country. It has a global scale. And these are the phone calls which come from outside the country. And in this case, it is the citizens of our country that become victims. And in fact, we see that the groups of criminals are developing rapidly, and their skills progress. If previously such tools as phishing or cutting were within one scenario, now they combine this and apply new technologies such as deepfake, voice cloning, and apply them to various payment services. They apply Apple Pay, Google Pay, that introduce that make the schemes operate outside the banking sector. And the possibilities and skills that fraudsters have allow them to easily adapt to what the banks do against them. And our task is to be to go in pace with them, and we need to create barriers for them and prevent all the possible cases which we have to fix in our internal system or in our external communications. There is another problem. There is a low level of financial literacy of the population, which gives a lot of damage to various groups of our citizens. If we could create sort of a portrait of a victim, today we cannot do it because all the strata of the population suffer from this. And we notice that there is a great involvement of younger generation into the criminal activities. This is droppers, crypto exchange operations, then cashing out schemes. And some youngsters want to earn money, and they feel that it can be done quickly, and they are not fully aware of all the dangers and consequences. And our task is to be focused on such challenges, and accordingly, we should create some legal norms or bring them into conformity with the situation, because we have indulged in mass digitalization, but we forgot about the relevant legal prerequisites. If we look at the strategic steps that we see as a bank, I'm representing the banking sector here. And naturally, during our some local meetings in the National Bank, where we discuss the necessity to develop and eradicate all barriers interacting with the banks, we say that we need to apply and level out on the skills on using artificial intelligence when we try to counteract this global evil. And in order to prevent and counteract the global fraud, it is necessary for the national authorities to create coordination of measures on fighting this transboundary fraud, because the threats that are outside the country should be eradicated on the borders of the country. They should not enter the country. And these efforts should be properly targeted, and there are well-developed centers on fighting trans-border crime on borders, and we should join this as well.
So, as I mentioned before, under the Anti-Fraud Center, we are actively exchanging and sharing information, sharing data, in order to level up some banks. Second-tier banks have been more successful in resolving such some such cases of anti-fraud. They have created their own divisions for anti-fraud, and therefore thank you very much to all, and to especially ASEM and to BERIC for organizing, for arranging the platform in shape of the National Anti-Fraud Center, where every bank, every financial institution is capable to exchange and provide data, to conduct training for our staff and be skilled anti-fraud specialists. I believe that we have very good results and very good growth for all banks to create efficient tools in order to identify droppers from our database. Additionally, maybe hopefully that we could conduct some interaction, some exchange amongst agencies for financial monitoring, obviously, and I hope this activity will continue, and all of us will put maximum effort to achieve better results in anti-fraud monitoring. As you know, the scammers now, instead of phone calls, they started using messengers as text messaging. There are cases registered, and to moderate these channels probably, and any suggestions to control these channels may not occur as the most popular ones. The most popular one is, as usual, to ban, to defend, to prohibit. But let's say if in a situation when you become a victim who have suffered the deception of the scammer, and on the side of the scammers, they have very good scripts for communications, and I believe I noticed that in some cases they can communicate for long periods of time, such as weeks and weeks, to achieve their goal. So I believe it's important to conduct proactive events and measures in order to identify beforehand. If we talk about knowledge and financial literacy, and our colleagues, as I heard from them, that most of them are following this path, and which is a very good sign. And in the bank sector, the bank industry is also conducting the various training programs in order to improve the financial literacy. Therefore, I believe that this kind of scope of work needs to be conducted for the future. And additionally, as I mentioned before, I believe that we are supposed to arrange not just our national anti-fraud center. Of course, ultimately, we will remove all the barriers that are stopping us from effective operating, and especially those operations which are entitled to the risk of scam. We need to obtain more triggers, more information from international overseas organizations who are very efficient and active in anti-scam projects, and we need to exchange and receive as much as possible practical guidelines in order how to control scammers. And additionally, one of the most important components, we need to reflect on the international standards and experience in order to harmonize and ensure future effective digitalization of our financial sector, and hopefully to reduce and mitigate the unfortunate cases, and the people who have raised hands in the beginning of the session hopefully will witness less and less victims of financial fraud. That's it from me. And to conclude, I would like to mention that a lot of work has been completed, and I believe there's a lot of work ahead of us. And so I believe we need to eliminate competitive approach in this area, regardless of what status of the organization is. And if something is done, something is provided to the society together or one by one, it's a general common goal that we need to achieve and overcome in order to keep it in mind for all of us. Thank you very much, Azamat. As you mentioned, the profile, and therefore I would like to transfer my question to the audience. Please tell me who've seen the famous Kazakh series, so-called Scammers. Thank you. So for me, a form of a scammer is a very good-looking, smart, intelligent, and tricky. So systematically, we need to consider this image and to conduct preventive, proactive actions. But if we talk about fraud and scam, it's not about finance. It's covering almost every segment of the human's life. So therefore, I would like to ask the next question from Mr. Ulukbek Shambulov. Please share what measures and what plans do you have in order to cooperate with the Anti-Fraud Center and to control and struggle financial scam. Good day, dear colleagues. One of the main tasks of our service, of our agency, national agency, is to respond to the cases of scam and fraud. We are mostly active with cyber incidents, with internet scam. As you know, previously, lots of penetrations were happening through applications, through computers, through internet, through the antivirus applications. However, recently, the scammers have been noticing that there is lots of leakage of personal information, identity information. Therefore, the scammers have decided to change their strategy and to implement social engineering. And as I mentioned initially, our agency is mostly engaged to struggle with computer internet scam attacks, such as phishing, such as different software or cryptologists. Therefore, I would like to share my practice, my experience from the point of view of a national coordination center. We are fully prepared to participate and be involved in the anti-fraud center's operations, considering that some incidents happen when scammers, they use different kind of links, IP addresses, etc. So the first case I would like to provide is, we believe that we need to maintain and organize real-time data sharing, which will increase the pace of exchange for all main players, main actors, all participants to have the privilege and the benefit to share information in a very quick matter. For example, recently there was an incident, one of the bloggers, one of the Kazakh popular bloggers was a victim of hacking attack. So he had like 700,000 subscribers. According to our protocol, we are supposed to inform the ministry. Ministry is reviewing this for several days. However, in our case, we decided to find the quickest way to launch this process, and we need to receive the official statement to block this phishing site. The site was produced in Kazakh language, and in 30 minutes they decided they've managed to create an additional phishing site. So we are too slow, and we need to learn to work and to increase our pace of response. Therefore, additionally, another problem that we're facing is that financial fraud and scammers as a nature is basically built in a way that the victim creates his own consequences for the fraud. So basically the victim just follows the instruction and creates for himself. There are many different cases, different attacks. Sometimes the organization was not able to update their tools and they lost. But fraud and scam, especially when they use messengers and they're fairly cheap in operation, it's very easy for them to upload this information and to understand the infrastructure. However, I believe it's necessary to inform our citizens about the threat, and one more, informational solutions in order to prevent scammers. So-called reputation review service, domain, and the links and the numbers or accounts. So this kind of service additionally could be an LLM model or like a chatbot which could share and provide full information to the citizens and serve as an advisor to eliminate the risks. Additional option could be like a united contact center that could serve as assistance point for potential victims or victims of phishing attacks, and we could create this center as a very quick and responsive. And the last, the requirement to use the biometry. However, there are different systems for biometric identification, and possibly every developer creates his own product, and we need to make sure that it's safe. It provides a full cybersecurity. We need to create some kind of requirement for the developers to comply with these requirements and to provide the best solution. And additionally, just to add some notes, we have published different types of financial scam. My colleagues have shared a few options, and they're already the top 3. But if you're interested to study more about scammers, you can use the link or use the QR code that is presented on the screen in order to study these. And let's say I would like to share for the last year, 9 months, as a pilot project, we have created a platform for anti-fraud with operators and blocked 7,650 links and domains that were initially planned to share. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Oh, dear Lubek, I'm grateful for your information. Thank you very much. Our colleagues are trying hard and working hard to achieve a limit, to achieve this certain level in order to be able to limit or block such sources of scam and prevent losses, prevent damage financially and in general. According to the international experience and our internal experience, how international agencies are controlling financial scammers, please share with us what do you think and what are you aware of the international practices. Thank you very much. Initially, when I was going to this panel session, I was doubting that I could add any additional information, but probably I can conduct some kind of a comparative review, what's happening in the US, what's happening in Europe, Kazakhstan and Russia. Therefore, actually in Kazakhstan, what's currently under development is a very high level of global development. For example, anti-fraud center in USA and United States. This discussion is conducted for the last 20-30 years, considering that it's considered to be an untouchable section of the financial market, safety and security, and therefore they have witnessed an argument, a dilemma in regard to reporting, in regard to suspicious activity reporting. So all financial institutions have their own point of view, their own attitude and approach. Sometimes they want to report, sometimes they don't. So it's a much more. It's a very different market comparing to us, and the reason why in America is still on pause and why what it led to significant impact is in US is the end users, let's say, approach and end users. Let's say, for example, from my personal experience, my family have had this negative experience with scammers. We have lost significant amounts of money because we have invested to this so-called pyramid, financial pyramid, and not only our family but our friends and family have suffered. And apart from that, let's say once per year, one of my friends, sometimes they lose big amounts of money, starting from $30,000. So in our country, nobody is trying to recover and reimburse it. However, let's say in the United States, at least the clients usually demand at least partial recovery. So based on what we have in the world, this is my hypothesis, but the quantity of resources that is wasted onto the single person, let's say, comparing to us and in other countries, in Kazakhstan is way higher. We have more specialists, we have more experts in terms of development and systems comparing to the USA. However, in our case, we have many more times, many more fraud cases and scam cases. First of all, the person is responsible for the case that he's been cheated. So you have to pay for your, let's say, incompetence. So who will recover that? It's not my. Well, the second point to this is the cultural aspect. It's basically, if we talk about how scamming is transferred into the money laundering. Let's say if you have stole the money, you have to clean it up further. Then, for example, corruption. Somebody is taking a bribe. So let's say the way he's receiving the bribe is also another scammer scheme. If you look at this subject from many perspectives, we can consider everything, starting from drug trafficking, from terrorism. Let's say this today on the taxi ride, I went here. His name was Jupiter, so I asked him, "Is this your real name?" He says, "No, this is a fake name. So this is somebody's because his bank account is under arrest." Therefore, imagine how many people are surviving, and now they became scammers just because they're forced to avoid some of the restrictions from the banking institutions and government, like alimony, etc. According to Transparency International data, 10-15% out of all state expenses are spent for the corruption cases when there are percentages paid to the clients, which eventually sums up to billions of dollars. Additionally, some preferences on the market, let's say, for example, some share of funds are usually transferred via the scamming schemes. So if you sum it up in total, you have to look from top to down, from the level of extremely large scale financial fraud and down to basic, or maybe if you consider, and down to the level of the taxi drivers, for example. But where we start, we need to identify the priority. In current summit today, I've heard a lot of interesting subjects such as artificial intelligence and other, and I believe that scammers are very similar in all over the world. They're not less, they're not worse. In our country, for example, the actual financial regulator is also an active part, and many factors create this sort of environment for scammers, including the financial illiteracy. But let's say if you imagine the government, banks, or others will be able to recover and reimburse the losses and the damage, I believe that this could be a great kind of give a launch to improve the anti-fraud situation. So if you're looking from the side, from the outside, I've never heard the case that people who were cheated and deceived usually recovering for many years, and nobody is responsible for recovering these losses. So I believe we need to create some kind of a set of actions, set of events in order to close this loop, including cultural aspects, financial literacy, government participation, and everybody who is concerned. Thank you very much, Yelisar. And to summarize, to conclude our panel session, I would like to mention that this is a very complicated subject for discussion. There is not enough development in technological and processes in order to prevent, control and eliminate scam. Let's say when on the other side there is a person, his opinion, his personal choice, maybe at some point he was cheated, maybe it's not always the correct choice. It kind of bundles down to one single case where everything just fell into one situation. But unfortunately, we are currently experiencing a large share of financial fraud. Maybe you remember over 10 years ago, the banks didn't even consider investing into the fraud control systems, considering that they had only 2% from the total revenue, so it was easier and more simple approach to reimburse the victims of fraud instead of developing and introducing such tools to cover. However, currently, nowadays, when the cost is increasing, the share of scam is large. Therefore, all participants of the market probably have the anti-fraud or cybersecurity specialists who are engaged in the patterns of partnership and the financial scam. But I believe that this is not the only sector that we are experiencing scammers and financial fraud. Just today I saw a meme. My friend started his life from scratch, and casino played a large share in his life. So hopefully, and I don't wish anyone to start his life from scratch just because of lack of information or some unfortunate consequences. So hopefully we'll continue this controlling struggle and develop better events, better tools in order to eliminate scam. So thank you everyone for all the speakers.
We are inviting you to make a group photo.
А сейчас позвольте пригласить на
And
сцену
now may I
Камхадзе Ирину,
invite
развитие бизнеса и
Kamhadze
партнерство с
Irina,
платежными
the
системами
development of
OpenWay,
business
которая расскажет
and
о
the
развитии
partnership with
общенациональных
OpenWay,
платежных решений,
who
включая
will tell us about
национальные
the
свечи и цифровые
national
кошельки.
payment solutions, and she will tell us about digital account wallets.
Здравствуйте. Спасибо вам большое.
Hello, thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks to all who are present here in the audience. And thank you for your attention. Now we'll start as soon as we have the slides on the screen, and I'll have this device.
Окей, хорошо. Спасибо большое. Итак,
So, I'm representing the company OpenWay. Today's presentation, I'm glad that it is in line with the topics described by the previous speakers, and I will make some references and I will quote sometimes, but in fact, all I will say will be related to what has already been articulated. How to make new digital services accessible. The evolution is underway, and as statistical data show us, cashless payments are replaced by the cash. Cash is replaced by cashless payments, and there are a lot of services provided by many international institutions, and the services become variegated, and our everyday life becomes different in many formats. It is notable to mention Kazakhstan. They have made a good progress. This is the increase of cashless payments and increase in relation to GDP. This is one of the ways of payment that was piloted and scaled up in Kazakhstan. This is QR payments and the successful start of the digital tenge project. I'm not going to enumerate all the indicators, but at the presentation of Ilnur Ashikbekov, he has shown the scale of all the metrics that are amazing in terms of their growth. And one of the speakers mentioned that Kazakhstan is very prominent in terms of its achievement, and probably it would be worthwhile to make a successful case study with the example of Kazakhstan in terms of cashless economy. The participants of payment and financial ecosystem, national banks, processing companies, and all of them as parts of ecosystem, they know some general trends common for the industry. They know the processes, how to disseminate and variegate the digital payments with a focus on scaling up these services and high level of what is made available for the clients. And it is notable that the digital services should not remain a priori comfortable, but they should be profitable to all the participants of the system. The word comfortable in the context of presentation, especially after the presentation of Mr. Benurov's presentation, is very worthwhile. He was quoted many times. As far as human-centric finance is concerned, comfort is one of the major criteria. When solving such business strategic systems, the most effective tools, as the experience shows, are the universal technological platforms for all the tools and business models, both international and national ones. And whenever payment tools the participants of the system create, be it international partners or local financial institutions, the main thing is that at the end of the day, it is important for them to have a technological solution that will provide the effective interaction between all the participants of the system and will guarantee the way of payment selected by the client, be it wallet or card, or whatever, it will be authorized and the payment will be implemented at any point globally. And we should make a focus on technologies. Technologies have been mentioned quite a lot of times, and technological solutions are essential in the context of the development of digital services. Company, so the developer of Way4 provides the solutions to the financial institutions and national banks and fintech companies in various regions of the world. And what we do in Kazakhstan, it is important to mention that our partnership unites us with various financial institutions, and in terms of digital tenge, we play a role of integration of services on the basis of digital tenge, and we help to scale up this project. Besides, PB is partner of the National Payment Corporation of the national switch. For quick dissemination of services, we should develop unified approach to various tools, and within the unified platform, so this means that banks should not invest into new payment system, but instead they use the same platform, whether it is card, QR payment, or digital currency. And for the support of digital tenge, the banks use in-house processing, which is already available. They invest only into a small addition in terms of updating the configurations. And in this way, the costs are minimized and additional services are developed, which enables banks to provide comfortable services for the client, and they make profit from the services. Co-branding projects, analysis of data, and other opportunities. The same universal technological platform for all the payment tools can be omni-channel, because it allows the clients to use within one transactions different channels. For example, to buy in electronic shop on notebook and confirm the payment from the application from his smartphone. This is important not only for the payer but for the business as well, and joining various participants within one ecosystem allows to reduce costs of the integration between all the participants of the system. It is important that the maps, wallets or digital currency, starting as a local solution, could extend the borders of one country, overstep the borders of one country, and become a global way of payment. And it is important for the platform to work and provide the conversion between different currencies in real time, which is important, and provide multi-currency solutions basing on various ways of payment. In conclusion, I'd like to say, on behalf of OpenWay, being technological partners in Kazakhstan for financial institutions and National Payment Corporation, we are very honored to be present here and to be a member or partner of such an important society, because today's event is one of the multiple events which within the The framework of the cooperation unites the participants of the system. There is opportunity of direct dialogue. This is an opportunity to discuss practical experience and to collectively operate and scale up various financial services, not only in Kazakhstan, but also outside Kazakhstan. We'd like to express our thanks to the National Cooperation Banks of Kazakhstan for their partnership and for this opportunity to implement various projects. And I'd like to thank the currency research for the dissemination not only of digital tenge, but the role of Kazakhstan in the promotion of digital currencies in the country and in the whole world. You are paying you have the attention of many actors already, and I believe that we will make a contribution into this. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Рахмет, алғыс білдіреміз.
Благодарим Ирину Камхадзе за выступлением. Далее презентацию доклада по финтех рынку Казахстана представит Жантурина Айнура, директор Rise Research.
Director of Rise Research. Good afternoon, dear guests and participants of the conference. My name is Ainur Janturina. I am the founder of the Rise company. We research the market in terms of innovations and venture capital. I'd like to express my thanks to the organizers and partners for the organization of such a large-scale event. Today's Central Asia FinTech Forum. Thank you very much for the invitation. Today I'd like to share with you the main outcomes of the research that we issued this year together with the partners MasterCard and Arlan Payments. This report is annual, and the goal of the analysis was so we understood there is a gap between the frequency and quality of data, and we had to accumulate the whole information within one document and make it available to the stakeholders. The report comprises 4 chapters. The first one is the venture investments of fintech, and the main chapter, which we collected 7 trends, deep dive analysis of all the 7 trends. This is artificial intelligence, digital products, BMPA, digital tenge, digital assets, and financial API. On the whole, every country, in terms of development of fintech, is special. In every country, fintech develops in its own way, but we can mention 4 archetypes. The first one is the stable players and users. The countries with a low penetration of smartphones and other digital services. The first is M-BESA startup. The second is the consumer ecosystems. This is another type of the country when the penetration of internet and smartphones is high, but the payment and banking infrastructures are not well developed. The example is China, where fintech is moved by such ecosystems as Alibaba. And the third archetype, this is pure fintech. No problems with using banking services, no problems with internet and smartphones. And here fintechs create a unique proposal for several segments, for separate segments of users. For example, neobanks for migrants. A typical representative is the USA, and the fourth archetype is the archetype where the role of drivers, of fintech drivers, is played by the banks. The example is Switzerland, where several banks were transformed into digital mode and concentrating the most part of users. This archetype is 30 years of age, and it was easier to transform into digital mode than higher bank penetration. Up to the year of 23, the number of active users increased fivefold, and in 2021, the penetration of banking services in Kazakhstan reached 81%. So in fact, we see that the bank card, so every person has several bank cards and several accounts. Many people do it in order to monitor high cashbacks or low commissions. And the third reason or factor is well-developed infrastructure. We have a high penetration of smartphones and internet. The next reason is big investments into the payment infrastructure. Payments and paytech are the major indicator of the development of fintech, because this service is very frequent and clear to us. And the average rate of growth of cashless payments comprised 81%. And now the share of cashless payments is 89%. And all this is due to new payment tools. This is QR codes, Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay, and instant money transfers. And there are also several factors affecting cashless payments. I'll mention two. This is a young generation. According to the World Bank, the average statistical Kazakhstani dweller is a 30-year-old woman or man who can use smartphone. And the second reason is the growth of electronic commerce. And the penetration of e-com is more than 30%, and they're not going to, it is not going to stop, it is still developing. On the whole, as we see, the market was growing rapidly over the previous years with the positive dynamics. And when we made a research, we talked to the researchers of the market, and they had a positive look at the future of fintech, because they believe that there was a great potential. If you look at this graph, so there will be a growth in all the segments, B2C, B2B, and consumer loans. So the main indicators of fintech market are demonstrating high annual rate of growth. When we started this research, it was important for us to create this timeline and to look at the market, to make a step back and to look at the market on the whole, how it developed, what were the main actors. The first are the second-tier banks and the competition between the second-tier banks, which affect the development of fintech in Kazakhstan. The second player is the regulator, and we see that over recently there was an active position of regulators, how they introduce new business models, QR and anti-fraud center and single payment system and digital tenge. The third component is state initiative. Under state initiative, we imply the decisions that stimulate the fintech startups. This is regulatory sandpit and various incubators which give way to new talents. And the fourth actor are startups. Recently, we've seen the increase of the number of startups and their quality. And this is proved by the M&A transactions, and it was in 2018 that we made a research of fintech startups. They were 50. This year, they were at least 200. Just very live and good quality fintechs. This is the minimum figure. As we see, the growth is 4x, and we also research into the venture capital, and we have very high rates in terms of number and quality. Number and volume. Also, we look at M&A deals and exits, and here we see that now fintech startups became high quality. In this slide, you can see the publicly available information. We aggregated it into one table, and I'll take advantage of this opportunity and I'll ask the representatives of banks and financial institutions to share the information with us. What startups do you work with? What do you buy? Recently, we heard a lot of responses and this table motivates the startups. They see that banks have interest in them, and the banks are also motivated. They start to pay attention to prospective startups. Here I will not dwell upon all this in detail. We have created this fintech map.
So this is the roadmap, like a map for 2024. You can find the same illustration in our report. The last map that was conducted was in 2019. As you noticed, we have added additional window with where we included crypto exchanges, and considering the latest expansion of cryptocurrency and regulatory opportunities and local and regional and overseas participants and actors. Additional information just to follow up on the trends and tendencies, and as you can see in our report, we have conducted a deep analysis, and I would like just to highlight the most interesting cases. And this year, National Bank and National Center have edited some information about and published some information about artificial intelligence. And as far as I know, a certain share of the market is already applying artificial intelligence, and 37, and the remaining 4%, they have fully integrated the artificial intelligence. And just based on what you can see on the screen, the banks have applied and used artificial intelligence for different purposes. They trying to improve customer service. They are trying to apply it during the investigation of cyber security. This is a tendency, a trend which influences financial technology significantly, and considering Kazakhstan is in Central Asia, in the central position. Therefore, I believe that government is also focusing on artificial intelligence. The next trend is, you probably heard a lot about government tech, GovTech. Therefore, I would like to highlight the numbers, the statistics of what this trend stands for. The quantity of registered users is growing, starting from 2014. We have 14 million last year, and another integration of the benchmarks, the integration, we have 110 integration. 30 plus digital documents are fully accessible in the bank application. 110 companies are using government technology in financial products. In general, any fintech company which is up to the standards is capable to integrate their services with the state, with the government services. I believe last year 56 banks were linked to provide such services, and additional affiliated companies as well. On top of that, I would like to show off a little bit that there was a recent announcement of Kazakhstan's rating. I think it was on 28th, now it's 24th position, especially concerning the government services, electronic services development. And I believe it's a very fairly good indicator of our progress. Next trend is digital assets. We are currently engaged in research. To conduct this research in our Central Asia and Caucasus, we will issue in November, but prior to publication, I would like to share some numbers, some figures, considering that their figures are very tasty and the trend is positive. It's a very dynamically developing area. Let's say the taxation, let's say January, August, we just have 8-month history. We can see that the volume of trading on Astana Trading Center has been increasing to 716 from 324 to 7. The quantity of registered users on exchanges is rising, let's say starting from 2013, and the last data collected in summer significantly increased. Therefore, we can notice a lot of projects in regard to tokenization of assets, let's say Market, MasterCard project, Technodom electronic store, and recently we received many more projects for potential review, and we need to consider when we can expect additional research for this particular area. I would like to add more about tokens, tokenization, digital assets, and tomorrow we'll have a lot of information about digital assets. However, in my behalf, I would like to share the statistics that over 130 countries all over the world are now reviewing to implement, and Kazakhstan is one of the 36 countries which is currently conducting pilot projects. Additionally, Kazakhstan is considered as a leading country to implement innovations in the national CBDC, and the achievements obtained for such a short period of time is impressive. Next slide with me, and additional couple of words about the digital services, banking services, and the small and medium businesses of Kazakhstan, how they cope with it. The quantity of entrepreneurs have increased significantly. We have roughly about 8/9 million people of population who are currently registering, and if you look at the graph, now we have 793,000, so average annual growth is 42%. We can notice that POS terminals are also increasing in application, 38% growth for the average annual. So the smaller and medium business sector is a potential jewel, let's say, and it was not completely discovered potentially. Now we have 1.8 million people engaged and employed under the small and medium businesses. In general, the report will also share the following trends regarding open API, open banking, and BNP. The actual report is available in hard copy or soft copy in the hall, or you can download it from the website and our partners' website. I would like to thank everyone for your attention.
Thank
you very much, dear speakers. Take into account that this stand will be also operating tomorrow. You will have enough time to find out. The next speaker, Zsoldokhan Sanat, chairman of National Agency for Development of Innovations, so-called KAZ Innovations. So please applause. Please let's support our speaker. Good afternoon. My name is Sanat Zsoldokhan. I am in charge of the National Agency for Innovations. So I have arrived from the Astana city to attend this summit, and when I was taking a cab from the airport, the weather was amazing, and I decided to share a story that came to my mind. Probably in 2012, I used to work at the Cassier stock exchange platform as a managing director, and for 3 years at 5:30, regardless of the season, I was waking up, jogging, working out, and let's say if you remember the President's Park, when you pump up your energy in the morning and you start thinking about the society, the government, the situation, and I came with an idea how to invest $300 billion into our country. I decided to start the project, how to do it, find ways and draw ideas. So at that moment, the reason why I decided to recall this situation and came up with, or maybe with the help of the Almighty, I went to USA. So the idea is still current, is still actual, and let me tell you the full story. So I'm looking YouTube video in the car, and I watched the CEO Kaspi presenting, and there was some logos on the video. So I decided to stop by the road, and I was wondering, how to simplify the process of access to information. So I decided to discuss such items with such issues with US partners, and so I went to USA. I opened a company. I founded a certain company with my advisors and legal counsels. So eventually I received the patent. As you know the story of how to receive the patent for the office in US. They issue these patents. This is a long process. It can take from 4 to 5 years to issue. So on my way back, I met Mr. Baghdad Musin, and I exchanged with him. He shared the information with me, so we are in communication. There's great plans, what needs to be done, what needs to go through digitalization. So he inspired me, and I asked his experience from the state experience, from the government experience. And when we were working together in the Kazakh post office, so we were trying to implement different type of disciplines and different functions in the company. When you are on top of the company, when you manage in the company, you have a big picture, zooming out, and hopefully implement some best solutions in the process. So I remember, and he approached me, he told me, you know, the best practice is to go into the field and start working with staff, with all the levels of staff working as a post office. So to summarize my memories, I've eventually ended up in this system, in the digitalization projects, and as it was mentioned today, Kazakhstan have great achievements and great indicators from the past and in respect to the digital documents. And I started to ask myself, I always keep trying to switch on my critical thoughts and ask myself, why is this happening? So I believe that there is a function so-called integral management, where you create communicational channels, and together with my colleagues and from the government, with the ministries, they've achieved creation, like a foundation of a certain institute which can handle all the ministries, let's say, considering that every ministry is concerned about their own area of expertise. Therefore, to digitalize the whole state departments, they've managed to sort of introduce the actual idea of how to digitalize and how to perform this. So, as you know, our president Kassym-Jomart Tokayev is now already on top of our progress, and he's starting to implement KPI indications. Therefore, I believe Kazakhstan is on time and conducts timely transformations in our economy. So we have created the infrastructure. As you know, the export circle, export glass ball, this will become a fully digitalized center, which will include human capital, different campuses. So I have plenty of time, 16 minutes, and when we talk about innovation, and I decided to study the benchmark internationally for China, Israel, Tijon, etc. So I look at the storytelling materials of the previous management, previous leadership who have created this system in the country. They've went through multiple projects, multiple strategies, multiple programs, and however, today in our country, I don't feel any real transformation. So we must understand the realities that we are kind of based on fossil fuels, etc. So what we need to do in order to start and launch the transformation. So when I applied to study in the mechanical faculty, one of the professors told me, and he always liked to present some sort of cases. Let's say, for example, he's the Paul Michael Romer. He's an American economist. And if you imagine Kazakhstan in this globe, in very competitive conditions, and if you consider Kazakhstan as a company and as a country, we need to look at two items: the human capital and the brains. And I will always stick to the idea that we don't have any problem with genetics, genetical heritage and legacy, and the spirit that we can represent, similar to other nations, strong nations. And one of the most interesting sectors is technology innovations. Myself, as manager of Integra and Institute of Innovations, so when I want to grow from bottoms up, and to identify gaps and where we need to focus in our economy to transform it. Let's focus. If we focus on innovative products, and as you are fully aware, and our president and leaders of our other countries emphasize the significance of high-tech innovations, and that we have a chance to become a center, like a central point, and communicate with other countries. So there's another interesting project which is called the leadership. In UAE, we started to conduct training, receive training from sheikhs on the government level. So I'm fully inspired by the processes, by the business processes that were organized and arranged in the UAE. So they managed to forecast and make corrections on 6-month basis. So everything that they've planned, and if you look at the past strategy, everything came true. So additional slide. Very interesting statistics, so-called benchmark from the US global gap. Yeah. So if you pay attention and focus on the GDP over here, that's internal. It's equal to roughly 11,500. So actually, the indicators and metrics that we have performed, this is obviously achieved at the cost of our production industry. And let's say, if we divide it, this is a potential in case we implement innovations in our country. However, the benchmark of Eastern Europe and US indicates that it can excess the GDP parameters.
In this world division of labor between object and subject, they told us your mission is as a country, you produce raw materials, and as to the chains of added value, we'll do it ourselves. Now we are moving this, and we are sort of trying to increase the complexity of our economy, but we confront with some gaps, barriers, and this illiquidity of economy. So we started to think about our potential. We have got to understand what we are, where we are, and who we are. We have everything. We have land. 7.1 million of square kilometers. We are 9th on the list. We have the whole Mendeleev stable underneath. Under our feet. We have industry after the Soviet period of Kunaev. We have institutes of development, and we have human capital, and we should understand that our genes are strong, and we should have ambitions. We should be ambitious to create some value, to be noticeable. And so we decided to change. We created the Council on Technological Policy under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We can raise all the issues associated with science, technology, and innovations. So we decided to make a focus on something specific. We cannot boil the ocean. We cannot spread our efforts. And we identified priorities. There are 7 priorities. And now we say, okay, let us take Taiwan. They have made a proper focus, and they have a priority. They can direct their energy to a certain point. For example, we try to look into the future. We try to look at the trends, and we orient at some figures, and we see what we have in order to attain those trends, what companies we have, what enterprises and production who have human capital, licenses, patents, and then we work bottom up and we invite them, we push them to come and discuss institutional problems or whatever. So we need to create a window for the national information system so that we can accumulate all the companies. And acceleration is also a good track. We invited the business, 80% of business and 20% of the government, and discuss things. We say, let us make a brainstorming and find out the problems and start to act. So here are three ministries. The science has its own priorities, we have our priorities, industry has its own priorities. When there are so many priorities, there are none. And we need to look at a single priority. And if we identify all the priorities as a system, then half of the budget that we are allocating for state support, we need to allocate 50% to the focus that we have identified. Foresight, well, I mentioned that we are doing things without proper coordination. We do not have a single framework, and we need to synchronize these foresights and look at the finance. Well, these are some figures. I'm not going to quote them. So we're not involved in the world chains of trade and services, the small share of complicated production, low indicators of innovation index. The outcome, the conclusion, we need to change this landscape. So the life cycle of innovations, idea, patents, science, prototypes, and in the bottom we see a lot of institutions of development. We have Institute for Science, CAS Industry, CAS Trade, and we are all targeted at in various directions, but need to change this. What do we propose? I deal with grants, and we are planning to get rid of this grant system, and we need to create the monitoring of ecosystem. If you want to change something, you can check to create a checklist. We need to scan what we have in order to understand what we should do. So this is the complex audit of all the institutes of development. So we need to refresh things in terms of duplication, sequences, magnetic codes, law on science and technological development, and law on industry. And Fintech is something it is part of everything, and there are many companies that are involved. For example, there is one state body, a lot of priorities, goals, but we should have one priority, and many state authorities are focused on this priority. Now we have a dream to carry out an independent auditing of the scientific ecosystem. We should look at everything, at the equipment and the manpower and the projects, and in future it is my dream when we should be able to say that we need such and such scientists, we need such and such institutions or activities. The analysis of exporters of resources. So we'll analyze, understand, and as a result, we need to create the program of highly technological production plants. Cast zinc, dirty selenium. They have they made some investments and started to manufacture clean selenium. Well, in fact, we need to change the whole approach, and what I'm proposing, this is my vision and my opinion, that we should focus on high technological approaches. We need to find the niches where we can develop these technological approaches, and we should involve all the state institutions for people to understand what is innovation, because this is a whole science. The creation of 100 plus highly technological production plants that are actual for the world economy. For example, in South Korea, this is not to say that they were very smart, but they had a lot of investments, and the market for selling. For example, if we invent iPhone, this pragmatic world will not allow us to sell it. And Germans say, why should we create iPhone? Let us become part of these sales. For example, we insert a very sophisticated part into this iPhone and will sell this updated iPhone. So this should be our approach. For $1 billion, this is 450 million tenge, and if we systematize and synchronize and optimize everything, so $1 billion, this is 100 million multiplied by 10. In fact, we can create 3 production plants, $100 million each. And when per $1 invested, we tend to invite investors, and we say, invest $1,000. Well, there is an American scientist who says, don't have illusions, countries. Those countries, including America and all the fundamental innovations and technologies and iPhone, created at the expense of investments. When the state regards himself as as an entrepreneur and they invite investments, in principle, that's it as to venture capital. There is a message from the president, and we need a regulatory base. We have an accelerator, we are lacking the capital. We tend to invest, we have many funds, but banks should pay attention to startups, and we created an acceleration. It is headed by Pavel Koknyshev. And we discussed it and understood that we have to change the legislation so that We need to pay attention to venture funds and the creation of fund of funds. There is a red a green tick there on the basis of Astana Hub. So Astana Hub proved to be effective and so we need to create startup incubation. These are to last slide. Fintech innovations are really not that they change rules, but they rewrite rules, and we need to think about it. To what extent it is global? If you see trends, seamless integration, instant payments, codes, Amazon, inserted finance, there is a global conference underway. Now banks, they are very much accelerated. This is not the issue on investments in terms of fintech. This is the issues of speed of innovations. And you can see that they create super apps. It shows that fintech and our bankers should think about it. The last slide. We should focus on acceleration and we'll push this topic. We need to change the law on banks. We should exclude the ban on the creation and acquisition of shares or shares of the enterprise in the legal code. And maybe should not strictly compete with each other. Sometimes we should join our efforts to access the world market. If you have any questions, please, you are welcome. You can write to me. What initiatives to develop fintech do you think are priority? Thank you for your attention. The most patient people are here in the audience. And the last case, the social responsibility of business. When we implemented many accelerations, one young guy approached to me, he was 25, and he says, I'm a Harvard graduate. I have money. Maybe I can help the state investing the money. So social responsibility of a business is a dream when every investment will invest into the future of our country, because in fact I want my children who are present here. My son has a birthday today. Happy birthday, Vlad. So that's it, I'm finishing. Still, I have many friends who went to the USA and Canada. They're all mathematicians, they're nice, intelligent people, and I told them, you are the best people of the nation, why are you quitting the country? Still my dream is to create these high technology plants and to be part of the chains on the global level.
Рахмет, Жолдыхан Санат мырза. Рахмет, қымбатты ханымдар мен мырзалар, барша қатысушыларымызға, барша қонақтарымызға.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen.
Всех спикеров и участников за активное участие.
Thank you for your involvement and participation. Thank you very much for staying at this important event. With this, we are finishing the first day of the conference. We are inviting you to come tomorrow to continue to discuss actual topics of fintechs. We'll see you tomorrow.